Chapter 1 Calendar Year 1503. P.S. If you don't want to read the background of the story, you can skip the first 3 chapters. Calendar Year 1503. At this time, there are still 17 years before Luffy goes to sea. The piercing gunshots mixed with the panic of the villagers broke the original tranquility, and the sky-high firelight illuminated the dark village like daylight. A hideous-looking corpse fell in a pool of blood, with either despair, fear, or anger on his face. Broken limbs and broken arms were scattered around, and the scene in front of him was like purgatory on earth. In a dilapidated house, the young man clenched his fists tightly. Because he was too hard, his nails had pierced into his flesh and blood. He was not aware of the heartbreaking pain that came from his palms. Compared with the pain in his hands, the scene of purgatory in front of him hurt him more. "Let me go. All the valuable things have been handed over to you." An old figure knelt in front of a ferocious-looking man, kowtowing and pleading. The man was thin, with high cheekbones and sunken eye sockets. He held a cold long knife in his hand and sneered at the old man who was kneeling and kowtowing. "Humph, who do you think I am? Laozi is a pirate." The man with a stern face snorted coldly and took out the long knife in his hand. Without any hesitation, a head flew up and the cry stopped abruptly. He raised the long knife to his eyes, sniffed it, and showed a satisfied look on his face. The age of great pirates was indeed a good era. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and slowly fell on a wardrobe nearby. The corners of his mouth were raised slightly, revealing a cold smile. "Tisk tisk tisk, there is another one." The young man stared closely at the figure that was getting closer and closer to him, his eyes full of anger, and his clenched fists showed that he was ready to fight. Suddenly, there was the sound of panicked footsteps, and a rough voice shouted, "Scott, stop playing around and prepare to retreat, Marine is here." Scott stopped expressionlessly and replied calmly, "I know." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his long sword and slashed casually. A sharp sword light struck the cabinet in front of him fiercely. The wooden cabinet exploded instantly and scattered all over the floor. "No? Is the perception wrong?" Scott stared at the scene in front of him, shook his head thoughtfully, grabbed the scattered baggage, and turned around to leave. After a long time, a thin hand slowly stretched out from the ruins, followed by an arm and a person. This is a thin young man with blonde hair and a delicate face, with a hint of youthfulness on his face. But his eyes lost the vigor and vitality of a young man, and were replaced by endless hatred and sadness. He is not from this world, or half of his memories do not belong to this world. He was originally an ordinary employee in Dongyang City. Due to an out-of-control dump truck, he was lucky enough to become one of the time travelers. This was the second day after he came to this world. He had just figured out what kind of world he had traveled to and determined his goal, to become a great pirate. Different from the gentle side of anime representation. Real pirates have no humanity. Cruelty, evil, and madness are synonymous with them. They are the scum of the sea and the cancer of the world. He looked solemnly at the old man lying in a pool of blood. This old man was his grandfather in this world. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, there was no doubt that the old man was a gentle man. When the pirates came, he hid in the underground cave under the wardrobe. Although the cave is large enough to accommodate 2 people, he knows that while people can hide, the breath of life cannot be concealed. In order to avoid being searched, he chose to stay. Even though the probability of being searched was slim, he even sorted out the treasure. However, the pirates did not let him go. The sound of burning flames echoed in his ears. The young man held the old man in a pool of blood in his arms and walked out in a daze with his head in hand. Srilli Town, a peaceful town in the past, has become a purgatory on earth tonight. The demonic pirates have left. They are raging like locusts, taking away everything that can be taken away, including treasures, food, and even children and women. There are slaves in this world, so women and a child is an asset in itself. Streams of human blood formed, impacting the boy's visual nerves, burning, wailing, and crying everywhere. The smell of blood and kerosene mixed together, forming an indescribable pungent smell. The young man stared at it all like a walking corpse. The impact of the scene in front of him was too great. He staggered and finally couldn't bear it anymore. He collapsed to the ground and felt a nausea. Vomit. The vomiting could no longer stop, and he felt as if his stomach was a bottomless pit, constantly wanting to vomit out everything, even his internal organs. It seemed that God couldn't bear to see this tragic scene. The sky began to become gloomy and depressing, and heavy rain poured down amidst lightning and thunder. The surrounding fire gradually extinguished. The rain could extinguish the burning flames, but it could not extinguish the raging anger in the young man's heart. He stopped vomiting and raised his head with difficulty, his thoughts flooding in his mind. This is the world of One Piece. A world full of endless possibilities. Wohwa 8 Gates Combat Power System, Swordsmanship, Marksmanship, 6 Styles. Various races, including the Dontata clan, the Giant clan, the Fishmen clan, the Fur clan, the Longhand clan. There are also magical devil fruits, Logia, animal type, Paramecia. Races innate. Unfortunately, he is just an ordinary human race. Devil fruits are hard to come by, either by luck or wealth. There seems to be only one path in front of him, which is to practice physical skills and swordsmanship. As a child of an ordinary family, there is no doubt that joining Marine will be his only choice. Ding! It is detected that the host has a strong desire, and the reputation system is unlocked. When the reputation reaches the standard, a lottery will be held. Current progress 0/100. System? He was greatly shocked by the welfare of the time travelers, and quickly checked it out. Unlike other 8 Gates systems, the reputation system is very simple, with no novice benefits and no various stores where you can purchase it. Some are just simple progress bars of 0/100, and other than that there is no response no matter how much you shout. Since this is the first time for host to activate, it needs to consume mental energy to activate. Please prepare host. 10. 9. Wait, I'm not ready yet. He replied anxiously, the place is now devastated. What if the pirates kill a pirate during the activation process? 8. The reputation system continues to count down regardless of the host it wants to stop. The young man stood up with difficulty and looked around, trying to find a relatively safe place, but before he could take a closer look, he felt dizzy. 1. The countdown is over. As the world was spinning, he felt that his soul was being pulled away, his eyes darkened and he fainted. Chapter 2 for World Peace. The pouring rain continued to fall, and the wind became more and more fierce like a crazy buffalo. A group of people in dark coats were patrolling quickly. The scene in front of them was terrible, but when everything was taken for granted, it would be nothing. The pirates have left. These beasts are simply not human. Go and find out if there are any survivors. We found it, leader. There is still a child alive, but he fell into a coma. A man with a serious face, black hair hanging casually like a waterfall on the back of his head, and no eyebrows nodded. Well, good, wait until he wakes up and ask him which pirate did it. Meng Chi Di Drag pressed his temples and sighed heavily. It was not that he had never seen the tragic scenes of massacre of villages, but his heart could not be calm every time. Chief, this is his information. The soldier on the side stepped forward and handed a document to Dalag. Name, Kyokulo Karen. Age, 17 years old. Address, Sriri Town. Ah! Karen opened his eyes suddenly like an electric shock, screamed in terror, gasped for air, and his whole body was soaked with sweat like a flood. He dreamed of the scene that had just happened. In the dream, he was ruthlessly dismembered by the pirate named Scott. The huge fear woke him up from the nightmare. Following Karen's exclamation, the soldier patrolling at the gate also spotted him. He pushed the gate of opening, poured a glass of water for Karen, and said with a gentle smile, "You wake up, drink some water first." Saying that, regardless of Karen's reaction, he turned around and walked out the door. After a while, Karen saw a man with a serious face and no eyebrows walking over. The sweating king, Darag. The first time she saw him, Karen recognized him. Monkey D. Darag, a man named the most evil criminal in the world by the world government. Darag leads the revolutionary army in an attempt to overthrow the world government composed of more than 170 participating countries. He is a revolutionist in this world. "How are you?" Darag looked at the young man in front of him and asked. He had a strange feeling, as if the young man in front of him seemed to know him. "I'm fine." Karen drank water to hide her inner nervousness. "Where am I now? How is the town? Have you caught any pirates?" After asking several questions in a row, Darag was very patient. He walked to the bed, squatted down and looked straight at Karen. "You're in a makeshift tent and the town has been completely destroyed." Darag let out a breath, a little afraid to look at the young man's hopeful eyes. "As for the pirates, I'm sorry, kid, they had already left when we came." The blame and disappointment he imagined did not come. What he saw was the boy's dull eyes. Karen was not surprised by this result, he murmured. "As expected, that's good. It gave me a chance to take revenge in person. Where is my grandfather? Where is he now?" Because there were so many corpses, and they were all with broken limbs and arms, it was impossible to tell them apart, so we collected all the corpses together and cremated them. Now they are all in a cemetery. Darag looked at Karen apologetically. "Okay, I understand." Karen sat on the bed, her eyes terrifyingly calm. "You are Marines, right? I want to join Marine." Of course Karen knew they were not Marines, but he couldn't join the Revolutionary Army now. For revenge. Just when he was about to nod, he seemed to think of something, and Karen said solemnly, "For world peace." World peace, such a simple word. Darag took a deep look at Karen and stood up slowly. "Does it have to be Marine?" Karen understood why Darag asked him this. According to the plot, 1503 in the Hainan calendar was the year Luffy was born. It was also 3 years after Darag established the Revolutionary Army. Joining the Revolutionary Army is also a good choice, but Karen will not do so, mainly because the Revolutionary Army is hiding in Tibet, which is not conducive to his growth. He has not forgotten that he also has a reputation system, and hiding is not suitable for him. In fact, pirates should be the most suitable profession for increasing reputation. Once a bounty order is posted, reputation will naturally increase. But now he doesn't want to become a pirate. It's not because his enemy is a pirate, but because he doesn't have the strength to become a pirate now. Becoming a pirate without the strength is definitely the stupidest choice. In contrast, although Marine is not free, it can ensure Karen's early growth. If you do well in Marine, you can come into contact with the powerful Marine 6 styles, and even Haki. What do you mean? Aren't you Marine? Karen asked with a confused look on her face. We are a revolutionary army, an organization established to overthrow the world government. Darag looked at Karen firmly. He had a good impression of this little guy who kept saying he wanted world peace. Will you eliminate the pirates? Darag was silent. The Revolutionary Army occasionally assisted the reconstruction of islands that had been invaded by pirates, but it was not the responsibility of the Revolutionary Army to eliminate pirates. Their first task was to fight against the world government. Karen also knew that the Revolutionary Army would not go out of its way to eliminate pirates. He was not worried that the Revolutionary Army would force him to join, he just needed a suitable reason for rejection. Won't. Then I'm sorry, I can't join you right now. As expected by Karen, Dalag didn't say much and just nodded slightly. Okay, I'm a little sorry, but if you are disappointed with Marine's performance in the future, you are welcome to come to me at any time. Okay, it's settled. Karen sat up from the bed. In fact, he did not suffer any real damage. It was just the mental shock that was too great, coupled with the severe vomiting and the first binding of the system, which made him look so weak. Do you know Scott? Karen will not forget the name of this demon. He needs information, at least to know which pirate group he belongs to. Scott? The Blade Pirates. The soldier standing aside glanced at Karen and added. Scott is the first mate of the Blade Pirates. The Blade Pirates are a vicious pirate group composed of swordsmen. The captain is a big pirate with a bounty of 45 million, and Scott himself also has a bounty of 32 million. Bounty. What is the concept of 32 million? You must know that even if Straw Hat Luffy went to sea and defeated the fishman Aaron, the bounty he received was only 30 million. And just Aaron can even control a small town for more than 10 years in the plot. Further up there is a captain worth 45 million, which is really difficult. If there were no accidents, an ordinary person might not be able to defeat him even if he spent his whole life. But Karen is different. He still has a system. Although he doesn't know what 1000 reputation will give him, the system's things are not too bad no matter how you think about it. Darag left, his departure as swift as his arrival. As a revolutionary soldier, he could not stay on a small island for too long, let alone an island massacred by pirates. Once discovered, the world government would be happy to pin the blame for the massacre on the island on the Revolutionary Army. For the world government, the Revolutionary Army is much more dangerous than the pirates. He did not force Karen, but left some food, a boat, and a letter to Karen. Chapter 3 Recruit Training Camp. After Darag left Srilly Town, Karen did not stay here for too long. He simply paid homage to his grandfather before planning to leave. Srilly Town is located in the East Daxia Sea. The East Daxia Sea is the sea where Luffy was born and where the Straw Hats were founded and set sail. It is also the weakest sea area among the 4 seas, but that is the future, and the current East Daxia Sea is still quite dangerous. Because Luffy was just born, marine hero Garp hasn't returned to his hometown that frequently. The marine branch closest to Srilly Town is the 198 branch. They only found out that Srilly Town was massacred the next day. They arrived just as Karen was getting ready to leave. Did the Blade Pirates do it? The leader, Marine, took a small notebook and started recording. Yes. How do you know? Marine stared at Karen and asked. He felt that the boy in front of him was not a normal person. No boy could be so calm after such a tragedy. He said it himself, his name is Scott, and Scott is the first mate of the Blade Pirates. Oh my god, it's really the Blade Pirates, a big pirate with a bounty of up to 45 million. The soldier next to him exclaimed and looked warily at the distant sea. His legs were shaking a little, as if he was very worried about the Blade Pirates leaving and returning. The marine officer who was recording was also wary. The 45 million pirate group was not something a marine of his level could fight against. You can come back to the marine branch with us first. Karen didn't speak. He took out Darag and left him a letter. This was what Darag told him and he could show it when he met a marine officer. Although he didn't know what the content of the letter was, he believed that Darag would not harm him. What's this? The officer looked at Karen in surprise, then reached out to take the letter and read it. Are you a relative of Lieutenant General Garp? The officer looked at Karen in disbelief, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. Marine hero Garp was the pride of Donghai. Do you want to go to Marine headquarters for training? Karen knew clearly. It seemed that Dalag should have left the letter of introduction to him in the name of Garp. Normally, when a soldier joins the Marine Corps, he usually trains at the branch. When he has gained a certain level of strength, he can choose to apply to the headquarters to participate in Marine elite training. By writing such a letter, the branch training process can be omitted, which has both advantages and disadvantages. Because the management of the Marine branch is relatively loose, the training is relatively relaxed, and it is basically training on firearms and ammunition. The Marine headquarters pays more attention to its own physical training, and also has the opportunity to come into contact with the more powerful Marine 6 styles. But similarly, the training at Marine headquarters can be described as devil training. An untrained person may not be able to persevere in these situations. Karen still remembers that in the animation, Kirby and Bell Umber entered the Marine headquarters for training when they were about his age. 2000 push UPS, 100 round-trip rope climbs, and 200 laps of long-distance running. Those who fail to complete the run in 1 hour will receive an additional 100 laps as punishment, as well as combat training, and they cannot stop until they faint. Like Karen, there are not many people who skip branch training and come directly to the headquarters, and even fewer can persist. Karen didn't think he was any worse than Kirby, so he nodded. "Yes, I'm going to Marine headquarters. I heard that the training at Marine headquarters is very strong, but since you are a relative of Lieutenant General Garp, you will definitely be able to persevere." The officer nodded, looked at Karen seriously, and then called to the soldiers next to him. "Take him to the branch first, and I will personally send him to the headquarters tomorrow." Marine Headquarters, Recruit Training Camp. 1996, 1997, 1998, 2000. Boom! Karen fell hard to the ground, sweat had already wet the ground around him, and he was breathing heavily. This is his 7th day at Marine Headquarters. Because of Garp's recommendation letter, it was very smooth for him to enter Marine Headquarters. In 7 days, he completed 2000 push UPS for the first time. 2000 push UPS may seem like a lot, but in One Piece, a world where the average physique of each person is equal to that of a monster, it is not considered a lot of strength. Karen clenched his fists, unwilling to give in. He was not a monster, and he had no potential to become a general. He had already tried his best just by doing 2000 push UPS. But he was unwilling to admit it, nor was he willing to give up. Karen thought about how she couldn't hide under the cabinet. In fact, when it comes to the hatred of the massacre, Karen does not have too strong feelings. After all, he has only been here for a few days. To him, everyone in the town is just a stranger. His hatred is more from himself, he will never forget that bloody night. But the power of hatred is very terrifying. It can whip one's heart all the time, making oneself more motivated and stronger. Not to mention the hatred he carries, he will not accept his mediocrity just by coming into this world. The majestic sea and the familiar legendary figures. Now that they have the opportunity, who wouldn't want to see them in person? He wanted to personally get to know the Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, who is known as the strongest man in the world. Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. The best teacher, the cute teacher who is the king of beasts. The domineering red-haired pirates. Sunshine Boy Straw Hat King Luffy. All these wishes require strong strength as support. Only with enough strength can you realize your dreams and goals. Fortunately, he also has the standard benefit for time travelers, the system. But without strength, the reputation system is useless. Cold Progress Bar, 17/100. An unknown little person. Karen had already made a decision in his mind. Since he had no reputation, he had no choice but to give in. Who says black and red are not red? The only people with the highest reputation he can currently contact are those two people. They are Marine recruits, Smoker and Tina, who were at the same time as Karen. Unlike Karen, who is unknown in the recruitment, Smoker and Tina can be said to be the seed players in this recruitment. Known as Marine's hope for the future, they are Marine's two rising stars. They all have the potential to become Marine lieutenant generals, and even Marine generals may not be untouchable in the future. Compared to the prickly Smoker, Tina is undoubtedly the best choice. And Tina is the best, he already has a plan in mind. Chapter 4 Everyone looks at me. Thinking of this, Karen couldn't help but think of Tina. She has a tall and slender figure, with straight pink hair that is parted to the middle of her waist. She has dark brown pupils and wears red lipstick. After struggling to get up from the ground, Karen clenched her fists. Now that she had made a decision, she no longer hesitated. Returning to the dormitory, I simply took a cold shower to wash away the fatigue in my body. Looking up at himself in the mirror, he has short blonde hair and delicate cheeks that look very handsome. Karen wiped her hair and nodded with satisfaction. That's right. As expected of me, he's very handsome. Marine Recruit Training Camp Cafeteria. Karen came to the canteen early and stared at the door of the canteen. This was the only place where he could get close to Tina. Different from the serious atmosphere at the training ground, the atmosphere in the cafeteria is much more relaxed, with many recruits chatting and laughing with each other arm around each other. After staring at the door for 5 minutes, finally seeing Tina walking in, Karen no longer hesitated and walked quickly towards Tina. Tina looked at Karen rushing towards her in shock, and looked at Karen warily. I sighed in my heart, and already had a prediction in my mind about what would happen next. It was nothing more than a confession, flowers, and love letters. As a marine beauty, I am very familiar with Karen's behavior. The person in front of me is no different from the others who have confessed to me. At most, he is more handsome. The marine recruit next to him didn't think it was strange when he saw this scene. Confessing to Tina didn't happen 2 or 3 times a week, so it was abnormal. Another guy who confesses his love to goddess Tina. This is the 5th time this week. Tina is so charming. Humph, the toad just wants to eat swan meat. Apart from this guy being a little more handsome than me, judging from his skills, he is not even a hair above me. The recruit on the side commented to Karen unsurprisingly. Listening to the commotion around her, Tina remained unmoved, her face was calm, and she said calmly, "What do you want from Tina?" Seeing Tina close at hand and smelling the fragrance of the girl next to her, Karen's Adam's apple trembled slightly and he swallowed uncontrollably. Marines on the side cheered, "Come on, recruit, speak out bravely." Karen took a deep breath, and when he thought of the next words, his eyes darkened. He didn't care, it was all for strength. Karen suddenly raised her hands, looked around, and shouted, come on, all eyes are on me." Feeling the attention of more and more people, Karen finally understood how brave the person who shouted these words in the previous life was. No longer hesitating, fearing that he would not be able to bear the pressure and faint, he took another deep breath and shouted to everyone with all his strength. Look at me, let me announce something, Kakuro Karen. I like Tina, I love you." The whole place was silent at first, and then burst into fierce applause. Although they had seen many confessions, they had never seen such a scene. Even the person involved, Tina, was a little stunned for a moment. She has experienced many confessions, but most of them are reserved. This is the first time she has experienced a confession like Karen's in front of all Marines in public. "Here I go. I was wrong, I was the clown, and I tried to persuade him to be brave. What qualifications do I have?" The person who said this was the same Marine who had previously advised Karen to speak out bravely. Who? Kyokulo Karen? This guy is too brave. That's a good move. I'll do the same next time when I confess. Jun will be very moved. A rather abstract-looking Marine kept imagining in his mind, with a longing and lewd look on his face from time to time. Is this year's Marine recruit? Kyokuro Cullen? Interesting. Marine General Zifa, who happened to be passing by, touched his chin and thought about his days as a recruit. He couldn't help but shake his head. Maybe this is what it feels like to be young, do whatever you want without any scruples. Unlike others who confessed to be with Tina, Karen's confession was just to let all the Marines present know that there was Kakuro Karen. So it doesn't matter whether you can succeed or not, as long as the goal is achieved, of course, it's better to succeed. Karen looked at the system progress bar nervously. Sure enough, when he called out me, Kyokulo Karen, the progress bar began to rise slowly. When the progress bar reached 101/1000, the tight string in Karen's heart finally relaxed. Looking at Tina, who was still stunned, and the soldiers talking about each other, Karen didn't want to stay any longer. What is the difference between such a shameful confession and having S**X in public? But in order to deepen the impression of the surrounding soldiers on him, Karen had no choice but to continue the performance. At this moment, Karen seemed to be possessed by Oscar. He forced a bitter smile on his lips and said in a hoarse voice, I understand, I understand. Leaving Tina with an affectionate look in her eyes, Karen lowered her head and stumbled out of the canteen. Sure enough, I was rejected again. I don't know why, but I feel this guy is quite pitiful. Of course, he must feel uncomfortable being rejected in front of so many people. Looking at the pace at which he left, it's hard to imagine how sad he was. Karen's heart twitched slightly when he heard this. It was really not his intention to stumble away. It was because of the intense training that he could not walk normally at all. As Karen left, Tina also recovered from the shock, with a trace of confusion on her face. No, what does this mean? I haven't said anything yet. Why did he leave alone? Okay, let's all disperse. It doesn't matter if we all gather around the door. Zifa, who was watching from the sidelines, watched the farce, walked in quickly, and scolded in a deep voice. Yes, Teacher Zifa. Zifa's eyes were serious, watching the soldiers who had restored order, and walked slowly to Tina's side, recalling the scene just now, with a slight smile on his lips. Young people are impulsive in doing things, but I can see that the person named Karen is indeed very courageous, and he probably really likes you. When Tina saw Teacher Zifa coming, her cheeks turned red, then she gave a military salute to Teacher Zifa, and then said seriously, Teacher Zifa, Tina has no idea in this regard. Talking about love will affect Tina's training. Looking at the Marine star in front of him, Zifa smiled slightly. I have to criticize you. Training is important, but falling in love is also the most important thing in life. Everything requires a balance between work and rest. Don't push yourself too hard. You are not as good as Smoker in this regard. Speaking of Smoker, Zifa couldn't help but cover his forehead. It was obvious that the Navy also had a headache about this problem. Do you want Tina to learn Smoker? Tina asked doubtfully. Zifa's smile froze. Thinking of Smoker's unruly character, if he could train another sailor like Smoker, Zifa couldn't help but shudder. Don't imitate him. I'm just telling you that besides training, you have other things that are equally important. Forget it, everyone's personality is different. Just do what you like. Zifa waved his hand, leaving Tina with an enigmatic back, turned around and left. A romance. Chapter 5 Unrivaled Skills. Karen didn't know how he got back to the dormitory. He just felt a voice in his body, constantly urging him to find a place where no one was and find a world where no one knew him and live a good life. Forcibly calming down my shameful heart, I quickly opened the system interface. 432/1000. The little-known toad. Congratulations to host for achieving the goal and winning a lucky draw opportunity. Karen chuckled. Yes, it was a bit embarrassing, but the effect was undoubtedly significant. Not only did it break through 100 points, it even reached 472 points, and it is still growing. When he saw the evaluation given by the system, he instantly felt not in a good mood. If it is a little known, it will be a little known. What the hell is a toad? With my looks, I should be called a frog anyway. Karen protested vehemently, thinking hopelessly. But it didn't matter. Karen stared at the lottery button with fiery eyes. As we all know, since it is a lottery, it is best to see what is in the prize pool before the lottery, so as to have some expectations. Thinking of this, Karen carefully checked the small question mark that might appear next to the lottery. TNND. No. This system is too unreliable. Not only is there no gift package for newbies, it's hard to reach the prestige level, and even the mission rewards are unpredictable. System? Query task rewards. Karen couldn't help but roar in her heart, but our system was too cold, and it completely ignored the frantic Karen. Alas! With no other choice, Karen had no choice but to calm down and clicked the lottery button with anxiety. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the reward and his unparalleled knowledge. Unparalleled knowledge? What kind of unique skill is it? Is it the 18 dragons subduing palms or the 6 meridians divine sword? Is it the 9 yang divine art? I couldn't help imagining that I would use a powerful move called Dragon Yagui to beat lovely Duo until she cried for her father and mother. I also imagined that I would fight the Warring States period with the palm of the Tathagata, and kill Eagle Eye with the 9 swords of Dugu. Karen wiped the corners of her mouth and excitedly clicked on the unique skill. Unparalleled knowledge. Effect 1. Forcibly upgrade a skill you have mastered to the highest level, no skill selected. Effect 2. The more confident you shout out the moves, the stronger the effect. Contrary to Karen's imagination, the so-called unparalleled skill is neither Tathagata palm nor any martial arts he was familiar with in his previous life. But Karen was very satisfied with the effect, especially Effect 1, and he already had an idea in his mind. As for the second effect, he needs to experiment to see how much the shouted move can benefit him. Marine Recruit Training School. It was lunchtime at this time, so there were not many people on campus. On the empty school grounds, rows of weapon racks are placed everywhere, displaying long knives, sledgehammers, axes, and other weapons that need to be used. There are rows of human-shaped targets next to them, some made of stone and some made of wood. The wooden target is still moving, obviously set up to cooperate with shooting training. Karen looked at the palm prints on the stone target and couldn't calm down for a long time. He knew that the products produced by the system must be high-quality products. But he was still deeply shocked. This is the effect of him shouting out the full power of the Tathagata Divine Palm. Compared with his own moves without shouting, the increase is 100% to 500%. So scary. Karen nodded with satisfaction, looked at the moving wooden target next to him, and had an idea in his mind. Since the unparalleled skills can be applied to the palm of his hand, what about the marksmanship? He casually picked up the flintlock gun beside him. As an ordinary Blue Star Hyuxia, guns felt very strange to him. When he first came to the training school, he tried guns, but the accuracy still gave him a huge blow. There are very few marksmanship moves, but the most famous one must be the famous scene that has made Hyuxia people complain countless times. Karen raised his flintlock and stared intently at the moving rake. Gunfighting skills. Bang! Hit! Karen couldn't believe it. He quickly walked towards the wooden rake he was aiming at, and finally found bullet marks on the 5th wooden rake to the left of the target wooden rake. He touched his chin in embarrassment, and while no one was paying attention, he returned to the stone target honestly and continued to test other things. As a result, a jaw-dropping scene happened at the Marine Recruit Training School. I saw a blonde boy standing next to the stone target, punching and kicking, and talking plausibly. Tathagata Divine Palm. Powerful Vajra legs. Tita Cone. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. The stone target could no longer withstand Karen's attack and burst into pieces. Karen nodded with satisfaction, feeling filled with pride and laughing out loud. Not bad, recruit, you can actually crack a stone target in the first few days here. The officer who had been observing for a long time admired that he knew Karen, a recruit who had just arrived through a letter of introduction. I originally thought that Karen was the elite of the branch, but after observing for a few days, I found that he was just a pure recruit without any training. At first glance, it seemed that he was a young man with a background in the family and came to the Marine headquarters for gold plating, so he showed great disdain for Karen. But through these few days of observation, he found that Karen was not like the soldiers who came to the second generation for gold plating in the past. Whether it was training or work and rest, Karen behaved without any problems. Although his physical fitness is very poor, he does all the movements very well, not at all like a young military master who eats and drinks. No way, I'm still far behind. Karen gave a military salute to the officer and replied sheepishly. The officer walked up to Karen and stretched out his hand to gently tap Karen on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I can tell that you didn't receive high-intensity training before coming here. After just a few days of training, it's already amazing what you can do." Karen stared blankly at the Marine officer in front of him, and said with a sincere expression, "Thank you for letting me know that my efforts are not in vain." Haha, kid, remember, sweat will not let down those who work hard, but if you want to become stronger, it cannot be accomplished in a day. Training like you seems to be working very hard, but it is extremely detrimental to future development. Without scientific training planning and nutritional supplements, you will only develop in the wrong direction. After hearing the officer's words, Karen knew that he was doing it for his own good, so he nodded quickly and said in a deep voice, "Understood, sir." The officer nodded with satisfaction. "You are currently at the Marine Recruit Training Camp, and in 7 days it will be the selection day for the Marine Elite Training Camp. There is training under the personal guidance and training of former Marine General Black-Armed Zifa. If you can enter there, you will have the opportunity to learn our Marines' core skills, Marine 6 styles. If I can graduate from the Elite Training Camp, I can at least become an ensign. I graduated from the Elite Training Camp, and I became a major right after graduation." Speaking of this, the officer spoke with a hint of reminiscence and pride. Karen looked at the Marine officer in front of him in surprise with a cigar in his mouth and slightly squinted eyes. He could become a major just after graduation. This officer was definitely not an easy man. "You are?" "My name is Huo Xiaoshan. Chapter 6 Goal, Trials." It turned out to be him. Huo Xiaoshan is one of the few named Marines in the plot. He is Lieutenant General Marine when he appears. But the animation is called One Piece, not Marine Fleet Admiral, so Karen only knows about Huo Xiaoshan by name. "Thanks for reminding me. Do you know what specific tests will be conducted in the Elite Training Camp?" The Elite Training Camp is also called the General Training Camp, so his assessment is not only about physical fitness and ability, but also about his background. Huo Xiaoshan took out a puff of cigarette and said with a smile, "However, the origins that can block most people have no effect on you. Is it because of my letter of recommendation?" Karen had the answer in her mind. Lieutenant General Garp's letter of recommendation is your stepping stone to enter the Elite Training Camp. Huo Xiaoshan said with a smile. "Although you have a stepping stone to enter the training camp, in my opinion, you'd better give up this time. You don't have the strength to enter the Elite Training Camp yet. But you can give it a try and see the gap between you and the recruits at the same time. You said that after entering the Elite Training Camp, you will have the opportunity to learn the 6th form of Marine. As for Life Return, I remember that this is also a very powerful skill." Karen asked aloud. "I really underestimate you. You still know about Life Return, but Life Return is also a very powerful skill, and as long as you enter the Elite Training Camp, you can access it." Huo Xiaoshan looked at Karen in surprise, and then added, "However, Life Return is different from the Marine 6th form. It is also very powerful. It's just the Marine 6th form. As long as you work hard, you can definitely learn it. Returning life requires not only extremely strong talent, but also a long period of precipitation, so there are not many people in the Marine who can return life. Can you?" Karen really didn't know that learning to return life requires such a high talent. Haha, I only know a little bit about it. Huo Xiaoshan smiled awkwardly. Is Fei Mao easy to learn? Karen asked as if she didn't hear Huo Xiaoshan's embarrassment. What I mean by superficial knowledge is that I have learned, understood. Faced with Karen's questioning, Huo Xiaoshan quickly explained, it's good to be eager to learn, but it's useless to only know the basics. Huo Xiaoshan really doesn't understand why Karen attaches so much importance to the return of life. Although the return of life is powerful, it requires a long period of practice to become a Grand Master. Thank you, I know, I will sign up. Karen nodded and sincerely thanked Huo Xiaoshan. Karen exhaled a long breath. As long as he is eager to learn, it doesn't matter even if it is superficial, as long as he can learn it, he can forcibly improve the return of life to the highest level. When he saw the effect of the unparalleled magic for the first time, he had a clear goal, which was to return his life. The first time I learned about the return of life was in the Judiciary Island chapter. It was introduced by Q Maori, a member of CP9, who had lived in the mountains for 1,000 years, sat on the sea for 1,000 years, lived in the open air and practiced the immortal way, and finally achieved the return of life. Life return is to consume food crazily in a short period of time to make the body fat. And then use life return to digest and lose weight. After that, you can control any organ in the body such as hair and internal organs at will. The person who makes the best use of life return is not Kumatori, but our protagonist, Luffy. As we all know, the most important reason why Luffy is able to do sit-ups repeatedly is that after every battle, he will recover his physical energy by ingesting food and resurrect with full blood. There is no doubt that Luffy has the master-level ability to return life. This ability is exactly what Karen needs most. As long as he learns to return his life, he will have a steady stream of energy and can train his physical fitness without any scruples. Therefore, he is determined to get his life back. After briefly chatting with Huo Xiaoshan for a while, Karen returned to intense training. There are still 7 days left before the elite training camp selection. He is unwilling to give up this rare opportunity. He will enter as early as possible. The training lasted until night before Karen stopped and simply went to have dinner. After training for a while, Karen returned to the dormitory to rest. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fenduo. Marine Fleet Admiral Office. Are there any impressive applicants for this elite selection? Marine Fleet Admiral Cyborg Kong looked at Zifa and said with a smile. There are a few more interesting ones. Zifa handed several compiled file rosters to Cyborg Kong. Smoker, Tina, Rocinante. Cyborg Kongze looked at it carefully several times and nodded with satisfaction. Although this class does not have geniuses like Sakaski, Porisalino, and Kuzan, it is still pretty good and there are still a few good prospects. When talking about this year's selection, Zifa also smiled. The trials will be held in 7 days. How do you plan to test them? Marine General Sengoku asked with interest. Isn't this a question you would ask? Before Zifa could answer, Garp grabbed a handful of senbei and asked doubtfully. As a good friend of Sengoku, Garp knew how busy Sengoku was. He and Sengoku Zifa were in the same class. He himself refused to be promoted to general because he did not want to serve the Celestial Dragons. Zifa doubted his own ideas because of an incident many years ago and chose to devote himself to cultivating the younger generation for Marine. Under the intentional training of Fleet Admiral, all kinds of military affairs in the army basically fell on Sengoku. During Zifa's training at the military academy, Sengoku basically never asked about the military academy. Because his son is also on the selection list. Zifa cleared up his doubts to Garp with a serious expression. Son? Oh, it's him. That kid also participated in this year's elite selection. Garp obviously also knew Rocinante. Well, he is an excellent Marine. I believe he will not let me down. Sengoku said with a smile on his face, full of confidence in his adopted son. The person you recommended also participated in this assessment, why didn't you ask? Zifa looked at Garp and said. Who? Me. Garp was stunned for a moment, then grabbed a handful of senbei and stuffed it into his mouth, saying vaguely, ha ha ha, since it was recommended by me, it must be fine. Really, that's not necessarily the case. Zifa said meaningfully. What do you mean? Isn't it possible that Garp, the person who recommends fake goods, can't do it? Senguo looked confused. Just as Garp understood him, he also understood Garp. Although Garp seems unreliable on the surface, Sengoku believes in Garp's vision. He also thinks the same as Garp. Since it is recommended by Garp, there will be no problem. Zifa said nothing, took out a stack of files from his arms and handed it to Warring States. Name, Kyokulo Cullen. Age, 17 years old. Address, Donghai, Srili Town. Family background, orphan. Physical fitness, average. Evaluation, an ordinary person with no foundation, trains hard, but the training time is short and the strength is poor. Recommended by Marine Lieutenant General Garp. Chapter 7 Black Wrist Method. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed quickly. In addition to eating and sleeping these days, Karen has been training at the school almost all the time. Although there are only 7 days of training, it may be because the average physique of the people in this world is strong, and he feels that he has improved greatly. Am I still a genius? Karen thought narcissistically. In addition, after the fermentation in the past few days, the progress bar of the system has also increased a lot. 765/1000. We are almost reaching our goal for the next draw. This made him regret a little. Maybe he shouldn't train these days, but instead find a few more famous people to practice with, maybe he can break through the 1000 mark. Once again, he was qualified for a lottery. If he got a scion's physique, he wouldn't have to work hard. With your strong physique, you can reach the peak of your life and marry Hancock, Shirahoshi, Nami, Robin, Tatsuki, Tina, Jun, Kojiki Hiri, Khalifa. A smile gradually appeared at the corner of Karen's mouth. She didn't know what she thought of, and her smile gradually faded. The Marine recruit standing nearby looked at Karen, who had a fantasy look on his face, and moved his body speechlessly, quietly moving away from him. The slight movement woke Karen up from his fantasy. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, looked at the recruit who was far away from him, pretended to be calm, smiled awkwardly, and asked. Brother, we have been waiting for so long, when will the selection start? The recruit looked at Karen with disgust and said angrily, I don't know this, but I heard that not only Teacher Zifa, but also the Warring States General and Lieutenant General Garp will come to observe. So this time, everyone who had not planned to sign up now wants to give it a try. If the General can remember his name, he will surely be able to rise to prominence in the future. What a great ambition, are you sure about it? It was okay at first, but there are too many people signing up this time, and I don't know. It doesn't matter, just try your best. Karen wanted to ask a few more questions, but found that the recruit next to him suddenly stood upright, staring intently at the high platform in the distance. The high platform is not too high, but it can barely allow people behind to see the people standing on it. The person standing on it has short purple hair and a white cloak with justice written on it behind him. He is tall, with explosive muscles exposed, and has a solemn expression. It is none other than Marine General Blackarm Zifa. Karen respects the tragic hero in front of him from the bottom of his heart. He is the hero of Justice Z Blackarm Zifa, the general who does not kill, the person who trains all lieutenant generals, Teacher Zifa. A man who has dedicated his life to Marine, he has defeated countless pirates, but has never killed any enemy. However, because his family was killed in revenge by the pirates he let go, Zifa began to doubt whether his not killing was correct, and then moved to the rear. He transferred his passion for the rest of his life to cultivating young Marines, and was called by Garp the man who cultivated all Marines. Later, Zifa led a team of intern recruits, who were attacked by pirates and had one arm cut off. Only 2 recruits survived. Later, he learned that the pirates who attacked him were recruited by Marine and became the 7 warlords of the sea. Zifa was completely disappointed with Marine and quit Marine to form Neo Marine. In the end, he was killed by the students he personally trained. At this time, Zifa had not yet experienced the attack by Whitebeard II. Because of the revenge on his family, all his love for his family was devoted to young recruits. Of course, admiration is one thing, but whether you want to be such a person is another. Looking at Marine standing upright, Zifa nodded with satisfaction, walked slowly to the center of the high platform, and said loudly, "Very good. I'm in good spirits. My name is Zifa. I believe you have all heard of my name more or less. I am your chief instructor. The ones who come to sign up for the selection are all outstanding ones who think they are pretty good. I know many of you and have been in contact with them. There are geniuses from the Marine branch, elites from all over the world, and past eliminations." Looking at the unresponsive crowd, Zifa paused and continued. "But, here, I hope you can forget all your previous identities. There is only one identity you need to remember, the selectors of the elite training camp. You don't have to worry too much when you come here, you just need to go all out, do you understand?" Clear. Infected by the atmosphere, all the recruits present responded loudly. "Yes, very impressive. I hope your performance will not disappoint me." Zifa nodded with satisfaction. "Next, I will tell you the rules of selection. The rules are simple, there are only 2 items. First item, have you seen the power value tester in front of the wooden platform? As long as the value you swing is greater than 500, you will be selected." As he spoke, Zifa pointed to the rows of machines under the wooden platform, which was a sledgehammer testing machine similar to what Karen had seen in his previous life. "In a while, you will take the tests one by one in order. If you meet the standards, you can move on to the next test. Okay, don't waste time, let's get started." With that said, Zifa walked down the high platform and walked towards Garp and Sengoku who were standing below. Sengoku watched this scene with great interest and couldn't help but sigh. "It's better here. It has the atmosphere of youth. I really envy you. You can train with so many energetic young people. Unlike me, I stay in the same place every day, surrounded by countless military documents." "Humph, you envy me? You might as well envy him." Zifa looked at Garp speechlessly, who was still standing drowsily. "Haha, I can't learn this." Warring States shook his head helplessly. As Warring States and Zifa exchanged words, the test was in full swing. Jace. Power value, 367, unqualified. Victor. Power value, 530, qualified. "Next, Smoker!" shouted the instructor standing nearby. "Is this year's new star?" Senguo looked at Smoker curiously. "Yeah." Zifa also looked at Smoker, also very interested in his power value. Instructor kindly reminded, "Just hit the machine as hard as you can. You have 2 chances." "Humph, that's verbose." Smoker geared up. "Drink." 786. Qualified, congratulations. "Wait a minute, didn't you say you have 2 chances?" Smoker spat, moved his wrist, took a deep breath, and attacked with all his strength. "Drink." 827. "Hey! You passed the test, congratulations." Smoker took the qualification medal from instructor and turned to leave without looking back. The 827 PowerPoints attracted the attention of the recruits present. In the face of most people who could only hit around 300 PowerPoints, Smoker's strength was staggering. The recruit standing next to Karen looked at Smoker with admiration and murmured softly. As expected of this year's recruiting leader, my strength is not simple. It will be great if I can play at such a high level. Karen looked at Smoker thoughtfully. Although Smoker is basically a soy sauce in the later stage, as the first character to appear in Logia in the plot, he still exerts a strong sense of oppression on Luffy. But I believe that as long as I can learn to return my life, my future achievements will definitely be higher than his. But the most important thing right now is to pass this test. Chapter 8 Roger is coming. It's really a thorn in the side. Warring States said, holding a file. If you're not afraid of being stabbed in the head, you're afraid of being incompetent. Zifa was non-committal. How old was Sakazuki back then? Warring States asked. You are so confused, there was no such thing back then. Zifa mocked. Warring States laughed and turned his attention to the test machine again. The test continued. Steinbeck. Power value, 538, qualified. Ross Nandi. Deo power value, 766, qualified. How is it? Are you relieved now? Zifa glanced at Warring States, who looked calm. Haha, there is nothing to worry about. I believe he will be able to do it. Warring States stroked the lamb beside him, his expression could not hide his excitement. Zifa looked at Warring States in a funny way, and suddenly felt envious of him. Warring States had someone he was looking forward to, but what about himself? If my child grows up, he will probably be as old as him. What are you thinking about? Although I have no family, all the Marines here are my family. The sad mood only lasted for a breath, and Zifa woke up from his memories. He was such a person who never showed his fragile side. Next, Cuculo Cullen. I don't know why, everyone else calls me by my first name, but only Karen is called by my first and last name. Hearing this familiar name, Zifa turned his attention to the test again. Sengoku glanced at Garp who was concentrating with his eyes closed, and then looked at Karen who was walking forward. Short blonde hair, handsome facial features, and a tall and straight figure. When he saw him for the first time, Warring States had to admit that Karen was very good-looking and energetic. But he also believed that Garp would not recommend Karen because of his good looks, so Karen must have something special about him, but he hasn't noticed it yet. At the same time, he also discovered that not only was he staring at Karen, but the moment he heard Karen's name, many recruit instructors were staring at Karen. It seems that my guess is good. This little guy is very famous in the recruiting camp. He is Cuculo Cullen, the recruit who bravely confessed his love in the cafeteria. Yes, I heard that after his confession was rejected, he wouldn't even be able to leave. The soldiers who heard Karen's name talked a lot. They had only heard of Karen's deeds, but had never seen Karen himself. Tina couldn't help but glance at the familiar name. As another protagonist of the story, people have been talking about her every time she walks around in the past few days. However, since Karen confessed her love to her that day and was rejected, those annoying flies in the past have not continued to harass her. Karen felt everyone's attention and walked to the test machine pretending to be calm. He nodded to the instructor and said solemnly, "I'm ready." "Very well, you have 2 chances, let's get started." Karen couldn't help but start to get nervous. This test was a test related to whether he could reach the top of his life in the future. No longer hesitating, clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and suddenly exerted force. Thunder 8 trigrams. Warring States, who was still drinking tea comfortably, couldn't hold it back anymore. What did he hear? Thunder 8 trigrams? Isn't this Kaido's famous stunt? Could this guy be Kaido's disciple? Is he the mole planted by Kaido in Marine? This suspicion didn't last long. The next second, Warring States realized that he was overthinking. Power value, 467, unqualified. Are you kidding me? Kaido's Thunder 8 trigrams only has so much power. If Kaido finds out... Ha ha ha, interesting. Warring States couldn't help laughing. Zifa couldn't help but lower his head and hold his forehead, suppressing a smile. The name is very loud, but it's a pity that the training was too short. Ever since he accidentally saw Karen's Declaration of Independence that day, he couldn't help but go back and retrieve Karen's information. So he clearly understood that Karen was just a pure rookie who had been trained for less than a month. There was nothing special except that he was recommended by Garp. This guy is pretty good. He can achieve such a high level of power after just a few days of training. He has great potential. Indeed, it is indeed recommended by Garp, but this selection is indeed too early for him. The Warring States period returned to its original calmness, and said with emotion. Power value, 467, unqualified, do you want to continue? Instructor reminded. Well, I'll try again. Karen's eyes were calm, but he was unwilling to give up. If he moved his wrist, he would have another chance. Staring at the test machine, he calmed down a little, took a deep breath, let his energy sink into his danshan, suddenly exerted his strength, and shouted. God avoids. As expected, it was Sengoku again. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Just now it was Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams, and now there is another One Piece Roger's divine avoidance. He doesn't know how many surprises this recruit has. What? Roger is coming. Garp, who had been sleeping, opened his eyes at some point and looked around to find Roger. Idiot! Roger has been dead a long time ago. Zifa looked at the excited Garp speechlessly. Fart! I just heard someone shouting God's avoidance. Garp glared at Zifa and looked around him warily. Power value, 512, qualified. The cold sound of the machine came belatedly. It was successful. Karen breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand to the instructor. Before the instructor handed over the certificate of metal passed by the representative to Karen, Karen's eyes only felt dazzled, and Garp suddenly appeared in front of Karen's eyes. If I heard correctly, the divine refuge came from this place. Garp stared at Karen. Although he was asking, he was very sure that it was the young man in front of him who shouted Shinayu. Karen screamed inwardly and then remembered that Garp was also present. Although Garp was a Marine, his relationship with One Piece Roger was quite complicated. Rather than saying they are enemies, it would be more accurate to say they are enemies who appreciate each other. Even Roger's chosen orphan before his death was Garp. I shouted. Karen had to admit. You? You know Roger? I don't know. Then why do you avoid it? Ah? I just think this name is very domineering. I chose it randomly. Of course Karen would not say that she knew Roger. You know, no matter how much Garp admires Roger, Garp has never forgotten his identity, he is a Marine. One Piece after Roger's death, everyone who knew him suffered a reckoning. Domineering? You shouted randomly. Garp looked at Karen suspiciously. Yes. Isn't it very domineering to have a move that even gods avoid? Haki is domineering, but when you shout it from your mouth, it feels a bit insulting to this move. Garp glanced at the value on the test machine, 512. A hole. Why do you have so much power with such a domineering move? Garp was furious and slapped the machine casually. Boom. Power value, 9000, qualified. Chapter 9 Garp's Education. The whole place was silent. Although they had known about Garp's terror, when the 9000 power value was clearly displayed in front of everyone, everyone took a breath. So scary. You know, this is just a casual shot from Garp. Karen looked at this scene dumbfounded and thought to himself, he is indeed a person who can force One Piece to flee several times. Garp. BD. Do you want to ruin this selection? Zifa rushed in front of Garp. Hey, don't talk nonsense, I'm just interested in this recruit who yelled God's avoidance. Garp waved his hand, and then roared, why are you shouting so loudly? What? Do you want to fight? Zifa was not to be outdone. Do it! Do it! Looking at the two people who looked like children, Zhenguo had no choice but to stand up and said in a deep voice, "Ahole, come back quickly. Isn't it embarrassing? Who are you? Come down and I'll beat you too." Although Garp said this, he had already started walking towards the Warring States period. "Hey! Okay, let's continue," Zifa said in a deep voice. "Who is that? You can actually let Lieutenant General Garp and Teacher Zifa go there in person." The Marine recruit standing behind didn't know what happened. "You don't even know him? This is a ruthless man who confessed his love in front of Teacher Zifa and many soldiers." Soldiers who knew Karen began to educate those who were interested in him. It turned out to be the guy who confessed his love in front of Teacher Zifa. What? The ruthless person who confessed his love to Teacher Zifa. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving the goal. You will get a chance to draw a lottery. Karen looked at Garp and Zifa walking away with a blank look on his face, and suddenly a voice came from his mind. Does this meet the standard? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Karen walked to the instructor, showed a shy smile, and asked, did I pass? Oh, passed. Here, this is your passing medal. You can move freely now. Wait until the afternoon for the second assessment. As long as you can complete it, you can enter the elite training camp. Instructor secretly remembered Karen's appearance and handed a badge to Karen. Okay, thanks. Karen reached out to take the medal, politely said thank you, and walked quickly to the dormitory. He originally wanted to watch it for a while, but the system prompt just now made him not want to wait any longer. How is it? Zifa looked at Karen leaving and asked Warring States. Are you sure he didn't undergo any other training before coming? Zhenguo raised his eyes and said in a deep voice. He is an orphan, or he was not an orphan a month ago. Zifa answered the question. Who did it? Warring States stared at Zifa. Pirate. Zifa looked calm. Warring States breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid of hearing a different answer from Zifa's mouth. Hate is really a terrible thing. Zifa sighed. Do you know him? Sengoku turned to Garp and asked. Who? That kid just now? Why should I know him? Garp looked confused. After getting this answer, Warring States tapped his fingers, thoughtfully. Donghai, Srili Town, Karen, Garp. Zifa looked at Garp strangely and said jokingly, Isn't this guy your illegitimate son? Ahole, I think you really want to fight with me. Garp glared at Zifa, looking like he really wanted to take action. Since you don't know him, how did he get your recommendation letter? Zifa looked at Garp and wondered. Garp was also a little confused, and he tried to think hard. After a while, he heard the sound of Garp sleeping soundly. Warring States looked at Garp speechlessly. After a while, his brows suddenly relaxed and he affirmed. It's Menki D. Dalag. This little guy has met Menki D. Dalag. Garp, who had just fallen asleep, stood up sleepily, his face full of doubts. He was really convinced. He slept for a while and heard Shenbi, slept for a while again, and heard Dalag's name again. Dalag? How does he know Dalag? Zifa also looked puzzled, waiting for Warring States' explanation. I have received information before that Menki D. Dalag appeared in the East Daxia Sea a month ago. And Karen also happens to be from Donghai, and has a recommendation letter from Garp. I think he is the only one who can get a recommendation letter from Garp. So Menki D. Dalag recommended Karen to come here. Is Karen an informant of Dalag? Zifa guessed. Impossible, Dalag is not so stupid and would not leave such an obvious flaw to us. Warring States shook his head, denying Zifa's guess. Since Karen can get Dalag's recommendation letter, it means that Karen has been recognized by Dalag and refuses to join the Revolutionary Army. Warring States drank a glass of water and gave the answer. In other words, this little guy is a person who yearns for Marine wholeheartedly. Zifa continued. Sengoku nodded and shook his head. Rather than yearning for Marine, it's better to say I hate pirates. As a Marine-wise general, Sengoku thought far more profoundly than Zifa. But what he will never understand is that Karen is a time traveler and he has hatred, but the hatred is not as strong as Sengoku imagined. Joining Marine is just because Marine is more suitable for Karen's obscene development. But no matter what, it is a good thing for him to join Marine now. I believe in Marine's enthusiasm. Zifa nodded with satisfaction. Yes, he has goals, talent, and hatred. I am very optimistic about him. Humph, it turns out that Brat Durag recommended him. It's so embarrassing to recommend such a weak person. Garp also understood what was going on and couldn't help but muttered. Zifa laughed loudly after hearing this. Haha, you guessed wrong this time. Although Karen is weak now, he is undoubtedly a talented person. The power value of an ordinary person without training is only 10 points. Even if he trains hard for a month, it will only be 100 points at most. And he can score 512 points, which is definitely a freak. Maybe we will have another Sakazuki in Marine. Speaking of which, Durag recommended a talent to our Marine. Hearing Zifa's praise of Dalag, Garp also liked Zifa a lot. Although Dalag left Marine, he has always been proud of Dalag. He knew in his heart that Dalag was braver than himself. Although he refused to be promoted to general to serve the Tianlong people several times, he was not as good as Dalag. Haha, since it is the person recommended by Durag, then this brat named Karen will be in charge of me from now on. Get out! Warring States and Zifa roared at the same time. It's not that I don't believe in Garp's level, it's just that you look at the people Garp teaches. One is named Kuzan, who is also one of the best among Marine lieutenant generals, but he is known as Lazy Justice. He is a man who can fall asleep even standing up. And he is in the same vein as Garp. The other one is even more exaggerated. Menki D. Durag, the son of Garp, is of course also very powerful. But now, not only has he left Marine, he has also established a revolutionary army that is an enemy of the world government. He is rated by the world government. The man who is the most evil criminal in the world. If he continues to teach. Warring States and Zifa shuddered at the same time. Chapter 10 Answer. Back in the dormitory, Karen did not rush to draw the lottery, but simply washed up first, then looked at the time, and waited until the hour. Open the system interface in your mind. 2338/10,000. A speculator with a reputation. It is still very simple, with only a few strokes. But the evaluation has changed from a little-known toad to a well-known speculator. Karen was very puzzled by the change in evaluation, but it didn't matter, speculators sounded much better than toads. With the excitement in my heart, I clicked the word luck draw in my mind. Although this was Karen's second lottery draw, he was still very excited. Although he still doesn't know what rewards are in the prize pool, it doesn't stop Karen from fantasizing in his mind. God bless, God bless. Give me a Scion bloodline, Shushan swordsmanship, strange fire, martial soul, ninjutsu, Sharingan, devil fruit. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Karen looked nervously at the lottery interface. In the afternoon, the elite selection field. Compared with the huge crowds in the morning, there were not many people coming to the school grounds now. Karen took a cursory glance and found that there were probably more than 600 people. These are all Marine elites with a power value greater than 500. All the Marines present were chatting excitedly. Unexpectedly, you also passed the first item. Tina slowly walked to Karen and said with interest. Lucky, lucky. Karen looked embarrassed. Since the last time he confessed to Tina in order to gain 100 reputation points, he has not continued to look for Tina. How can there be so much luck? If you pass, you will pass. Tina recognizes your strength. The topic changed and Tina smiled and said, however, Tina does not recognize your courage. Ah! Karen didn't know what it meant to not recognize his courage. They spread it everywhere that Tina rejected your confession, but in fact only Tina and you knew that Tina didn't say anything at the time. Tina crossed her arms and her smile gradually cooled. Well, that's it. I saw that you didn't answer at that time, so I thought you were embarrassed to refuse, so I turned around and walked away. Karen was quick to think, and explained with a slight guilt. He really didn't expect that not only would this matter have a follow-up, but the person involved would also come to find him. Really, so you were thinking about Tina at that time? Tina's face was neither happy nor sad. Yes. No. If you were thinking about Tina, you wouldn't confess to Tina in front of so many people. After a pause, Tina continued, you wouldn't choose to confess your love in public. Karen understood what she meant. Confessing something in public seemed very romantic, but if there was no emotional foundation, it would only make it difficult for the person being confessed to get off the stage. As for him, let alone feelings, he has never even met Tina before, so it makes no sense to consider Tina. Because you are so beautiful. After I saw you, I confessed my love to you as soon as I could. I didn't think too much about it. I didn't react until I said it. It was very disrespectful. It makes sense for an impulsive young man to rush out and confess his love to the girl he likes. Is that so? Okay, Tina reluctantly agreed. Tina took out a box of women's cigarettes from her arms, took out one and lit it. And blew out a puff of smoke at Karen. Don't you want to know the answer that day? Karen was also a smoker in his previous life, but he didn't seem to have much contact with this body, and he felt like he was being choked for a moment. I coughed a few times, a little confused. What does it mean? Do you know the answer that day? Could it be that the confession was successful? Karen was a little at a loss. He admitted that this body was indeed handsome, but it wasn't so charming that everyone could love it and make flowers bloom. He had never thought about the successful confession. It didn't mean that he didn't have lust, but in his heart, how could he waste his time on falling in love after finally reviving his life? The reason why he confessed was that he needed to use Tina's reputation to enhance his strength. In his heart, only becoming stronger is the path he wants to take. As the saying goes, if you bloom, butterflies will come. There is never a shortage of strong-willed people in the world. As long as you are strong, will you still be short of beautiful women to accompany you? Of course, if Tina really agreed, he would not refuse. Tina is not only a very charming beauty, but she is also very capable. Looking at the man who was choked by the cigarette and was at a loss, Tina chuckled at the corner of her mouth. How is it, do you want to know? Karen came back to his senses and showed an expression expecting a surprise. I want to know. Are you willing? Tina put out the cigarette in her mouth, left a sweet smile, turned and left without saying a word. Left. Karen's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Tina who was leaving in a funny way. Funny woman. What a kid with personality. So by saying so much, is it revenge? Hello, are you Cuculo Cullen? Before Karen's thoughts could turn around, a gentle voice came from behind Karen. Karen turned around and saw a tall, thin man with yellow hair and a gentle smile greeting him. The person coming was very tall, and Karen had to look up to see him clearly. With just one glance, Karen recognized the identity of the person coming. Don Quixote Rocinante was originally a celestial dragon, but he and his family later voluntarily gave up their identity as a celestial dragon. He saw Doflamingo, his older brother, kill his father with his own hands, and then fled and was adopted by Marine General Sengoku as his adopted son. In the subsequent plot, undercover Doflamingo serves as a coder and collects evidence against Doflamingo for Marine. The ending of the story is also full of tragedy. In order to save Luo, Rocinante not only betrayed the pirates, but also betrayed Marine. Hello, who are you? Karen asked calmly. My name is Rocinante, and I am also a recruit selected in this selection. Rocinante said. Oh, what's the matter with you? Karen said curiously. It's okay, I just heard about your deeds and am curious about you. Karen's mouth twitched slightly, she didn't expect that her simple confession would attract so many people's attention. Also, I heard that you came here recently. Rocinante asked. Yes, I've only been here 2 weeks. Karen said truthfully. Since you just came here, you probably don't have many friends. Rocinante guessed, then looked around and explained. I see that they are all in groups of 2 or 3. You are the only one who is alone. I don't have many friends, so I wanted to get to know you. Oh, that's it, thank you. Karen understood clearly in her heart. It turned out that she was looking for him because she was too lonely, and wanted to bring him to integrate with the Marine group. What a gentle person. Karen smiled slightly at Rocinante's kindness and stretched out her hand. Hello, my name is Cuculo Cullen, nice to meet you. Chapter 11 I have a showdown. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fenduo. Elite Selection School. It was almost noon now, and the sun was beating down hard, like a great fireball, making the ground smoke. Karen didn't do anything, just standing here, already sweating profusely. Ta-ta-ta. A burst of neat footsteps came from far and near, and penetrated into the ears of every recruit. Soon, the originally noisy school grounds became quiet. Everyone stood up straight and stared straight ahead. I saw a neat and majestic group of Marine officers walking in front of the school grounds. Walking at the front was none other than the chief instructor of the Marine Recruit Training Camp, Black Wrist Zifa. Among the instructors, Karen immediately saw Huo Xiaoshan, who had spoken to him before, and he was also there. Not only the instructor, but behind the instructor there were rows of medical soldiers holding stretchers looking at the recruits solemnly. Very good, there are many more people who have passed the selection this year than in previous years, but... Zifa looked around the recruit, nodded with satisfaction, and then paused, but, there are too many people. There are a total of 612 of you here. And we only accept 300 people for this selection. So, what will happen next is a test phase and a phase out until 300 people are retained. Ah! How could this happen? The second test was so cruel. More than half of them were eliminated directly. Oh, there is no way. After all, there are more people who passed the selection this time. It is said that in previous years, only more than 200 people were accepted. As soon as Zifa finished speaking, the recruits in the school field began to whisper, some of them looked calm, and they were obviously very confident in their own abilities. Some were downcast and looked depressed. Karen was also shocked by the cruelty of this selection. His ability to pass the first selection was due to the bonus of his unparalleled skills. I have no confidence in this second selection either. For a while, I felt a little discouraged and at a loss. The moment he had this idea, Karen warned herself in her heart. It's just a test. If you can succeed, just try your best. Even if you fail this time, it's a big deal and you can try again next time. Quiet. I know it's hard for some of you to accept, but it's the truth. Zifa roared angrily and suppressed the turbulent recruit. He looked seriously and continued. The next selection is very simple. It is running around the school field. As for how many laps to run, Zifa paused and showed a cold smile. Then it depends on the comrades around you. If you can't hold on, you can give up. But it's important to note that I'm talking about running, not walking, so it won't work if the speed is too slow. In other words, when there are only 300 people who give up, the 300 people who persist will be considered qualified. Now all the recruits understood why Zifa led a team of medical soldiers over. It turned out that he wanted to tell them not to be afraid, they would never die from exhaustion. Looking at everyone who was still stunned, Zifa roared again. What are you still doing? Let's start. Following Zifa's order, the recruits began to move sparsely. Ta. Don't you understand? I said run. Just after moving a few steps, Zifa's bell-like voice reached every recruit's ears. Those who are slow will be eliminated directly. Do you understand? Clear. Smoker looked at the sloppy recruit with cold eyes, took the lead, suddenly increased his speed, and rushed out. His speed suddenly became very conspicuous among the recruits. Slowly, other recruits also began to accelerate. Under the scorching sun, the recruits who had just run a few laps were sweating profusely and gritting their teeth to persist. They are all top recruits and certainly won't complain about the weather. Karen in the crowd won't complain. Although he has just arrived in this world, the training in the past 2 weeks has made him accustomed to it. It's just that in the past training, he would set a goal for himself to give himself something to look forward to. Okay, let me see the gap between me and these elites. Running seems easy, but he knows that running requires skills. Running cannot just focus on the feet. Running posture and coordination are crucial to speed. Karen worked hard to adjust her breathing, focused her eyes forward, and let her hands swing naturally with the movements. People will encounter resistance when they run, so Karen followed closely a recruit in front of him who was about the same speed as himself. Running like this can save a lot of energy. Karen didn't remember how many laps he ran, and he didn't know how many people chose to give up. He only felt that his footsteps became heavier and his breathing began to become disordered. Gradually, a voice in Karen's heart kept urging him. Forget it, that's it, give up. You have only been training for a few days and you are already doing very well. Even if you fail this time, you will still have a chance next time. Just when he had the idea of giving up, Karen shook his head subconsciously. No, he couldn't give up. Giving up is easy, but giving up is addictive. If he gives up this time, will he have to give up again next time he encounters this kind of situation? Oh, it would be great if I could do Qigong. Karen muttered, and suddenly he had an idea in his heart. Wait a minute, I think I really know how to do this. Since the unique skill can bless the hands, what about the legs? To understand this, Karen just wanted to give herself a mouthful. Damn it, why did I just remember such a simple truth? No more hesitation. He whispered in his mouth, Lingba Weiabu. Then, Karen suddenly felt that his feet seemed to become a lot lighter. Really works. Although it was only a little lighter, Karen still felt it. Sure enough, God is really helping me. Karen was ecstatic in her heart. She raised her head and looked around, only to find that there were not many people who gave up. Everyone was running quietly. Also, if they have the idea of giving up, they will not become the best recruiters. Except for a few people who are very confident in their own strength, most of them are like Karen, who find a few people with the same speed as themselves and form small groups to run silently. Running next to Karen was Rocinante, who had a strength score of 766 during the strength test. Among all the elite recruits, he is definitely considered the elite among the elite. Somehow, instead of running away from the group like Smoker, he chose to move forward silently in the group. After running for so long, his breathing was still very steady. At this time, he was looking forward, his eyes a little vacant, and he didn't know what he was thinking. It was at this time that he suddenly heard Karen next to him seeming to be mumbling something, so he turned his head curiously and said, What? What did you say? Karen raised his head. He didn't expect that he would be discovered despite being so quiet. Feeling the lightness of his footsteps, his face darkened. Now that he had been discovered, he would no longer hide it. He gritted his teeth and said, I originally planned to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I stopped pretending. I'm going to show off my cards. What? Rocinante picked his ears, but he couldn't hear something clearly. Karen smiled contemptuously and shouted. 9 Heavens Thunder kicks with 2 feet. Chapter 12 He chases, he escapes. The sudden voice caused the Marine soldiers to look sideways. The Marines next to Karen trembled and their breathing was somewhat disordered. What are you doing? Rocinante was also frightened by this voice and asked stammeringly. Haha, I'm sorry. This is my habit. When I run, I like to shout cheers twice. Karen scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. He couldn't help it. One of the requirements of the unique skill was to shout it loudly. Oh, okay, come on. Rocinante suddenly understood and gave Karen a thumbs up. Sure enough, the moment Karen shouted, he felt that his steps became much lighter, and even his breathing became much smoother. So next, whenever Karen felt that his steps became heavy, he would give a loud shout. Konoha Whirlwind. Lingbo Weiabu. 9 Heavens Thunder kicks with 2 feet. Although he knew that Karen shouted out to cheer him up, every time Karen shouted out, the recruits around him were inevitably startled. I said, buddy, you can shout as long as you want. Can you please keep your voice down? The recruit who was running in front of Karen finally couldn't help turning his head and complained. Oops, I'm sorry, it feels more exciting if I shout it out. After experiencing so much, Karen's face has become much thicker. Recruit shook his head helplessly. He had no choice but to turn around and beat him up. I can only speed up, trying to stay away from Karen. If you can't afford to offend me, can you still afford to hide? Seeing the recruit getting further and further away from him, Karen felt helpless. He could only find another target and find a recruit who was at the same pace as him to follow closely. Gradually, a strange thing happened on the campus. Whenever Karen shouted a slogan, the recruits next to him would speed up and move away from him in a tacit understanding. When everyone speeds up, the original normal speed becomes slow. So, everyone mustered up their energy and ran as hard as they could. After changing several people in a row, Karen once again met the recruit who followed him at the beginning. Hey, what a coincidence, I meet you again. Karen said with a smile. Recruit turned his head desperately and accelerated again. Karen seemed to have spotted him, he smiled, he chased him, he ran away, he couldn't escape. This guy is interesting. Zifa also noticed Karen's strange behavior and nodded thoughtfully. Why is it interesting? Instructor, who was standing next to Zifa, didn't know why. He also noticed Karen's behavior, but didn't find anything wrong. Zifa lit a cigar, looked at Huo Xiaoshan who was also thoughtful and asked, you can see it too, please tell me. Huo Xiaoshan nodded sheepishly and said slowly, I have observed him for a long time and found that his shouting is not meaningless. Every time he shouts, his condition will recover a little. Zifa nodded with satisfaction and said happily, yes, it is indeed the case. Could he be a devil fruit user? Instructor, standing next to Zifa, speculated. In this sea, there are various devil fruits, and their users have all kinds of strange abilities. It's possible. I remember that there is a devil fruit in the Devil Fruit illustrated book that does have such an effect. Huo Xiaoshan recalled, touching his beard. You are talking about the encourage fruit. Zifa also knew about devil fruit, and then he shook his head and denied. But it shouldn't be the encourage fruit. I remember that this fruit has been eaten by others. He had seen the effect of the encouragement fruit. Although the encouragement fruit was paramecia, the effect it brought to the army was no less than logia. Encouraging fruits can arouse the power hidden in people's hearts by waving flags and shouting, so that the inspired people will have a continuous flow of power. This power's blessing to the army is very terrifying. Probably not, if it is true. Zifa shook his head and looked back at the school grounds. As time went by, some people began to be unable to hold on. When the first person shouted to give up, a string that was tight in everyone's hearts also loosened. This is often the case, when the people around you are persevering, you can persevere. But when the people around you choose to give up, you will feel that it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm not the first, so I'm not the worst. This is what many people think. Karen also thought about it, but he was unwilling to be eliminated like this. So he is still running and shouting. But his steps became heavier and heavier, and his shouts became quieter and quieter. He only felt that his throat was burning, and the scorching heat wave was like a knife cutting through his throat, making him unable to shout. The recruit in front of Karen could no longer hold on and chose to give up. Rosinandi, who was following Karen, was also feeling uncomfortable at this time, and his expression was not as relaxed as before. Even Smoker, who had been running in front, slowed down a lot. Tina was also dripping with sweat, breathing heavily, and her chest kept rising and falling. I persisted for who knows how long. Karen opened her mouth again, but no sound came out. Has she reached her limit? He staggered, his eyes went black, the world spun, and he fainted. When Karen opened his eyes again, he found himself on the bed in the medical room. He sat up with difficulty and looked around. The medical room is very large, but it seems very crowded at this time, because there are people everywhere, all of whom are unconscious. Like Karen, they are all people who fainted in the selection and are also losers. Some are already awake and some are still sleeping. In the end, it still failed. Alas, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I tried my best. I will definitely succeed next time. Karen sighed, put away his disappointed mood, and regained his fighting spirit. You're awake, please drink some water first. The nurse next to her handed over a glass of water and handed it to Karen's hand. Thank you, thank you. A hoarse voice came from Karen's mouth. His throat was really tired, so he took the water glass and drank it in one gulp. How long have I been unconscious? Putting the water glass on the table, Karen showed the nurse a smile that was uglier than crying. It's only for one night. Don't worry, you'll be fine. We have a lot of experience. The little nurse said calmly, obviously very good at dealing with coma. Then can I leave now? Sure. Karen nodded, not wanting to stay any longer because the smell of the hospital was indeed unpleasant. Instead of staying here, it's better to go back to the dormitory. Fortunately, although he was sore all over, it was not to the point where he could not move, etc. After taking a few steps, the nurse seemed to have thought of something and called out to Karen, who was about to leave. What's going on? Karen turned her head blankly and asked curiously. I forgot to tell you. In 3 days, you have to report to the elite training camp. Chapter 13, Passing the Assessment. Karen didn't know how she left the medical bay. He was confused, excited, and a little overwhelmed. When he heard that he would sign up for the management selection camp 3 days later, he suddenly felt like crying. He did the same, rubbing his red eyes and looking at his slightly tired face in the mirror. It has been more than 2 weeks, and every time he sees a strange version of himself in the mirror, he still feels unreal. He frowned and stared in the mirror, pinched his cheek hard, and the slight pain made him realize that this was all true. At this time, he was standing naked in the bathroom of the dormitory, with cold water drops rolling down his body. Compared to how thin he was 2 weeks ago, he now has well-proportioned muscles and a sense of strength. The white and tender skin also turned into a healthy wheat color under the sunshine. Ha ha ha, I succeeded, I passed, and my efforts were not in vain. Karen couldn't control herself anymore, opened her mouth and laughed. People feel refreshed when happy events happen. At this moment, Karen's body is exhausted, but his mood is extremely exciting. After a simple wash, Karen cheered up and returned to the training ground regardless of his physical fatigue. Although his body is sore now, simple training can still be completed. Even if he passed, he didn't want to slack off. It was too difficult to pass this time, so he wanted to accumulate strength so that he could easily handle it in the next assessment. Elite Training Camp. General Instructor Office. At this time, Zifa was holding a phone in one hand and talking about something, while Huo Xiaoshan sat next to him and looked through files from time to time. There were only 2 people in the room, and the sound of Zifa's exchanges and Huo Xiaoshan's flipping through files filled the room. 513 people, these are the candidates who passed the selection this year. Zifa lit a cigar and said to Warring States, who was on the phone. Okay, I understand. Warring States didn't ask why so many people were selected this year. He believed in Zifa's choice. What he needed to do was increase the allocation of resources to the elite training camp. Click. The phone call bug was hung up by Zifa. Teacher Zifa, I really thought that only 300 people were selected for this selection. Huo Xiaoshan exhaled a puff of cigarette and said with emotion. Haha, how is that possible? They are all talented people with potential. Since they are talented, they will not be given up because of resource issues. When Zifa talked about this, a hearty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said categorically. If Marine doesn't even have this resource, then there is no need for the elite training camp. So as long as you can persevere and don't give up easily, I agree. This test is nominally about physical fitness, but it actually tests perseverance and endurance. Fortunately, they did not disappoint me. Only less than 100 people were eliminated out of more than 600 people. After a moment of pause, the conversation changed. Do you know why there are so many elites this year? Zifa glanced at Huashao Mountain, intending to investigate. Huo Xiaoshan stopped browsing, having some guesses in his mind. He said in a deep voice. Is it because of the nationwide military conscription? Zifa blew out a cloud of snow-white smoke and explained. Yes. But the most fundamental reason is because of the Great Pirate Era. With the words One Piece Roger shouted before his death, Marine's many years of operation were ruined. In today's world, children all want to be pirates and no longer want to be Marines. In order to cope with this situation, Marine can only continue to recruit troops. This is also the reason why so many elites can be selected this year, but even if so many are selected, Marine is still far from enough for this ocean. Huo Xiaoshan stood aside respectfully, sighing in his heart, the age of great pirates, One Piece, what a terrifying guy. Zifa put out the cigar in his hand and sighed. Speaking of which, although there are many elites this year, there are no geniuses like Sakazuki, Porisalino, and Kuzan. Zifa frowned and pressed his temples with both hands, feeling a little upset. The reason why the Great Pirate Age is called the Great Pirate Age is because in everyone's mind, being a pirate is more majestic than being a marine. Therefore, they prefer to be free pirates than restricted marines. They usually use the slogan of freedom, burn, kill, loot, and commit all kinds of evil. A series of horrific crimes, a series of heart-wrenching cries, and scenes full of desperate faces. In this evil era, there are killings and tragedies everywhere. Countless families were destroyed, and countless islands shed their blood in the flames of war. And what caused all this was just a sentence from One Piece. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I put all the treasures there. But, is it really because of this sentence? Zifa forced himself to wake up from his chaotic thoughts. He couldn't think too much, and he didn't dare to think too much. No matter what, he is Marine, and for him, cultivating excellent Marines is his mission. Future matters should still be left to young people to handle. Huo Xiaoshan looked through the file in his hand, pointed to Smoker's name, and suggested. Smoker may be a bit irritated, but his talent is the best among this class of recruits. Zifa nodded in agreement and forced a smile on his lips. Smoker is not bad, but he is not the best. Huo Xiaoshan flipped through the files, compared them carefully, frowned slightly, raised his head and smiled bitterly. Teacher, please forgive my poor eyesight, but I haven't found anyone more talented than Smoker here. Before Zifa could answer, he suddenly relaxed his brows and had a guess in his mind. He said in surprise, "Could it be that you are talking about Kyokulo Karen?" Zifa glanced at Hua Shaishan in surprise, nodded and said, "Do you know him?" "Yes, his instructor at the recruiting training camp was me. He arrived here 2 weeks ago. At that time, he looked immature and had no training at all. I thought he wouldn't last long, but that day I saw him training alone at noon, and I thought this little guy was interesting, so I chatted with him for a few words. I told him that he could sign up for the elite training camp in 3 days. I didn't expect him to pass at that time. I didn't expect." Huo Shaoshan had a very good impression of Karen, and he always smiled when he mentioned that day. "Yes, I passed the elite selection in just 2 weeks. Those who don't know how easy it is to think that the elite selection is." Zifa sighed, thoughtfully, "Alone. Should we train him alone?" Huo Shaoshan suggested. Zifa was a little moved by this proposal. Thinking of Warring States' speculation about Karen's background, he shook his head and spoke slowly. "No, just let him train normally and let him develop some relationships with his comrades in the army." Chapter 14 Marine 6 Styles. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Karen conducted simple training on the school field almost every day. It has to be said that in this world where everyone has a monster physique, Karen's body aches disappeared after just one sleep. Today is the day to register for the elite training camp, and the school grounds are already filled with rows of heroic recruits. Each of them could not hide their excitement and chatted happily. As soon as Karen walked to the school grounds, Rosinandi came over from nowhere. With an excited look on his face, he stretched out his fist and patted Karen on the shoulder. "Congratulations!" Karen nodded and gave Rosinante a bright smile. "Tongzi, I thought I was eliminated." At the moment when he fainted, he really felt like he was eliminated. "When the registration is over, I'll treat you to a big dinner." "Haha, as promised, I want to eat more." Karen wanted to say something more, but saw that Zifa had already led a group of instructors over, so he quickly shut up. "Quiet." Huo Shaoshan stubbed out the cigar in his hand and roared. "I'm very disappointed in you. What do you want to do with all the noise on the school field?" The whole place was silent, and everyone looked at the instructor in front of them with burning eyes. Zifa took a step forward, looked around everyone, and said in a deep voice. "First of all, congratulations to everyone for passing the selection. From today on, you will be a member of the elite training camp. But don't be too happy. Since it is an elite training camp, it is naturally more stringent and cruel than the training camps you stayed in before. You have another chance to give up now. The more you cannot accept the training methods of the elite training camp, you can choose to leave now. If you choose to leave later, leaving will not just be an elite training camp." When Zifa said this, he paused for a moment, looked at the unresponsive recruit, nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Very good. Since no one chooses to give up, it means you all agree." Karen rolled his eyes and complained in his mind, "Just kidding, I finally passed, how could I choose to give up? Of course, I also know that you all think that you are the best among recruits. If I directly arrange your training tasks, you will inevitably be dissatisfied. So next, I will give you a chance to challenge instructor." Karen once again couldn't help complaining in her heart, "Why give a chance? Isn't it just to demonstrate? Just kidding, let us recruiters beat you up as a marine general. Isn't this bullying?" Sure enough, when Zifa finished speaking, the originally silent recruits became restless and talked about it. "Quiet, no discussion allowed. You must remember that you are soldiers, and a soldier's duty is to obey orders. No discussion is allowed without hearing the order from the commander. I am very disappointed in you. You are the worst class I have ever led." Looking at the recruits who were talking about it, Zifa's expression gradually became gloomy, and his body suddenly erupted with a chilling momentum, and he roared angrily. "After discussing this with you, what do you think this place is? A vegetable market. If you have any opinions, call for a report. The chilling atmosphere made the recruits tremble, and all of them became silent and did not dare to speak. Hey, of course I won't bully you. The instructor you want to challenge is the senior who graduated from the last class, Dominic. Come out. What you have to do is try to defeat him. Zifa waved his hand, and a tall instructor wearing a marine cap came out. After giving Zifa a military salute, the instructor named Dominic gave the recruit a silly smile. Zifa nodded and continued. If any of you can defeat him, I can satisfy one of his needs. Karen's mind moved. Would you like to satisfy a need? Seeing the unresponsive crowd, Zifa held his forehead and smiled. Very good. Next, you can discuss freely. Those who are confident in their own strength can challenge him. As soon as Zifa finished speaking, Smoker standing in front couldn't wait to yell, I'll do it. It's him, a monster with a power value of over 800. As soon as Smoker made a sound, he was recognized by some recruits. Smoker walked through the crowd, gearing up, and gave Dominic a ferocious smile. Bring it on. Dominic put away his silly smile, reached out and took off the cloak of justice behind him, walked slowly to Smoker, and made a gesture of invitation to Smoker. Smoker pushed hard with his feet, accelerated, and attacked Dominic. Bang! Dominic didn't dodge, and he took Smoker's powerful and heavy blow. Iron! Feeling the shock coming from his wrist, Smoker looked at Dominic in disbelief. Unexpectedly, his full blow could not even break through Dominic's defense. Unwilling to be reconciled, he punched again, and his fists turned into countless fist shadows like a heavy rain, covering Dominic. Bang 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 bang! Dominic is like a solid rock, motionless and unbreakable. How is that possible? That's Smoker. A freak who can exert more than 800 power, how come he can't even break through the defense? It's not that Smoker is weak, it's that his opponent is too strong. Is this the iron block in the 6th form of Marine? I heard that the iron block is the strongest defensive technique among the 6th form. After practicing it, the body will be as unshakable as steel, and even swords cannot break it. The discerning recruits have already recognized the moves Dominic used, and they all opened their eyes wide and exclaimed. Smoker stared at his fist in disbelief. Suddenly he noticed that Dominic showed an apologetic expression to him, and Smoker seemed to understand something. He quickly raised his hands to protect his head. Sure enough, as soon as Smoker raised his hands, Dominic, who was standing on the defensive, moved. Dominic's left foot suddenly exerted force, and a thick thigh whipped towards Smoker like a whip. Smoker's body was like a kite with its string broken, flying fiercely into the sky. Before he could adjust his body in the air, a light blue slash rolled up the vacuum and continued to expand in Smoker's pupils. Lanjiao! Bang bang bang! Something was wrong. Smoker looked down at his body. The slash was powerful, but he felt nothing when it landed on him. Have you been released? Just as he was about to say something, Dominic flew up and caught the falling Smoker in an instant. It's moonwalk. Standing steadily on the ground, Smoker looked at Dominic's smiling face, feeling uncontrollably angry in his heart. Why show mercy? Dominic was stunned, touched the back of his head in embarrassment, and said in a low voice. It's just a test, isn't it? Chapter 15 Knife and Sword. Of course Smoker knew that this was just a test, but he still couldn't accept that he was let out. His pride did not allow him to do so. I haven't lost yet. So, Smoker raised his hand and asked Zifa. Can I use weapons? Zifa had been watching with cold eyes. Seeing that Smoker was not determined to give up, he pointed to the weapon rack next to him and said in a deep voice. Okay, there are weapons over there, you can choose whatever you want. Smoker walked slowly to the weapons rack next to him, pulled out an iron rod, felt the weight of it, and shouted to Dominic. You can choose one too. Dominic shook his head and rejected Smoker's kindness. I don't use weapons. Smoker nodded and said. I was careless just now. Now I'm picking up the weapon. I hope you won't show mercy. Although I know it's impossible to win, I still want to see the gap between me and the strong one. Dominic looked at Zifa in embarrassment. Smoker noticed Dominic's actions and looked at Zifa. Zifa was silent for a moment, then nodded to Dominic, indicating that he didn't have to hold back. Dominic nodded and said to Smoker. Okay, I won't hold back next time. Smoker no longer hesitated, a speed appeared in front of Dominic's eyes. He raised the iron rod high with both hands and smashed it down with all his strength. Iron. Dominic remained motionless and took the blow forcefully, but now he was not as relaxed as before, and his body even took half a step back. It works. Smoker's eyes lit up, and he waved the iron rod to launch a new round of attacks. Only this time, Dominic did not choose to take a hard hit. His body was like a piece of paper, easily dodging Smoker's attack. It's paper painting. Smoker looked stunned, the difference in strength was huge. In just this moment, Dominic seized the opportunity and his body suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Smoker. Shave. Point the gun. Fight randomly. The speed was so fast that Smoker had no time to defend himself in time, and he felt as if he had been hit by countless bullets in his back. The severe pain made him spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. For a moment, he was spinning and fainted. Is this Marine 6 style? Karen's eyes were unblinking, her heart was burning, and she stared at all of Dominic's movements. This is Marine 6. Rocinante explained to Karen. I heard that these are 6 techniques compiled by Marines in the past generations in battle, and only Marine generals can learn them. Karen asked. We should be able to learn it too. Rocinante nodded and then said. Of course, but not every skill can be learned. How many moves you can learn depends on your talent. Then this senior is really a genius. He has learned all the 6 moves. Karen looked at Dominic and sighed. Rocinante also looked at Dominic, thoughtfully, and guessed. Haha, I think Teacher Zifa did it on purpose. He specifically chose Colonel Dominic to demonstrate the 6-style technique to us. After Smoker passed out, several recruits who thought they were good stood up and challenged Dominic one after another. But not surprisingly, they all failed. Of course, they didn't insist on beating Dominic to death like Smoker did. Rocinante and Tina also fought against Dominic, but retreated when they saw that there was no hope of victory. Don't you go and try? Rocinante asked. Tina didn't know why. But she also came to Karen with Rocinante. She looked at Karen curiously. Karen nodded, walked slowly towards Dominic, and said in a deep voice, does it mean that as long as one party can't move, it will win? Dominic was stunned and glanced at Smoker lying on the stretcher. Can't move? Another brat who is not afraid of death? He opened his mouth and was about to give advice, just to confirm his inner guess, when he heard Karen's voice. I want to choose a weapon. Sure enough, like Smoker, he also chose to use weapons. Can. Before Dominic could answer, Zifa suddenly spoke up. Everyone was speechless for a while. Since Smoker fainted, although he had hit several people, they all tacitly agreed not to use weapons. Who is he? We have to choose a weapon again. Do we have to do like Smoker and let Dominic instructor use all his strength? Didn't you hear what he said? If one party can't move, it will win. He couldn't be talking about the instructor. I remember he was Karen who confessed his love to Tina. His power level is not high. You little brat who overestimates your abilities, do you want to show off and attract Teacher Zifa's attention? Some people marveled at Karen's courage, while others were dismissive of Karen. Karen walked to the weapon rack, randomly selected a suitable weapon, and smiled at Dominic. Instructor, I may offend you later, I hope you won't be angry. Dominic touched the back of his head and said confidently, "It doesn't matter, as long as you can defeat me, I don't care what method you use." Karen closed her eyes, sighed in her heart, and murmured, "Although you will find it incredible what happens next, there is nothing you can do about it." My mind goes back to passing the first assessment and returning to the dormitory. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting a 100% chance of being caught empty-handed. 100% chance of being caught with bare hands. Use sword weapons with both hands. Look at a person, shout "Look at the sword," and 100% chance of being caught by the opponent. Opening his eyes, Karen said slowly, "You're showing off your shame." He shouted, "Dominique, look at the sword." Ever since Dominic heard Karen's vow, he had been wary of Karen's methods. He heard Karen shouting "Look at the sword" and glanced over unconsciously. Too bad. Fooled. Can't watch. As soon as he glanced over, this idea appeared in his mind. Although he didn't know why he couldn't look, years of combat experience had been warning him. Iron. With his thoughts at this point, he quickly stepped back, made sure to keep a distance, and quickly used the iron block. Anticipate the possible encounters to come. No? Nothing happened? All the soldiers present stared blankly at Karen, who was wielding his sword, and Dominic, who was constantly retreating. What happened? Karen waved the long sword in his hand and was a little at a loss. Has the system failed? Why didn't it succeed? Dominique, look at the sword. Karen, who was unwilling to give up, waved the sword in his hand randomly and shouted again, "Look at the sword," but nothing happened. Could it be that the steps are wrong? Karen looked at the slightly curved single-edged sword in his hand and had a bold guess in his mind. TMD. I have been tricked by this world. In Karen's world, there is a clear difference between a knife and a sword. The simplest distinction is: the knife is single-edged. The sword is double-edged. Karen looked at Dominic, who was facing a formidable enemy, and smiled awkwardly. "What, can you change my sword for me?" Zifa was also confused. When he heard Karen's request, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly and he coughed lightly. "Ahem, what weapon do you want to change?" Dominic was sure that nothing happened, so he didn't feel embarrassed at all. He put away the iron block and stood up straight again. Karen put the knife in his hand on the weapon rack and picked it up again. No. There was no double-edged sword that Karen wanted on the weapons rack. The only double-edged sword was a Western sword. In order to prevent the embarrassing incident from happening again, Karen did not choose this Western sword. Instead, he explained to Zifa in detail what he wanted the sword to look like. After hearing Karen's description, an instructor standing behind Zifa pulled out the sword in his hand and handed it to Karen. Karen's eyes lit up, and she took the double-edged sword with great determination. Said to Zifa and Dominic, "Okay, I'm ready." Chapter 16. Watching the sword. Hold your breath and concentrate. Look at the sword. Karen shouted loudly and swung the sword downwards in his hand. At this moment, he seemed to be possessed by Li Jing. Hearing this familiar sentence, Dominic felt angry. At this moment, no matter how good-tempered he was, he couldn't bear Karen teasing him like this. I immediately made up my mind to teach him a lesson. Thinking this, Dominic subconsciously looked at the sword in Karen's hand. The next second, his eyes blurred, and Dominic realized something was wrong. In his sight, he suddenly found that Karen had become very tall. He could only see Karen's appearance clearly by raising his head. That's not right. I am obviously far away from him, why am I so close to him now? This is what Dominic was thinking at this time. Wow, instructor is so strong and fast. I didn't even see anything, an instructor took the weapon from Karen's hand. Indeed, instructor's speed is too fast. Is this Marine 6 style shaving? But why did instructor take Karen's sword like this? It feels so shameful. What? What are they talking about? When did I take Cullen's sword? Dominic's mind was full of doubts, and he subconsciously wanted to scratch the back of his head with his hands. But he found that he couldn't move his hands at all. When he looked closely, he was holding a long sword with his hands clasped together. Only then did he realize that he was abnormal. At this time, he was kneeling on one knee in front of Karen, holding the blade of the sword with his hands raised. Who I am? Where am I? Why should I take Karen's sword? And still in such a shameful way. Why can't I move? At this moment, he suddenly remembered Karen's words before the duel. Does it mean that as long as one party cannot move, it will win? Instructor, I may offend you later, I hope you won't be angry. Isn't it true that I can't move like Karen said? Offended? Is this what Karen meant by offended? Dominic raised his head blankly and said at a loss. You, what did you do to me? Then, he thought of something and affirmed. Are you a devil fruit user? Karen neither denied nor affirmed, just smiled sheepishly at Dominic. Now that he has used it, he doesn't want to hide it. After all, there are always some powerful and unexplainable abilities in this sea. Since he was recognized as a devil fruit user, he naturally wouldn't clarify anything. He turned his attention to Zifa, who was standing aside to watch the battle, and slowly said, Does this count as me winning? Zifa was also a little stunned at this time, he could see clearly. From his perspective, Karen just made a simple downward slashing action. Dominic just glanced at Karen and suddenly appeared in front of Karen. As if he had practiced it countless times, he naturally knelt down in front of Karen and took Karen's sword in a funny way. The speed was so fast that even he himself didn't see clearly that this was definitely not shaving. Dominic is definitely not voluntary. Is this a devil fruit ability? In his understanding, the devil fruit's abilities are indeed 8 gates. Compared with Karen's ability to just make people kneel down to pick up the sword, it is even weirder and more terrifying. He has also seen it. But they usually have restrictions. Even the weirdest paramecia has rules to follow, such as the simplest touch. But like Karen, it's just a word, an action. What devil fruit is this? So scary. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if you win, your weapon is clamped. What do you win? That's right. Nonsense, instructor, stand up and teach him a lesson. Before Zifa said anything, the recruits next to him started talking about it. After all, in their field of vision, Cullen's weapons were taken away, and the advantage was with instructor. The corners of Dominic's mouth twitched slightly. I want to stand up, but the problem is that except for my mouth, I can't control other organs in my body at all. Do you want me to bite him to death? Zifa came back to his senses, stretched out his hand to suppress the chattering recruit, and said slowly. Dominic, can you move? Ever since Dominic discovered his situation, he had tried to move his body, but until Zifa asked, he failed. So, he closed his eyes and said bitterly. I lost. Instantly, there was an uproar. What? What did instructor say? Why did instructor admit defeat? Humph, this Karen is really not simple. He should be a devil fruit user. Does anyone know what devil fruit this is? It's too powerful. If you rely on devil fruit, even if you win, it will still be a weak victory. Some people questioned why instructor gave up, some marveled at the power of devil fruit, and some were dismissive of devil fruit. Zifa said nothing and nodded to Karen, indicating that Karen had won. With a smile on his face, Karen put away the sword in his hand, stretched out his hand and pulled Dominic up, who was stunned in place. I used my ability. If it were a head-on duel, I would never be your opponent. Dominic was not angry, as if to prevent Karen from disapproving of the means to defeat him, Dominic advised. If you lose, you lose. There is no pros and cons. I am already a dead man on the battlefield. Don't think that using your abilities doesn't count as winning or being upright. On the battlefield, victory is everything. Yes, on the battlefield, failure means death, and no one cares how you win. That's right. Victory is victory, defeat is defeat. You are a fool if you don't try your best on the battlefield. Zifa didn't know when he came to Karen and Dominic, lit a cigar, and said slowly, "Teacher Zifa! Teacher Zifa!" Karen and Dominic lowered their heads in respect. Zifa blew out a puff of snow-white smoke and patted Dominic on the shoulder. "But losing this time is really not your problem. You have done a good job." Then he looked Karen up and down and said, "As for you, you're pretty good." Karen blushed and waved his hand. "Lucky. Humph, it's really lucky that I didn't even bring a weapon to the battlefield." Zifa's face darkened, referring to Karen's move of changing weapons on the spot. Karen smiled awkwardly, feeling a little helpless. After all, this was the first time that he was 100% free-handed. How could he know that the requirements for weapons were so strict? Speaking of which, we should also blame this deformed world. It seems that in this world, as long as it has an edge, any weapon can be called a sword. In the original plot, Karen felt embarrassed when she saw Zoro holding 3 swords and saying that he wanted to become the best swordsman in the world. After all, in the eyes of Hyuxia people, a sword can never be a sword. Seeing what Zifa was about to say, Karen changed the subject and said with a smile, "Since I won, can I make a request?" Chapter 17 Devil Fruit. Zifa did not answer, but asked Karen a question. "Are you a devil fruit user?" This time Karen didn't pretend to be stupid. He had to admit it, otherwise he couldn't explain the scene that just happened. Since he was thought to have eaten a devil fruit, it was just a cover for his abilities. He nodded quickly. "Yes." Zifa took a puff of his cigar and asked, "What fruit?" "It's the paramecia fruit, the fruit of speech, the devil fruit related to language." This is the answer that Karen has long thought about. Since getting the system, the abilities he has acquired are more or less related to language. There are so many different kinds of devil fruits that there won't be any flaws if you just make one up. Sure enough, Zifa didn't have the slightest doubt. "So when you were testing the power level, you shouted out the divine avoidance and the second round's slogan was all to coordinate with the devil fruit." Zifa was very smart and immediately understood Karen's previous strange behavior. "Yes, after all, I have only joined Marine for more than 2 weeks. Without the devil fruit, I would not be able to pass the exam." Karen nodded, a little disappointed in his tone. Zifa laughed dumbly and said, "You brat, are you showing off to me?" Karen was startled and said in astonishment, "What?" Zifa glanced at the motionless Dominic and asked, "What was your power level when you tested it?" Dominic touched the back of his head and said with an honest smile, 698. "How long have you been practicing?" "It takes about 13 years from childhood to adulthood." Dominic replied honestly. Karen's heart moved. Of course, the Taoist power value of 698 is very high, but after 13 years of training? After all, in Karen's mind, all the people in this world have monster physiques. Not to mention the protagonist, there is Kirby, who had mixed up with the protagonist in the early stage. After only a few months of training, he not only learned to shave, but also injured the protagonist. There are no geniuses in this world, there are only cheats. But now that he has focused his attention on Dominic, who is a Marine general, it seems that his talent is pretty good. Looking at the thoughtful Karen, Zifa grinned. "Understood, don't belittle yourself, your potential is terrifying." Karen touched her head sheepishly and asked tentatively, "Then can I make a request?" He has not forgotten the reason why he stood up to challenge Dominic. Zifa couldn't help but punch Karen. "Kid, are you kidding me? Since I said I can make demands after winning, of course I won't break my promise." Karen received a hard punch and touched his sore shoulder, almost groaning. "Envy. It must be jealousy. If you have any requests, mention them quickly, and you'll save yourself talking about them every day. Zifa put away his fists and asked curiously. I want to learn to give life back. Karen spoke quickly, fearing that Zifa would punch him again. Where did you hear about the return of life? From a soldier's mouth. I heard that life return can store energy into the body, and then when you want to use it, you can consume the energy to restore your vitality. Karen didn't think about hiding anything and said honestly. I want to learn how to return life, and then I won't be afraid of losing strength when training, and I can keep training. Zifa frowned. Life return can indeed be done like this. But it requires practice from a young age. You are right, life restitution can indeed be achieved to this extent, but it takes a long time to learn, and the life reversion that ordinary people learn can only control the organs of the body. Except for some special people, the practicality of life restoration is far less than that of Marine Sixth Form. Zifa remembers that the one who practiced life restitution better is the current Marine Lieutenant General Ghost Spider. He can use his hair as hands and can use 8 knives under his control. Thinking of the incredible scene that just happened, he looked at Karen suspiciously. Could it be that he also wanted to use more swords like the Ghost Spider? I can give you the skills of practicing life return, but I don't think you can succeed. Because if you want to practice to the level you mentioned, you can only succeed if you practice from a young age, so I advise you not to waste too much energy on returning life. How about it? Do you want to make another request? Karen didn't speak, but looked at Zifa with burning eyes. The look in his eyes made it clear that he would not give up. Zifa's mouth twitched slightly, he patted his forehead and said angrily. No matter what I do, I can't teach you now. When the training is over, you come to my office. Okay, thank you teacher Zifa. Karen finally let go of her hanging heart and said happily. Zifa said angrily. What are you doing here? Get out of there. The training is still going on, and the episode just now did not affect the recruit's enthusiasm for playing against the instructor. Karen returned the borrowed sword to instructor and said thank you. Returning to the previous place honestly, there were all kinds of strange looks around. He's really famous among recruits now. After all, he is the only recruit to defeat instructor. Are you a devil fruit user? Rocinante asked curiously. Therefore, Karen re-explained Zifa's explanation to Rocinante and Tina. What good luck! Rocinante looked at Karen enviously. I never thought someone like you could eat devil fruit. Tina mocked. Karen rolled his eyes and couldn't help but said. What kind of person am I? Also, I remember that your position is not here, right? You shameless person, as for why Tina is here, Tina can be wherever she wants, do you care? Karen laughed dumbly, showing her white teeth and didn't say much. Hey, let me ask, why are you two so at odds with each other? Rocinante clicked his tongue and teased with interest. What young couple? What did you say? Tina screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Hey, who doesn't know that brother Karen confessed his love to you in public? Now that you are here, haven't you agreed to Karen's confession? Rocinante analyzed it calmly with a look on his face that said, don't try to lie to me. Karen shook her head helplessly. Tina's cheeks turned slightly red and hesitantly said. Yes, he confessed his love, but Tina didn't agree. Rocinante looked like you believe it or not, and did not refute, but sighed to Karen. You guys are really famous now. You can actually defeat instructor. It was just a fluke. Karen smiled modestly, and with a thought, he opened the system interface in his mind. 4936/10,000. Recruiting elite with great reputation. In the past few days, the reputation value has reached 4,936, which is still far away from the 10,000 mark. But he believes that after today, his reputation will skyrocket. Reputation needs fermentation, there are too few soldiers here. Chapter 18 Get Night. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fenduo. General Instructor Office. Zifa was sitting at the desk, holding a pen in his hand, sometimes frowning at a file, and sometimes showing a meaningless smile. Dong dong dong. A knock on the door pulled Zifa out of his thoughts. Zifa shook his head, put the file in his hand into the file bag, and said in a deep voice, "Enter." The person who came was none other than Karen. After Karen defeated the instructor, the recruits all challenged the instructor like chicken blood, and this lasted until the evening. Karen had a simple dinner and went straight to Zifa's office without stopping. He couldn't wait any longer for the return of his life. "I can't tell you are still impatient." Seeing the identity of the visitor, Zifa joked, then pointed to the empty chair opposite him and said casually, "Sit." Karen was not polite, walked over to Zifa and sat down. Looking at the teapot and empty cups on the table, he directly picked up the teapot and poured a glass of water for himself and Zifa. Like an ox chewing a peony, he drinks it all in one gulp without tasting it. Zifa watched Karen's actions with interest, and was not angry. Instead, he took out a cigar from the desk and handed it to Karen. "You're welcome, do you want to smoke?" Looking at the cigar that was handed to him, he felt a little hesitant. He smoked before time travel, but rarely smoked cigars. He has never smoked in this life, and he himself is a little hesitant whether to smoke or not. After all, smoking is harmful to health. But then I thought about it, in this world, are we still afraid of this? In Marine, not to mention Zifa and Ghost Spider, even Smoker and Tina are all smokers. Is there anyone in Marine who doesn't smoke? Grinning, he took the cigar, lit it, and after just a slight puff, Karen felt a choking feeling in his throat. Cough cough cough. He quickly put out the cigar in his hand and drank some water to relieve the nausea in his throat. "Ha ha ha, kid, it turns out you've never smoked." Seeing this scene, Zifa burst into tears of laughter. Karen glared at Zifa resentfully and got straight to the point. "I'm here to learn how to return life." Zifa slowly stopped smiling and said seriously, "Are you sure you want to learn this one instead of changing to another one?" Karen nodded solemnly. "Okay, this is the practice technique of returning life. You can take it. If you don't understand, let me know. But if you really can't learn it, don't waste too much time on it. After all, you have passed the best time to learn and return life." Zifa had no choice but to take out a booklet from the desk, which clearly stated the Life Return Exercise book. It was obviously ready. Karen took the pamphlet, placed it solemnly in his arms, and said thank you to Zifa. With the manual in hand, Karen didn't want to stay any longer and just wanted to go back and try to learn. As soon as he stood up to say goodbye, he was stopped by Zifa. "Wait, why are you in such a hurry?" Karen had no choice but to sit down again and give Zifa a questioning look. Zifa squinted his eyes and carefully examined the young man in front of him, and asked tentatively, "Do you know Mengchi di Darag?" Although Warring States had already analyzed Karen's identity, he still wanted to ask. Karen was not surprised at all when he heard this question. After all, he had never thought of hiding his identity. Just because you haven't been discovered in the recruiting training camp before doesn't mean you won't be discovered in the elite training camp. Karen nodded, not denying it. "Yes, I was able to enter Marine headquarters because he gave me a letter." "Do you know his identity?" "I know. In fact, I only found out after joining Marine." The lack of denial does not mean that Karen will tell the truth. "Really? What do you think of the Revolutionary Army in Darag?" Zifa stared at Karen and asked curiously. Karen did not answer in a hurry, but slowly lowered his head and fell into deep thought. He was thinking about how to answer Zifa. From Marine's side, there is no doubt that the Revolutionary Army is the cancer of the world, and Darag is the leader of this cancer. But from his own standpoint, Darag not only saved his life but also recommended him to Marine, which is undoubtedly his benefactor. Karen raised his head and said slowly, I don't know, but I know I'm a Marine. Instead of thinking about how to answer, it is better not to answer and just state your position. Zifa was stunned for a moment, not expecting Karen to give him such an answer. What a cunning boy! But he was right, no matter what, he was Marine now. Zifa spit out a snow-white cigarette and said with emotion, Yes, you are Marine, and that is enough for me, Zifa's student. Seeing that Zifa didn't speak for a long time, Karen stood up silently and walked towards the door. Just as he touched the doorknob, he heard Zifa shout again. Wait, there is one more thing. Can Lao Deng finish what he said in one go? Is there anything left to finish? Karen shook her head helplessly and complained in her heart. Turning around, he asked confusedly. What? Zifa put out the cigarette in his hand and said. You'll go to the munitions department later. Ministry of Munitions. Karen was a little confused. Isn't your weapon very special? Go to the munitions department. There are many kinds of weapons in there. You can choose one. Zifa pressed his temples, stood up, turned to Karen and said. Of course, the weapons inside are not famous swords, but it is not difficult to find a weapon that meets your needs. Karen really didn't expect that Zifa would consider this matter for himself, and said without hesitation. Okay, I'll be there in a moment. Zifa rolled his eyes at Karen, pulled out an envelope with a seal from the table, and said angrily. Will you go there in a moment? Are you familiar with the munitions department? See if they let you choose weapons when you go there. Go on. Thank you, teacher. Karen smiled awkwardly and took the envelope from Zifa with both hands. This time, he didn't leave in a hurry, but just looked at Zifa silently. Zifa looked at Karen standing there and said doubtfully. What are you doing? Why don't you leave? Do you still want me to accompany you? Why? Don't you know it yourself? Aren't I afraid that you might have forgotten to explain something else? Karen complained in her heart, but remained calm on the surface and said with a smile. No, I was wondering if you have anything else to explain. Zifa touched the back of his head. Karen blinked and couldn't help but ask again. Are you sure there's nothing else? Zifa's face froze. He finally understood. It turned out that this little guy thought he was senile and couldn't help but cursed angrily. No more. Get out of here. Karen quickly turned around, grabbed the door handle, and rushed out at lightning speed, while not forgetting to shout. Okay. Chapter 19 Battle Against Smoker. After leaving Zifa's office, Karen did not rush back to the dormitory to learn about life return. Instead, she asked an instructor for directions and walked to the munitions department. After all, he didn't know how long the envelope Zifa gave him was valid. Since you can get a weapon for free, hurry up. The munitions department is not difficult to find. He is right next to the general training ground. The process of selecting the weapon went very smoothly. He didn't know much about swordsmanship, and there was nothing wrong with it. As long as it looked sturdy, it was a sword. Karen has always longed for swords deep down in her heart. Who hasn't fantasized about a person, a sword, a horse, and a bottle of wine when he was a child? As I grew older, I was surrounded by swords, and I fantasized about flying with a sword like Li Xiaoao and slaying demons in the world. Hyuxia people have always had a complex about swords. I took out a handful at random and it looked quite pleasing to the eye. There was a choking sound, a cold light flashed, and the sword was unsheathed. Karen imitated the masters who appeared in TV dramas when she was a child, holding a sword flower on her arm, standing with her hands behind her back, and said calmly, "Good sword, good sword." At this moment, he just felt that he was so handsome. "Hey kid, have you made your choice? We're going to close." A sharp urging interrupted Karen's reverie. He quickly put the sword in his hand into the scabbard and shouted anxiously, Okay, okay. Back in the dormitory, Karen carefully took out the life from his arms and returned it to read carefully. As Zifa said, life restoration is indeed very difficult to achieve. He not only needs high talent, but also needs to be cultivated from an early age. In the next few days, in addition to training at the elite training school every day, Karen spent his free time practicing with a booklet. Are you Karen? The guy who defeated the recruit instructor. Just after the training, Karen was practicing with a book in her arms when a disdainful voice came into her ears. Karen raised his head and found a short-haired man holding a mace and holding a cigar standing in front of him. His eyes were fierce and his face was full of disdain. It's Smoker. Karen recognized the person immediately. I'm not, you got the wrong person. Karen replied casually. Smoker looked at Karen in surprise. Oh, I got the wrong person. Do you know Karen? Karen didn't even look back. I don't know. After getting rid of Smoker, Karen focused her body and mind on the booklet again. Not long after, Smoker appeared next to Karen again and slammed the mace in his hand to the ground. The sound of pang stirred up bursts of dust. You are obviously Karen, why did you lie to me? As he said that, he took out a photo with Karen from somewhere, pointed at Karen and shouted angrily. Karen looked at Smoker funny and pretended to be stupid. I'm not Karen, I just look a little like him. Smoker looked Karen up and down and said suspiciously. Are you really not? No. Karen vowed. He has no time to fool around with Smoker now, he just wants to learn how to return life quickly. I thought I could get rid of Smoker this time, but I didn't expect Smoker to come back to his senses this time. I don't care, if you don't, just take me to find him. Karen put away the brochure and said helplessly. What are you looking for him for? Smoker picked up the mace on the ground and put it on his shoulder, and said without hesitation. I heard he defeated instructor, which I didn't even do. In this training camp, I don't allow anyone who is so NB. Hearing such a silly line, Karen almost burst into laughter. Okay, I'm Karen, what are you going to do? Smoker waved the mace in his hand and shouted at the top of his lungs. I knew you were Karen. Come and fight me. I want to duel with you. No fighting. Why? In no mood. Are you scared? Yes. Looking at the helpless Karen, Smoker scratched his head with a headache. Although he looked vicious, he was not a bully. How do you want to fight me? I am no match for you without my abilities, so there is no need to fight. I will admit defeat. This is true. If Karen doesn't use his abilities, he is indeed no match for Smoker. After hearing this, Smoker's eyes lit up. I know you are a devil fruit user, and of course I will not limit your methods. Come on, I haven't fought against anyone with the ability yet. Karen still didn't agree. He actually wanted to fight Smoker. After all, Smoker was a Marine who fought Luffy in the plot, although he acted very awkward in the later stage. Fighting against Smoker is undoubtedly a good opportunity to judge his own strength, but not now. He has self-awareness. Now he doesn't have any ability, so he is no match for Smoker. He wanted to wait until he learned to return his life before having a fair fight with Smoker. Well, let me make a bet with you. If I win, you don't have to do anything. If you win, I will do one thing for you. Seeing Karen who was interested, Smoker quickly suggested that he just wanted to have a fight with Karen. Karen sighed and shook her head. You still don't want to? Smoker gritted his teeth and turned around with a look of disappointment on his face. Although he wanted to fight Karen, he would never force him to do so. Wait, I agree. Karen called to Smoker, who turned around, and continued, I can fight you, but the bet is not right. Whatever bet you want, just ask. Smoker turned around in surprise. Whether you win or I win, I hope you won't be angry after it's over. Karen suggested that since Smoker didn't force him, he wouldn't take advantage of Smoker either. After all, in his heart, he would win. Good. Smoker spit out the cigar in his mouth and impatiently attacked Karen. Let's do it. Karen unsheathed his sword and signaled Smoker to attack. Smoker no longer hesitated, raised the mace, exerted force on his legs suddenly, accelerated, and rushed over like a cannonball. Smoker was very fast. When he rushed to Karen's side, his mace was less than 1 meter away from Karen's body. Look at the sword! Karen shouted loudly, and the Yuanhong suddenly fell from his hand. Yuanhong is the name Karen gave his sword. It was the sword in the hands of a swordsman he liked very much in his previous life. Smoker knew that Cullen had defeated Instructor and did not hold back from the blow. But I didn't expect Karen to be so stupid. He didn't dodge or block, he just waved around like a child. There was some regret in his heart. If he had known better, he would not have used weapons. Now it was his full blow, and there was no chance to stop midway. It's better now. Unless he knows how to use iron blocks. He will have to stay in bed for several months if he survives this blow. I haven't put away the panic in my heart yet. The next second, Smoker felt his eyes blur. The accelerating body suddenly stopped. Who is it? Great, someone stopped me. Before he could figure out what was happening, Smoker heard Karen's faint voice. You lost. Chapter 20 Confident Zifa. Who loses? Me? Only then did Smoker realize that his posture was very wrong, and he realized what stupid thing he had just done. The moment Karen's sword was swung down, he uncontrollably dropped the weapon in his hand, knelt down on one knee, raised his hands high, and clipped the edge of Karen's sword. What am I doing? Why did I catch Karen's sword edge? At this moment, Smoker was as puzzled as Dominic at that time. Smoker raised his head with difficulty, with a look of disbelief on his face. He struggled desperately, but couldn't move. Looking at the face so close, Smoker asked tremblingly. Is this what you are capable of? Karen didn't answer, put away Yuanhong, and lifted up Smoker who was kneeling on the ground. I said, if I use my power, you can't win. Smoker stood up, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said in frustration. I lost. Karen patted him on the shoulder and comforted. It's not your fault. Devil fruit powers are hard to guard against. In terms of physical fitness, I'm not as good as you. After a while, I won't use my powers to fight you. Smoker shook his head in despair and nodded again. This child received a huge blow. He thought he was the best among the elites, but unexpectedly, Karen easily defeated him without even moving. Then what's the point of our training? Anyway, as long as you eat the devil fruit, no matter how hard you train, you won't be able to match your abilities. Smoker seemed to be asking Karen, but also seemed to be asking himself. Pang! After hearing this, Karen, who was about to leave, couldn't help but turn around and punch Smoker hard. The reason why you can't beat me is not because I ate the devil fruit, but because you are not strong enough. At this period, Smoker did not have the mentality and vision for plot. Karen didn't want to soften Smoker's mentality through this incident. If Zifa knew about it, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Have you ever seen Mr. Zifa and Lieutenant General Garp use devil fruits? Aren't they also very powerful? Look how many people who eat devil fruit can act arrogant in front of them. You can't beat me just because you are not strong enough and don't know how to be domineering. Karen didn't know if his 100% ability to deal with someone who could use haki would be ineffective if he was caught with bare hands. But haki can indeed restrain devil fruit users. Ha ha ha, this kid is right. You can't beat him because you are not strong enough. Zifa's voice suddenly came from afar. He didn't know where he had been observing for a long time. It wasn't until I heard Smoker say that the training was useless that I couldn't help but walk towards Karen and Smoker. As soon as I came over, I heard Karen's voice comforting Smoker. This kid is not bad, he is worthy of being the seeded player this year. Zifa approved of Karen deep in his heart. Teacher Zifa. Teacher Zifa. Karen has long discovered that Zifa has been secretly observing here, and he is not surprised to see Zifa coming. Smoker's dejected look made Zifa frown and look around. He was not the only one observing the duel between Karen and Smoker. Many recruits not far away were watching silently. Even some recruits looked at Karen with eyes filled with envy and disappointment. Zifa knew what they were thinking. It was just that, like Smoker, they felt that those with devil fruit abilities were invincible. This is not okay, he will not allow this to happen. He shook his head and glared at Karen, but did not comfort Smoker. Gather! Zifa roared angrily and gathered all the recruits. What's going on? Isn't it time for rest now? Rosinandi stood up reluctantly and walked to Karen. Karen shook her head helplessly, feeling something bad in her heart. Soon, all the recruits had gathered. Although they had questions in their hearts, they didn't dare to ask. Karen, Smoker is out. Sure enough, as soon as the gathering was completed, Zifa called Karen up as a model. There was no other way. Karen walked forward unhurriedly. I believe you have known for many days that Karen is a devil fruit user. On the first day of training, he defeated Dominic Instructor with devil fruit. As you saw just now, he defeated Smoker with the same move. Do you feel in your hearts that devil fruit is too powerful and impossible to defeat? The recruits looked at each other and said nothing, but the expressions on their faces gave Zifa an answer. That's exactly what they think. Zifa turned to look at Karen and asked, do you think so too? You feel that you are invincible and that no one can beat you? Karen quickly shook his head. No, there are people outside the world, and there is a world outside the world. There must be a way to restrain devil fruits in this world. Yes, I believe many people know that people who take devil fruit are disgusted by the sea. Without exception, they are very afraid of sea water, but we cannot attack them with sea water. Then do we have no other means of restricting them? Wrong. Not only do we have the sea tower stone, but we can also defeat them if we are strong enough. That's the domineering I will teach you later. If you want to learn domineering, your physical fitness must be very strong. This is the meaning of our training. Zifa asked and answered questions and briefly introduced the weaknesses of the devil fruit. Domineering. Smoker raised his head, his eyes shining again. Zifa didn't explain what domineering was. Instead of explaining it, it would be better to tell them directly with practical actions. He looked at Karen maliciously, with a smile on his face. He had long wanted to educate, beat, Karen, but he was afraid that Karen would think he was too proud after eating a devil fruit. Although Karen's answer just now proves that he is still very humble, but who knows whether he thinks so in his heart. The corner of Karen's mouth twitched, although she had already guessed in her mind. But, I beat Zifa? He looked at Zifa warily and backed away calmly. Stop, no matter how much you say, let's just demonstrate it. I'll have a fight with Karen and let you see, devil fruit is nothing more than that. Without giving Karen a chance to refuse, Zifa directly stopped Karen and showed a sinister smile. This is not good, you are my teacher, how can I attack you? Karen really doesn't want to fight Zifa. Zifa is right. Haki can indeed restrain devil fruit. But is it a devil fruit to be caught with bare hands 100% of the time? Thinking of Zifa kneeling in front of him in full view. Why are you looking forward to it? Shaking his head, being called the man who trained all Marines was not just talk. Thinking of the impact of this incident, Karen couldn't help but shudder. Zifa looked at Karen laughing and crying for a while, with a dark look on his face. What? You look down on me and think that this old man like me is no match for you. Zifa deliberately added the accent to the old man, apparently still remembering the last time Karen asked him repeatedly. I'm not, I don't have it, don't talk nonsense, it's just that if I use this ability, you Thinking of Smoker's actions just now, Zifa finally understood what Karen meant. Oh, I was underestimated. Just do it, no matter what embarrassing thing happens, it won't be a problem. Zifa smiled confidently and said, if I can't beat you, why would I be a Marine General? The advantage is mine. Chapter 21 Golden Bell, Iron Shirt. Looking at Zifa, who was full of confidence, Karen shook his head helplessly. Now he has been put on the stove and there is no way out. All right. Karen reluctantly agreed. Zifa nodded with satisfaction and shouted to the recruits. Look, what is domineering? Okay, do you want to keep some distance? After speaking, Zifa took the initiative to step back nearly 50 meters and made a gesture of invitation to Karen. Karen had no choice but to take a deep breath, not predicting what would happen next. Thinking of Zifa's appearance, he raised the Yuanhong in his hand high and shouted. Look at the sword. The one sword immortal kneels down. On the other side, Zifa quickly closed his eyes when he saw Karen unsheathing the sword in his hand. He was there both times when Karen took action, so he knew that Karen would shout look at the sword every time before he made a move. So he already had an idea in his mind, which was to close his eyes and not look. This should be the opportunity for the devil fruit to activate. Close your eyes and carefully feel the movement next to you. Sure enough, he neither moved nor his posture, etc. Zifa opened his eyes, and a bitter face appeared in front of him. It was not Karen or someone else. When? I clearly didn't look at the sword in his hand. I didn't feel myself moving. Could it be that it is not moving, but appearing instantly? The whole place was silent, and all the recruits' mouths were open enough to put down an ostrich egg. What did they see? I was originally looking forward to Zifa's fight against Karen, but it wasn't like Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts, it was a piece of cake. I never expected that this jaw-dropping scene would happen. From their perspective. When Karen raised his sword and said look at the sword, Zifa on the opposite side quickly closed his eyes, and before he could even sigh, Zifa had a lot of fighting experience. I saw Zifa suddenly appear next to Karen, kneeling on one knee, raising his hands high to clamp the edge of Karen's sword. The picture was quite funny, but no one wanted to laugh, and they didn't even know what kind of expression they should make. How is it possible? Teacher Zifa also lost. Is it really impossible to defeat devil fruit? This is what all soldiers are thinking. Karen looked at Zifa holding the sword with a complicated expression. His mood was equally complicated. Although he had predicted that this scene would happen, he was also in disbelief when it actually happened. It is worthy of being produced by the system and must be a high-quality product. There is no doubt that it is very powerful to be caught with bare hands. Even Zifa, who is a general, cannot resist it. But his shortcoming is also obvious, that is, while controlling the other party, he is also controlled himself. In contrast, although Zifa was a little surprised, he was not discouraged because he did not use domineering energy in order to verify his guess. Seeing that closing his eyes was no longer possible, he no longer hesitated. The armed body suddenly emerged from his hands and spread all over his body. He tried his best to break free, but found that no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't move it at all. Why? Can't Haki fight devil fruits? Zifa felt a rare panic in his heart. Haki can certainly fight against devil fruits. But is it the ability of the devil fruit to be 100% caught with bare hands? The answer is of course no. On the surface, it is a devil fruit ability called word fruit. True ability is the power of rules that overrides all. Since it was disguised, Karen naturally didn't want Zifa to see it, at least not in such public view. So, Karen quietly removed his left hand from the hilt of the sword. Boom! Click! As soon as the power of rules exerted on Yuanhong was transferred, Karen felt a terrifying strange force coming from underneath him. Karen flew up like a kite with its string cut off, his body spinning uncontrollably in the air several times. Smashed down hard. Let me go, this Lao Deng is so strong. Golden bell, iron shirt. In desperation, Karen quickly protected her head with both hands, rolled herself into a ball, and activated her unique skills. He rolled on the ground several times before gradually stopping to unload. Ahem! Karen spit out a mouthful of blood and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. He was dizzy and his eyes were filled with stars. Just as he was about to fall, a soft body supported him. He looked up, but he couldn't see his face clearly. In order to prevent himself from falling, he subconsciously grabbed up. So big, so soft. What's this? Used it and pinched it. Pang! His body was thrown to the ground, his eyes blackened, and he fainted completely. Doctor, doctor! The familiar voice resounded throughout the world, and the first person to react was Zifa. Things happened so fast, he didn't expect that the long sword that he couldn't break free from just now would suddenly become so fragile. Trying his best to break free, he couldn't stop in time. Soon a group of doctors in white coats came over carrying a stretcher. They first performed a simple examination on Karen with instruments, nodded to Zifa, then helped Karen onto the stretcher and carried him away. Zifa's anxious heart slowly relaxed, and he knew that Karen was fine. Is this domineering? Wow, Teacher Zifa is so awesome. I'm just telling you, how could Teacher Zifa lose? As Karen was carried away, the soldiers came to their senses one after another and looked at Zifa with burning eyes. His eyes were full of admiration and respect for Zifa. Ahem, you see, this is domineering. As long as you train your physical fitness well, you can learn it in the future. Zifa gave the recruit a shot of chicken blood at the right time, making the soldiers eager to run hundreds more laps and do a few more hours of physical training. Recalling the scene where he suddenly woke up just now, Zifa showed an unknown smile on his lips and murmured in a voice that only he could hear. Smelly boy. What? Smoker, who was standing next to Zifa, raised his head and said blankly. Zifa's thoughts were interrupted. He looked at the innocent-looking smoker and said angrily. I told you to practice for a few more hours before going back, and you are not allowed to eat before 12 o'clock. Clear. Smoker gave a military salute and shouted loudly. Zifa's head was covered with black lines. He turned his attention to Tina, who was training beside him, and showed a smile. Tina, go to the medical room and take care of Karen. Tina, who was training, left the training equipment in her hands. When she heard this, her cheeks turned red and she stammered, Why did you let Tina go? Before Zifa could answer, Rosinandi, who was also training on the side, dropped his training equipment and raised his hand to indicate. Me, let me go, oh, it hurts me to death. As soon as she finished speaking, Tina's palm gently patted Rosinandi's shoulder, showing a kind smile. Zifa's face turned dark and he said angrily. Where are you going? It hurts even if a girl slaps you. It's embarrassing. You are just like Smoker. You are not allowed to eat until 12 o'clock after practice. Ignoring Rosinandi's wailing, he looked at Tina walking faster and faster, with a slight curl in the corner of his mouth. It's such a youthful time, brat, I'll help you just once. Chapter 22. The man is as good as the sword. Opening his eyes again, Karen looked at the familiar ceiling with a wry smile on his lips. Just as he was about to stand up, he heard a concerned voice coming from his ear. Are you awake? How do you feel? Only then did Karen realize that there was a girl with pink hair sitting next to her bed. She was looking at him with concerned eyes. It's Tina, why is she here? Thinking of the softness before coma, could it be her? After coughing slightly, Karen smiled awkwardly. Ahem, haha, I'm fine. As he spoke, Karen sat up from the hospital bed and did a few stretching movements at will. Although he could move, his movements were more or less trembling, which looked a bit funny. Pfft! Tina laughed out loud. Haha! Karen also laughed. Relatively silent, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Except for the last brief exchange on the school field, this is the first time Karen has been so close to Tina. I have to say that Tina has a good figure. She is tall and has a thin waist. Well, it is very big. The refreshing fragrance keeps teasing Karen's nose, making him a little distracted and thinking. After being stunned for a full minute, Tina seemed to have discovered something, and quickly distanced herself a few steps away from Karen. Karen touched her nose awkwardly and laughed. You. That. They both spoke at the same time and stopped at the same time. Karen quickly made a gesture of invitation to Tina, indicating that Tina would speak first. Tina stood up, took out a sword from the bedside, made a choking sound, a cold light flashed, and drew the sword out of its sheath. Karen was startled and stammered. No, no. No, I admit that I took a peek, but you can't do this to me, I swear it's just one glance. Tina looked at Karen blankly, not quite understanding what Karen meant. Slowly, a blush crept towards Tina's lovely cheeks. It seemed that she was infected by Karen, and she also stuttered a little when she spoke. It doesn't matter, no, your sword is broken. Before I could think carefully about what it meant, I saw Tina handing over half of the yuanhong in her hand. Karen looked at the half-cut yuanhong with mixed feelings in his heart. He didn't expect that the long sword he named yuanhong would end up like the yuanhong he knew well. Can't the sword be called yuanhong? Are you okay? Seeing Karen staring at Kenjian, Tina couldn't help but ask. She understood the importance of a sword to a swordsman, especially the first one in life, and was afraid that Karen would not be able to withstand the blow. But is Karen a swordsman? It's okay, I'm just feeling a little emotional. Karen came to his senses and reinserted half of the yuanhong into the scabbard. It is said that some swordsmen regard their swords as important as their lives. Tina bit her lip and said a little worriedly. I'm not, and I've only had this sword for 3 days, so I can't say I have any feelings for it. Karen smiled at Tina and then whispered. Is there any smoke? Tina did bring a cigarette, but she did not hand it to Karen and asked. You don't smoke, don't you? I want to smoke. Karen said. Tina still didn't give the cigarette to Karen, and Karen gave Tina a questioning look. This is the medical room. If you want to smoke, please see if you can get up. Tina explained. Karen nodded and moved the quilt covering his body. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he heard a loud voice coming from the door. Is that little guy Karen awake? The voice was loud and powerful, and Karen was very familiar with it. Tina quickly stood up, looked at Zifa, and said respectfully. Teacher Zifa, Karen is fine. He said and pointed to Karen who was lying on the hospital bed again. Water, water, water. Karen blinked at Tina and murmured unconsciously. Tina froze on the spot, her eyes full of confusion and confusion. Zifa walked very quickly and soon arrived at the hospital bed, frowning slightly. Didn't you say it's okay? As he spoke, he poured a glass of water from the table and put it to Karen's mouth. Tina opened her mouth, but said nothing. Karen drank the water in the cup in one gulp and looked at Zifa's concerned eyes, feeling a warm current in his heart. Drink slowly. Zifa helped Karen up from the bed, with a trace of guilt in his eyes. He has trained countless Marines in his life, but never once did he send his students to the hospital like Karen. Teacher Zifa, you're here, I'm fine. Karen sat up with difficulty and said weakly. Is this okay? Where's the doctor? Let him come and check. The guilt in Zifa's eyes became more intense, and he was about to get up and look for the doctor. Karen quickly stopped him and joked about how the next scene would play out if the doctor came over. It's okay. Cough, it's okay, the doctor came just now and said there's nothing wrong. As he spoke, Karen glanced at Tina. Tina was unmoved and just looked at Karen, neither revealing nor cooperating. Zifa felt Karen's grip, sat on the bench again, and looked at Karen suspiciously. Is it really okay? It's okay. Karen said weakly. Oh, if it's okay, I'll leave then. This is the fruit I brought for you. Zifa put the fruit basket in his hand on the bedside and was about to leave. How could Karen let Zifa leave like this? He quickly stopped him and asked anxiously. Where is my sword? Zifa's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind as clear as a mirror. Good boy, you are waiting for me here. What sword? I'll leave if nothing happens. Zifa pretended to be dumbfounded and said. Old fox. Seeing that Zifa was not cooperating, Karen looked at Tina. Tina was still unmoved and looked at the master and apprentice with interest. There was no other way, so Karen had to strengthen her body and pull out the long sword on the bedside. With a cry, Karen seemed to be possessed by Oscar. She looked at Yuanhong with dull eyes, and 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of her mouth. My sword, my sword. At this moment, Karen was distraught and hugged Yuanhong tightly to her chest, as desperate as if her wife had died. Zifa's mouth twitched slightly and he said blankly. Didn't this sword just come into your hands 2 days ago? Karen came back to his senses, put Yuanhong in front of him, wiped his tears, and said righteously. Although I have only owned it for 3 days, in my heart, it is as important as my life. Pfft! Tina couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Karen turned his eyes to Tina, his eyes full of doubts, as if he didn't understand what was so funny about this sentence. Tina waved her hands and said with a smile, It's okay, I just remembered something funny, you continue. Karen turned his gaze to Zifa's eyes again, no longer as weak as before, and said righteously. People are in the tower, ahem, people are in the tower, and the sword is there. The sword destroys people and kills them. Teacher Zifa, you don't want to lose such an outstanding student, right? Chapter 23 Return of Life. The whole place was silent, and Zifa looked at Karen with a look that looked like a fool. Pointing at Karen, he asked Tina in a deep voice, who was watching the show. Has he always been this crazy? Tina recalled the first time she met Karen, who confessed her love in front of so many people, so she nodded without hesitation. Zifa reluctantly pulled out a cigar from his arms and wanted to light it, but Karen snatched it away. What kind of show is this? Zifa said angrily. This is the medical room, no smoking allowed. Tina pointed to the no smoking sign and smiled. The atmosphere fell into a strange state again. With big eyes and small eyes, Zifa looked at Karen, who was holding Yuanhong in one hand and holding him tightly with the other. He couldn't help but asked. What do you want? Karen put Yuanhong aside and said in a deep voice. I heard that there are many weapons in the world made by famous swordsmiths, and they are called famous swords. Unexpectedly, Karen finally revealed his purpose. You want a famous sword? Zifa frowned slightly. Of course he was very familiar with famous swords. After all, he had taught so many students, and a large proportion of them used weapons. That's right. Karen nodded. In his previous life, in addition to being interested in the abilities of devil fruits, he also liked the famous swords inside. Of course, the same goes for beauties. Zifa thought for a moment. He valued Karen very much. Not only him, but Sengoku and Garp also valued Karen very much. So thinking about it, giving Karen a famous sword was nothing. So he nodded. Okay, I will ask someone to help you find a suitable sharp knife. Karen rolled her eyes and complained in her heart. This is too stingy, spending so much energy on acting, only to be given a sharp knife. You must know that Zoro, a pirate, has a sharp sword with 21 skills when he appears on the scene. Even in Rogue Town, he was given a good sharp sword with 50 skills. Just a sharp knife. Karen shook his head and said in a deep voice. Yuanhong is my dearest relative and friend. Hard. The fist is hard. Zifa's face turned dark as he heard what Karen meant. Greedy little devil! You must know that Marine is not like a pirate. Although there are indeed many famous swords in Marine, there are also many Marines. With more wolves and less meat, Marine does not have much leftover food in his hands. But thinking of Karen's importance, Zifa gritted his teeth and said gloomily, "I'll find you a good, sharp knife." Hearing this, Karen nodded with satisfaction, wiped away non-existent tears, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Teacher Zifa. You can let go now." Zifa looked at the hand that was holding him tightly and said angrily. Karen quickly let go of his hand, sat up, and said with a smile, "Haha, look at me, I'm so excited to see you here." Snort. Zifa stood up, turned and left without even looking at Karen. Tina looked at Karen, who stood up from the bed, and said coldly, "The acting is good." Karen touched her nose, smiled, and said, "Haha, you don't understand, this is how a crying child can be fed. There are many things that if you don't want them, others will never give them to you." Yet. Karen's smile froze because it was not Tina who spoke, but Zifa, who had left and returned. Zifa had a sullen face, clenched his fists, and slowly walked towards Karen. "Teacher Zifa, what do you want to do?" Karen said nervously as her heart was racing. Zifa didn't say a word, showed a cruel smile to Karen, stretched out his hand. Karen quickly stepped back and covered her face. "What are you doing?" Zifa picked up the fruit basket he had given him from the bedside table with a smile on his face. "Ah? Ahem, it's nothing. My face is a little itchy." Karen breathed a sigh of relief, scratched his cheek, moved his eyes slightly, and said with a flattering smile, "I'll see you off." "No, I think you can stand up, so you can definitely come to training tomorrow." Zifa took out an apple from the fruit basket and handed it to Karen, smiling maliciously. Karen's smile froze, but Zifa ignored Karen, handed the fruit basket in his hand to Tina, and left with a smile. "It looks like you're not going to have a good time tomorrow." Tina put the fruit basket back on the bedside and interjected. Karen took a bite of the apple fiercely. The apple was very sweet, but his heart was very bitter. Tina left not long after Zifa left, and the ward was empty except for Karen. He was not in a hurry to leave this time and put Yuanhong on the bedside again. Looking at the fruit basket sent by Zifa, it was already empty. He had stuffed all the fruits into his stomach. Close your eyes and try to use life return to absorb the energy in your stomach. Maybe it was due to his battle with Zifa. Slowly, a slight warmth spreads throughout the body, making up for the body's deficiencies. Although it was only for a moment, Karen still felt it. The return of life was successful. Karen opened his eyes instantly. Sure enough, fighting is the best teacher. With a thought, he opened the system interface in his mind. Target reputation, 6530/10,000. Recruiting elite with great reputation. Skills acquired. Unparalleled skill, Effect 1, forcibly upgrade a skill you have mastered to the highest level, no skill is selected. Effect 2, the more confident you are in calling out the moves, the stronger the effect. 100% chance of being caught with bare hands, use sword weapons with both hands, look at a person, shout look at the sword, and 100% chance of being caught by the opponent. Use unparalleled skills to enhance the return of life. Without hesitation, he immediately raised the life return to the highest level. As soon as he was promoted, Karen immediately felt a burst of hunger in his stomach. This was the return of life reminding him to replenish energy. No wonder, in his previous life, Luffy always cried out that he was hungry after fighting. Now he felt the same way. Fortunately, his injuries were not serious, and the hunger caused by his stomach was bearable. The energy brought by fruits is absorbed very quickly and is replenished into the body in just an instant. Without any further hesitation, Karen carried Yuanhong, who was placed on the bedside, behind her back, and quickly ran towards the cafeteria. It is now around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and most people are still training, so there are not many people in the cafeteria. Marine Canteen has two models, one is ordinary meals that you can eat for free and unlimited, and the other is special meals where you pay as much as you want. Karen didn't have much money. After the town was robbed by pirates, he only found more than 200,000 belly in the town. It seems like a lot, but in fact, it is only a little over 10,000 when compared to Daxia's purchasing power. Fortunately, he spent most of his time at the Marine training camp and basically had no place to spend money. But now, since it's not time for dinner, he had to come to the special window to order food. After ordering a few dishes, it actually cost 10,000 belly, which made Karen feel a little pain. Put an unknown fish food in your mouth. It's not that delicious, it's just the same as the food provided at ordinary windows. No wonder there are so few people eating here, the food is so expensive, and it has no characteristics. If it wasn't for dinner time, a fool would come here to eat. Chapter 24 Promotion. As soon as the food enters the stomach, the return of life starts unconsciously, feeling the energy in the body to replenish the body's fatigue. Not only does it replenish energy, but also a faint ability is integrated into his body. In other words, he can strengthen his body by eating a lot. Although this improvement is very, very small, it is also an unexpected surprise. Karen's eating movements couldn't help but speed up a bit. As most of the food was eliminated, the fatigue in his body disappeared and his strength increased slightly. If his physical fitness was originally 10, after eating this meal, his physical fitness is estimated to have reached 10.01. I ate some more, but I couldn't eat any more. What's going on? He did order a lot of food, but it was far from Luffy's exaggerated level. After pondering for a moment, he understood the reason. Luffy could eat so much not only because he had the master ability of returning life, but also because he was a rubber man, sun god, so he could eat as much as he wanted. Karen, on the other hand, is just an ordinary person. So he can't do what Luffy does, because his physical fitness is not that strong. Maybe, when he's strong enough, he can do sit-ups like Luffy. After eating, Karen went directly to the training school without hesitation. He wanted to test the usefulness of life return. After a series of tests, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the benefits of life return are not only the rapid recovery of energy. It is much more powerful, and his muscle control has been greatly enhanced. For example, when he wants to punch, he can transfer his body's excess strength to his arms, making his punches faster and more powerful. In the same way, when he needs to move, he transfers the excess strength to his legs. Under the influence of life return, his body's coordination, control, and mastery have reached an astonishing improvement. I feel like a fighting master. I'm afraid any power-generating technique can't improve me as much as returning life. Karen then tested the degree of improvement in strength, reaction, speed, etc. Well, now I should have the ability to fight Smoker even without the help of 100% bare-handed swordsmanship. Once I fully adapt, I will definitely be stronger than Smoker. This is not the most important thing. I remember that the day after tomorrow is the second week of the elite training camp, which means that I will soon learn the 6 marine poses. With my current control over the body, I have a certain mastery of the marine 6 poses. It will become very simple. Karen stopped what he was doing and nodded thoughtfully. In his original thought, getting his life back would only make him less tired after each training session and allow him to continue training more quickly. But now that he has mastered the return of life, he has discovered that the return of life can truly improve himself, which makes him absolutely confident that he made the right choice. Is this the terrifying ability of a master to return life? But the return of life also has an obvious shortcoming, that is, he gets hungry more easily than before. For example, now. Returning to the canteen again, it is now around 11 o'clock in the evening. There are still not many people in the canteen, but fortunately the ordinary window is still open. He doesn't want to eat at those special windows that have no other advantages besides high prices. There are no ants with trembling hands like those in the previous life in this place. After all, this is a military camp and they will never be harsh on the food. Karen simply served 3 times as much food as before, turned into a glutton and began to enjoy it. It's still a delicious meal that doesn't cost any money. Karen touched her bulging belly and burped with satisfaction. After a while, his belly returned to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. Something is wrong, Karen frowned. Although these foods can replenish energy, they cannot absorb energy into the body. Is it because of the difference in food? Karen was thoughtful, slowly stood up and walked towards a canteen manager nearby. Hello, I would like to ask, what is the difference between the paid window and the free window? It's just that the ingredients used are different. The ingredients in the free window are all ordinary ingredients, while the ingredients in the paid window are taken from the Poseidon category. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Karen thanked him and relaxed his brows. I see. It seems that only eating Poseidon will improve my physique. Let's not talk about whether I have the ability to kill Poseidon. From my current position, I can't come into contact with Poseidon at all. The only place where you can get in touch with Poseidons is through a special window, but the problem is that I have no money. I can't make money in the military camp either. Karen rubbed her temples in distress, as she really didn't have a good solution to this matter. After leaving the cafeteria, Karen did not go to the school field for training. It was already getting late. Since he came to this world, what he has been thinking about every day is training to strengthen himself. Now that my life has been returned, the tight string in my heart has relaxed. Now he just wants to have a good night's rest. Ding ding ding. Just half an hour after lying down, a doorbell woke Karen up. He opened his eyes blankly. Because he entered the elite training camp, he was assigned to a separate dormitory. So he had no roommates at all, and this was the first time he heard his doorbell ring. Who could it be? Karen sat up from the bed and opened the door. To his surprise, the person who came was Smoker. Why are you here? Karen turned and looked at the clock. It was now 1 o'clock. I owe you something. Smoker explained, rubbing the back of his head. Karen glanced at him, a little confused, and moved out of the way to let Smoker come in. Have you just finished training? Karen frowned slightly when he smelled the smell of sweat coming from Smoker's body. Yes, Teacher Zifa asked me to train until 12 o'clock, so I trained a little longer. Smoker took out a cigar from his shirt and said casually, Want to smoke? No. Karen shook his head. Smoker nodded, lit the cigar, blew out a puff of white smoke, and explained. Didn't I lose to you this morning? I'm willing to admit defeat. What do you want me to do? Karen was expressionless and said in a deep voice, I remember I said that there is no bet on who wins or who loses. That's for you. Smoker looked at Karen deeply and said firmly, For me, if I initiate a challenge and lose, there will be a punishment. Karen smiled. He didn't expect Smoker to be so stubborn. He looked at Smoker seriously and said in a deep voice, Are you sure? Smoker took a deep breath of smoke and nodded firmly, I'm sure. No regrets? My requirements are very high. Karen's eyes gradually turned cold, and he showed a sly smile to Smoker. His white teeth were frightening in the moonlight. Smoker was startled by Karen, beads of sweat fell from his forehead, he swallowed unconsciously, and stood up a little straighter. No. No regrets. Hey, then. Karen laughed strangely and said solemnly, Please treat me to a meal. Ah. Smoker was startled, wiped the sweat from his face, and said in disbelief, That's it? Well, I have a big appetite. Karen showed an embarrassed smile. Smoker's body relaxed a lot. How much money can he spend on just one meal? So he said confidently. It's okay, feel free to eat. Chapter 25 Like training. After sending Smoker away, Karen returned to bed and fell into a deep sleep. Until a rapid sound of the alarm clock woke him up. He had a dream, dreaming that he returned to the day when he first came to this world, and dreamed of the day when the town of Srilly was destroyed. His ears were filled with howls and screams, but this time he did not hide, but stood in front of the pirate named Scott. The difference from last time was that this time it was him who was standing and the one who was lying down was the pirate. I believe it won't be too late until that day, and I'm looking forward to it. Karen muttered to herself in the mirror. You are in a good mood today. Rosinante walked up to Karen and smiled. Really, maybe the weather is very good today. Karen didn't explain that much and pointed to the grey sky. Well, this is really good. At least it won't be very hot today. Rosinante patted his forehead. Anyone who has cheated a famous sword will be in a good mood. Tina stretched her better body, and said nonchalantly. What famous sword? Smoker came to Karen for some reason and asked inexplicably. Rosinante also looked at Tina curiously. Tina didn't seem to hear anything, but turned to look at Smoker, wondering, I remember you weren't here a few days ago. Smoker nuzzled Karen and said gloomily, I want to treat him to dinner. Apparently Karen teased him intentionally last night to make him feel very unhappy. Rosinante looked at Smoker for a while, then at Tina, and finally focused on Karen, opening her mouth without speaking. All of you, stand at attention. Zifa's voice was like a thunder, and he said in a deep voice. Today is still physical training. The difference from the past is that this time I will test your stance. If your stance is not standard, the training will be doubled. Speaking of the word double, Zifa also glanced at Karen specifically, intending to tell Karen that he wanted revenge. This was his deliberate choice. Although the stance is simple, it is also the most error-prone. Unlike other events, standing posture is not just as simple as standing still. It requires the cooperation of the whole body. There are problems in the head, eyes, shoulders, arms, legs and even the entire body. He had to let Karen know that it wasn't that simple to get his things. Unexpectedly, Karen didn't even look at him, and Zifa laughed angrily in his heart. Good boy, you will suffer later. Zifa walked slowly towards Karen, inspecting it carefully with a scrutinizing gaze. Well, yes, it's very standard, but it doesn't matter. This is just the beginning. You can't keep it forever. With Zifa thinking like this, he actually stood beside Karen and didn't move, just staring at him. Karen is not panicking at all now. You must know that after learning how to return life, with his control over his body, it will not be a problem even if he can maintain it for a day. So, the two of us just stared at each other, you staring at me, and I looked ahead. The first person who couldn't hold on was neither Karen nor Zifa, but the recruits beside Karen. They were sweating like rain and their bodies were crumbling. One by one, they prayed in their hearts that Zifa would leave quickly and stick to other places so that they could be lazy for a while. But their worries were unnecessary. Because when one of them finally couldn't hold on any longer and swayed, Zifa ignored them at all. At this time Zifa only had Karen in his eyes. As time goes by, more and more recruits can no longer hold on. But Karen remained motionless, not even a drop of sweat left. When did this kid get such good physical fitness? Zifa was full of doubts. He moved his body and looked around, only to find that most of the students were already swaying around and sweating like rain. He frowned slightly and didn't say much. He understood that this was not the recruit's problem. Immediately, his eyes rolled and he showed a smile like an old fox. Facts have proved that when your leader intends to punish you, he will always have an excuse even if you have not made any mistakes. While Karen was still lamenting that life was returning to strength, Zifa spoke. Karen, your breathing is too messy. Your physical training will be doubled in a moment. Karen was speechless, looking at Zifa like a child in amusement. He really didn't expect Zifa to be so shameless. Teacher Zifa, so many people are not up to par, why are you punishing only Karen? What Karen didn't expect was that before he said anything, Smoker standing aside felt sorry for Karen. Who is not standard? I think they are quite standard. Zifa asked with an expression as if I didn't see anything. Me. Smoker raised his head, looked around, and said solemnly, I'm not standard. You? Humph, very good, then you can train twice as much as Karen. Zifa looked at Smoker with admiration, rolled his eyes, and said in a deep voice. Smoker and Karen train twice as much, and everyone else trains as normal. After taking a few steps, Zifa turned back and smiled at Karen. After training, come to my office. I found the famous sword. Then Zifa left without looking back. What famous sword? Rosinandi finally couldn't hold it back and asked Tina next to her. So Tina told how Karen blackmailed Zifa yesterday. I see, let me tell you, why is teacher Zifa targeting Karen so much today? Rosinandi suddenly realized, and said with a smile, if you give me a famous sword, I will train twice as much. Smoker's gloomy face could squeeze out water. He never thought that Zifa had a reward for Karen. He looked at Karen with a resentful look, but it was not his fault. After all, he asked for it himself. However, if Karen can get a famous sword by doubling his training, what can Smoker get? Looking at Smoker, who was also training twice as hard, Rosinandi asked curiously. Smoker's face froze and he said fiercely. I like training, don't you? Chapter 26 Hidden Front. This is the second time Karen has come to Zifa's office. It's still the same as the first time. The room is very simple, with only a filing cabinet, a water dispenser, a few chairs, a long table, and loose items. A few scattered green plants. The difference from last time was that there was a wooden box sitting quietly on the long table. Karen stood opposite Zifa excitedly and showed a questioning expression to Zifa. Zifa nodded amusedly. This is the famous sword you want? See if it fits your hand. Karen no longer hesitated, opened the wooden box, and a brand new scabbard came into view. The scabbard is black gold. Made of fine iron, with smooth curves and carved with mysterious and exquisite patterns, it shows a luxurious atmosphere. The hilt of the sword is also engraved with exquisite patterns, dotted with stars. The sword grit is not large, and is inlaid with unknown fish scale patterns. With a keng-keng sound, the sword edge was unsheathed, and the cold light flashed, revealing its sharp edge. Karen nodded with satisfaction and liked it more and more. After examining it carefully, he found that something was wrong with the sword because it was too new. This sword seems to be very new. Zifa nodded. Yes, you have good eyesight. This sword is indeed very new, but it is not a new sword. It is a famous sword that was cast 3 years ago. It's just that I haven't found a suitable owner for it. Why? Karen asked curiously. Because there are very few people in our marine who use this kind of weapon, and there are even fewer people who have the strength to choose a famous sword, so it has been retained. Zifa explained. Karen thought thoughtfully and said in a deep voice, so I am the first owner of this sword. Not bad. Zifa nodded. Does this sword have a name? Karen asked. Zifa thought for a moment and said, I remember it was called Zhang Feng, because it has never shown its edge since it was created. Karen thought deeply and said in a deep voice, okay, I understand. After putting the Zhang Feng away, Karen looked at Zifa and said with some embarrassment, Teacher Zifa, do you have money? This is the second thing Karen came here to do, borrow money from Zifa. Zifa looked at Karen in surprise and said, I remember there was nothing to consume in the military camp. That's right, I have completely mastered the return of life. Through the return of life, I can eat Poseidon food to strengthen my body. Karen said honestly. He has no intention of hiding this matter. Only by properly exposing his specialness can Marine value him more and increase his efforts in cultivating his own resources. What? Zifa stood up in surprise and looked at Karen in disbelief. As early as the morning when he stood in the military posture, he had some doubts, but he only felt that Karen could use it, rather than fully mastering it. Are you sure you have complete control? Zifa asked again. Karen did not explain, but used life return to grow his hair crazily and make various postures at the same time, which was enough to prove that he had mastered life return. Zifa closed his mouth. The scene in front of him left no room for doubt. What a freak! After a long silence, Zifa muttered. Karen put away his hair, slowly sat down opposite Zifa, and said in a deep voice, "How is it? Can you borrow some money?" Zifa lit a cigar and said solemnly, "No. I will report your situation to the superiors and apply for you so that you can eat Poseidon for free. However, this will take a few days." The talent shown by Karen far exceeded Zifa's expectations. I originally thought that Karen's talent was very good, but now, not only is it good, I am afraid that even Sakaski can surpass it. After many years, Karen is definitely the most talented person Zifa has ever seen. Thank you. Karen got the answer she wanted and stood up to leave. Wait. I'm still so impatient. Zifa stopped Karen, pondered for a few seconds and said, "How about I change you to a sharp knife?" Karen was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, "I heard that famous swords will become more powerful with their masters." Zifa nodded, "Not bad." Karen grinned, his tone full of confidence, "I like this sword." Zifa stared blankly at the high-spirited young man in front of him, his thoughts drifting into the distance unknowingly. Once upon a time, he was as courageous, confident, and high-spirited as Karen. Until that night, the night when his wife and children were brutally revenged by pirates. He thought more than once, if his child had not died. If my child hadn't died, he might have done the same to Karen. Karen looked at Zifa, who was suddenly silent, feeling a huge sadness from him, and couldn't help but expressed concern. "Teacher Zifa? Are you okay? Go away." Zifa scolded with a smile. Zifa raised his head, his sadness swept away. After leaving Zifa's office, Karen found a sneaky man standing in the shadows, with the cigar in his mouth illuminating Smoker's gloomy cheeks. Seeing Karen coming out, Smoker quickly walked to Karen, first looked at the sword box that Karen was carrying, and then said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Karen nodded helplessly, knowing that Smoker had been waiting to treat him to dinner. So the two of them walked to the cafeteria together. There were a lot of people in the cafeteria at this time, and every dining window was full of people, except for the special windows. After all, there were still very few taken advantage of in this world. There were only a few people at the special window. Karen looked at Smoker, pointed at the special window and asked, "Have you ever eaten at this window?" "Have eaten?" To Karen's expectation, Smoker nodded. "What do you think? Compared with the free ones?" Karen asked curiously. He wanted to know whether people who have not mastered the return of life will strengthen their bodies after eating Poseidon. "It's not that great. It tastes just like an ordinary window." Smoker frowned slightly and guessed, "It should be a window for people who don't want to queue. It seems that eating Poseidon will not improve your health. Also, if everyone can be like Karen, the special window will never be so deserted. But eating Poseidon can definitely improve your physical condition. As the saying goes, a person is nourished by the soil and water. In this world of monsters per capita, it is definitely related to the food they usually eat." With Smoker as his enemy, Karen was naturally not polite and ordered several meals in a row before stopping and leaving with satisfaction. Karen was holding more than a dozen meals, looked at Smoker with empty hands and asked, "Aren't you going to eat? Didn't you order already?" Smoker was startled and asked in surprise. Then he seemed to realize something and his face darkened. "You mean you ordered more than a dozen dishes and you ate them yourself?" Karen looked at her nose with her eyes, her mouth with her nose, and her heart with her mouth, without any objection. Have you finished eating? Smoker couldn't bear it anymore and asked angrily. Karen nodded sheepishly. Well, as I said, I eat a lot, and these may not be enough for me. Smoker then remembered that Karen had indeed said that he had a lot of food. At that time, he thought it was a modest statement. He twitched his mouth slightly, stood up helplessly, and went to the window to order some more food. When he came back, Karen was eating quickly, so fast that Smoker rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Hiccup. Karen rubbed her belly and burped, took out a tissue and wiped her mouth. The graceful movement made Smoker wonder if it was Karen who was eating just now. Thank you for the hospitality. Then, I'll leave first, and you can eat slowly. Karen stood up, straightened her clothes, and straightened her back. With that said, he left without caring about Smoker's reaction. Smoker is left alone in the messy cafeteria. Chapter 27 Iron Block Harmful Evil. Early morning, training ground. Today's campus is no different from the past, except that it can be seen from the faces of the recruits that they are particularly excited. Because today is the day when Zifa teaches them the 6 marine styles, they still clearly remember that on the first day they arrived, an instructor named Dominic demonstrated the power of the marine 6 styles to them. Each of them had a fiery look on their face and stared at Zifa with burning eyes. Zifa looked at the people with fiery eyes, cleared his throat, and said in a deep voice, I believe many of you know the content of today's training. The physical training in the past few days was just an appetizer. Today is the skill you need to master most to join the elite training camp. That's the technique Dominic used on you on the first day you came here. A physical technique that can only be mastered by exceeding the limits of the human body, Marine 6 styles. With that said, Zifa pointed to Dominic, who was standing aside solemnly. I believe you have also seen the power of the Marine 6th style. There are 6 skills in total. They are Iron Block, Shaver, Paper Painting, Moonwalk, Land Kick and Finger Gun. Today we will start with the simplest method of shaving. After you learn how to shave, if you want to learn the other 6 techniques, you can feel free to ask me. Zifa paused for a moment to let everyone absorb the news. After a while, seeing that no one raised any doubts, he continued. Of course, that will happen later. Today I mainly practice shaving. Shaving is a fast-moving skill, and the practice method is very simple. It is to kick the ground dozens of times or more to generate strong rebound force to move at high speed. As he said that, Zifa's body suddenly flashed and he appeared in front of recruit who was standing in front. See? This is shaving. Zifa demonstrated the shaving technique once, and then let the recruit practice freely, touching and observing. Karen recalled Zifa's force-generating skills, used life return to shift his attention to his legs, and stepped on the ground quickly. In just an instant, Karen's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot, and arrived in front of Zifa in the blink of an eye. It worked. Just practiced it once. Karen was ecstatic inside. Zifa was startled by the sudden appearance of Karen, and in response, he violently waved his fist forward. Boom! FK. The next moment, Karen climbed up from the ground in a daze, eyes flashing with stars, and walked unsteadily. Only then did Zifa realize what he had done. He came to Karen and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, it's you. Why did you suddenly appear in front of me?" Karen stabilized his body and cursed in his heart. This old BD definitely did it on purpose. Karen looked sullenly and asked, "Is it appropriate for you, an old comrade, to sneak attack on me, a young man who is less than 20 years old?" Zifa laughed and said, "What do you mean by sneak attack? It was obviously you who suddenly appeared in front of me and startled me. Do you know that I have a heart disease? It was just self-defense." Karen wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Zifa. "Wait, did you use shaving just now?" "Yes." Karen had no reaction, and the joy of learning to shave was gone. Zifa laughed and said happily, "Not bad, not bad. You learned how to shave so quickly. You are really a genius. But you're still not very skilled at shaving. Why did you suddenly appear in front of me? Karen thought for a while. In fact, he didn't understand how he appeared next to Zifa just now, because just now his attention was entirely on his legs and he didn't choose where to land at all. So Karen explained to Zifa how to use shaving. Zifa nodded and said in a deep voice, "Well, although you can use the shave, you can't adapt to the battle now. You can practice it a few more times and come to me to learn the other 6 postures after you can move freely." Then, regardless of Karen's reaction, he quickly turned around and left. Karen's head is full of black lines. This old BD ran so fast, forget it, it was just me who was not careful. Next, when Karen practiced shaving, she stopped focusing entirely on her legs and started practicing with her eyes. In just one morning, he was able to use it skillfully to shave where he wanted to go. Is this genius? We obviously entered the elite training camp together. Why is he so good? Those who come to the elite training camp are all geniuses. Of course, they will not admit that they are not as good as Karen, so they train harder one by one. Looking at the people who were still stamping their feet, Karen felt extremely satisfied. I'm really a genius. Karen thought narcissistically. Of course he knew in his heart that the reason why he was able to use shave skillfully was entirely because of the return of life. What? 3 days to completely master the return of life? Can you use shave with just one look? A phone bug wearing a pair of frog glasses and an afro shouted with disbelief. Zifa moved the phone bug a little further, and his tone was full of pride. Ha ha ha, yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Warring States took a sip of water, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I understand, just do whatever you want, Marine will give him the greatest support." Zifa nodded with satisfaction and hung up the phone bug in his hand. He exhaled a puff of snow-white smoke from his mouth happily and murmured, "Another monster appears. It's great." Dong dong dong. There was a rapid knock on the door. Zifa sat up slightly and said in a deep voice, "Come in." After rubbing his still sore eyes, Karen looked at Zifa resentfully and sat down in front of Zifa in a familiar manner. Zifa took out a box of cigars and handed it to Karen, smiling awkwardly. "Haha, let's smoke." Karen did not refuse, took out a cigar, lit it, and took a deep puff. Holding back the discomfort in his throat, he coughed lightly, and white smoke came out of his mouth. Zifa looked at Karen like this and said with a smile, "The cigar cannot reach the throat. Just inhale the smoke, linger in your mouth for a while, taste the flavor, and spit it out." Karen nodded. He had only smoked cigarettes in his previous life, not cigars. He followed Zifa's example and took a puff, tasted it in his mouth and spit it out. As expected, he felt much better. "Are you able to master shaving?" Zifa asked. "Well, that's enough, so I come here to learn the other 6 postures from you." Karen nodded and sat up straight. Zifa squinted his eyes, exhaled a puff of smoke, and praised. "Yes, he is indeed a genius." Then he put out the cigar in his hand and handed Karen a pamphlet. "These are the training techniques for all 6 postures. You can use them for training." Karen reached out and took the pamphlet, opened it and read it. "My suggestion is to practice the iron block first. The iron block not only has a very powerful defense, but will also be of great help to you in learning domineering in the future." "Okay, I understand." Karen smiled and nodded. "Also, it's also about iron," Zifa suddenly said. "What?" Karen looked at Zifa curiously. Zifa smiled and said, "The defense of the iron block is indeed powerful, but you must remember to hide if you can, and never stand there stupidly and get beaten." Karen asked amusedly, "Are there many people like this in Marine?" Zifa seemed to have thought of something, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "There are indeed many, they always have inexplicable confidence in iron. Chapter 28 God Avoids. In September 1503 of the Highwan calendar, Marin burned more. It has been 3 months since Karen got the Marine 6th form. During these 3 months, he focused most of his energy on learning the Marine 6th form. Facts have proved that the life return is indeed very helpful to him. When other recruits have just finished learning how to shave, Karen has already learned all the 6 Marine poses. He even had time to focus on swordsmanship. It was called swordsmanship, but in fact it was just slashing and stabbing day after day. He believed that even if he didn't learn anything and just slashed and stabbed, it would still be effective as long as he persisted for a long time. Of course, it's also because he spends most of his time on strengthening his body, so he doesn't have time to learn swordsmanship. He just simply draws his sword, chops, and stabs. Dao Jijian, even if the skill is insufficient, as long as the speed of slashing and stabbing is fast enough, it is still powerful. In 3 months, his physique has reached an astonishing improvement. Even without the one-sword immortal Neil, he can now easily defeat Smoker. But since he has been in the elite training camp, his reputation has not increased much. With a thought in his mind, Karen opened the system interface in his mind. Target reputation, 7136/10,000. Budding Marine talent. Skills acquired. Unrivaled skill. The first effect is to forcibly upgrade a skill you have mastered to the highest level you have chosen to return your life. The second effect is that the more confident you shout out the move, the stronger the effect. 100% chance of being caught with bare hands. Use sword weapons with both hands. Look at a person, shout look at the sword, and 100% chance of being caught by the opponent. Well, there are still more than 2,000 left to draw the lottery. Karen rubbed his temples. There was nothing he could do about it. There had to be a choice. Since he chose to come to the elite training camp, he had to be prepared that he would not be able to gain reputation quickly in a short period of time. Possible. Zifa's office. Ding ding ding. A series of rapid ringtones came from the phone bug. Zifa picked up the phone bug at random and put it to his ear. Moxie, this is Zifa. What? Found it? Great. Zifa hung up the phone and revealed an irrepressible smile. Elite Training School. Zifa walked upright in front of the soldiers and nodded with satisfaction. You have been learning Marine 6 styles for 3 months. The slowest learner has already mastered shaving, and the stronger ones have even learned 4 physical skills. Zifa smiled, obviously in a good mood today. He paused for a moment and then said, "Now, those who have mastered the 4 physical skills will be ranked first." Soon, more than 10 people came to Zifa, including Karen, Smoker, Rosinandi, and Tina. Very good. I believe you are all geniuses for being able to learn 4 types of 6 moves in just 3 months. Next, you will each find an opponent and fight in front of me. Let me see your true strength. Well, Karen, you're going to fight Dominic, and you're not allowed to use devil fruits. As he said that, Zifa looked at Dominic, who was watching the show, and said in a deep voice, "Give it your all." Yes. Naturally, Dominic would not look down upon Karen. He had watched Karen train and naturally knew that Karen had no rival in recruiting. He would never look down upon the seemingly harmless opponent in front of him. "Karen, please." Dominic stretched out his hand to signal Karen to attack first, and looked at Karen's actions with a serious face. Karen nodded. He had played against many recruits in the past 3 months. In the first month, each had a victory or defeat, but later it was Karen's unilateral crushing. He has always wanted to find a chance to fight instructor, but he has never had the chance, and this time. Karen's eyes were filled with fire. He pulled out the hidden blade behind him and said in a deep voice, "Then I won't be polite. Instructor, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, Karen swung his hidden blade fiercely, and a sharp sword energy rushed towards Dominic. He had already applied Lan Jiao's force-generating skills to swordsmanship. But as soon as the sword energy landed on Dominic, Dominic ducked away, his eyes flashed, and he appeared behind Karen. Finger gun, random fight. Dominic made his hands like spears, and the overwhelming attacks continued like a torrential rain. Karen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was determined to test his physical strength, so he didn't hide and shouted. Iron block and golden bell. Zifa's face darkened as he stood watching the battle. It seemed that this guy didn't take his words to heart at all. Dominic felt as if his fingers had hit steel, and there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. This guy's physical fitness is so strong, he's really a monster. Seeing that the finger gun could not break through Karen's defense, Dominic dodged back and said in a deep voice, "You are indeed a monster, but you have to be careful next time." Although 3 months is a short period of time, Karen has changed drastically from what she was 3 months ago. So what about Dominic? Of course he will grow as well. A black aura gradually enveloped Dominic's fists, Karen's pupils shrank, it was armed domineering. Seeing this scene, Zifa couldn't help laughing, "Haha, I didn't expect this boy Dominic to learn domineering, not bad." Dominic looked at Karen solemnly. The moment their eyes collided, they both saw a strong fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Bang! Dominic's figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Karen's eyes. A powerful and heavy blow landed hard on Karen's lower abdomen. Karen didn't expect Dominic to be so decisive. He didn't have time to block and took a hard blow. He retreated continuously and a stream of scarlet blood slowly spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Without giving Karen time to react, slashes kicked out by both feet struck Karen like a storm. Lanjiao storm. As expected of the elite of the previous class, Karen, who had taken a hard blow, admired in his heart. Karen moved and flickered during the slashing attack, her body moved forward instead of retreating, and kept approaching. What a madman! Dominic sighed, with admiration in his eyes. Karen moved faster and faster, so fast that even Dominic didn't notice how Karen appeared in front of him. A sword shadow suddenly magnified in front of Dominic's eyes, and at the same time Karen's shout came. God avoids! Dominic didn't have time to dodge, so he quickly raised his arms and used his armed domineering force and the iron block to block this powerful and heavy blow. Boom! As soon as his arms came into contact with Zhang Feng, Dominic felt as if his arms were hit by a truck. His body tilted, and just when he thought he couldn't hold on, he suddenly felt that the force exerted on him became smaller. When he looked up, he realized that the sword Karen was wielding towards him was horizontal. If it's the sword's edge. Dominic shuddered, exerted force, forced Karen back, and smiled bitterly, I lost. Chapter 29. Have you ever hugged him? If instructor holds the weapon, I may not win. Karen put the Zhang Feng back into its scabbard and said modestly. Oh, you are wrong. If I had used weapons, I would have lost faster. Don't worry about me. If you lose, you will lose. I can afford to lose. Dominic stood up straight with a sigh on his face. The first time he lost to Karen was because of the Devil Fruit's ability. Now in just 3 months, he was no longer a match for Karen based on his physical strength alone. However, he can accept it because he has seen too many geniuses. Good boy, not bad. Zifa walked to the two of them with a smile and patted Dominic and Karen on the shoulders. Teacher. They both spoke at the same time, respectfully. Zifa nodded with satisfaction, looked at the elite students who had their own victories and defeats, walked to the center of the field, and said in a deep voice. Okay, I saw your performance just now, it was all very good, but a drill is just a drill after all. It's like a paper tiger that hasn't been tempered by blood. It will break if you rub it. So I decided to take a few of you for a practical training. He paused for a moment to watch the students' reactions. Hearing Zifa say that he would take them for practical training, the dozen or so students who had learned 4 of the 6 marine moves couldn't help showing expressions of joy on their faces. You know, it is very boring in the elite training camp. They have no entertainment except training day after day. Now that they hear that they can train in actual combat, it means that they can leave Marin Fendo and go swimming in the sea. The faces of those who had not learned how to do it all had a lonely look on their faces, and all of them secretly made up their minds to train well. Are we leaving Marin Fendo? Smoker asked first. Yes, this time I will personally lead the team and lead you to the Sabayati Islands. Zifa nodded and said with a smile. Sabayati Islands? Karen's mind moved. The Sabayati Islands are the only way to the New World, so there are many pirates, businessmen, and bounty hunters gathered here. For the vast majority of people, there are only 2 ways to enter the New World. One is to apply to the world government and pass through the Red Earth continent. One is to wrap the boat with alkaline mangrove resin, dive 10,000 meters, pass through a huge hole under the Red Earth continent, and reach the New World through the undersea route Fishman Island. I don't know which unlucky pirate group was targeted by Zifa. I just got news that a group called the Blade Pirates will be plated from Sabayati to the New World through Fishman Island. When Zifa said this, he glanced at Karen intentionally or unintentionally. When Karen heard that it was the Blade Pirates, she clenched her hands unconsciously, and there was a faint murderous intent in her eyes. The long training did not make him forget this demonic pirate group, the pirate group that taught Karen his first lesson when he first came to this world. He still clearly remembers the flames soaring into the sky, like a bright night, and the wailing and crying in his ears are still vivid in his mind. Looking at Zifa, who was still talking about the mission, Karen's heart felt warm. The Blade Pirates originated from the East Daxia Sea and are a notorious pirate group. There are corpses everywhere they go. Every town they pass by is basically slaughtered. Zifa first talked about some of the evil deeds done by the Blade Pirates, and then continued. The leader of the Blade Pirates is named Beard. He is a swordsman with a bounty of 79 million. There is also a first mate named Scott who has a bounty of 67 million. Karen was startled. He remembered the reward for the Blade Pirates very clearly. He remembered that it shouldn't be that high. Then he understood and clenched his fists. Okay, a dozen of you come with me and set off now. Zifa was also in high spirits and didn't want to wait any longer. After boarding the warship, Karen controlled her inner excitement, walked up to Zifa, and "Thank you, teacher." Zifa naturally knew why Karen thanked him. He exhaled a puff of smoke, patted Karen on the shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Hate is a good thing, it will make people progress, but sometimes hatred can also make people lose their minds. You are already very strong now. I believe you will not let me down." Karen nodded solemnly, "I will not let you down, teacher." Suddenly, a sassy female voice with surprise interrupted the conversation between the two. Karen looked forward curiously and saw a beautiful woman wearing a cloak of justice, a Japanese-style hairstyle, a peach-colored short skirt, and a spider tattoo on her left leg walking over quickly. The person who came here has a good figure, with a curvy front and a curvy back, and is slim and graceful. Just one glance caught Karen's eyes. So big, no. So white, it should be very soft. Controlling the evil thoughts in his heart, Karen quickly cast his gaze to the distant sea, filled with endless reveries in his mind. It is said that pirates have many Lolita, and Marine has many royal sisters. This sentence is absolutely true. First it was Tina and now there is Jun. They are the biggest obstacles on their way to becoming stronger, and they cannot let themselves fall into this kind of gentle land. Alas, which one should I choose? So troubled. No, what am I thinking? Getting stronger is my goal, but... Karen stole a glance at Jun again, but she didn't expect that Jun was also looking at her, and their eyes met. Karen hurriedly shifted her gaze and smiled awkwardly at Jun. Seeing the person coming, Zifa put out the cigar in his hand and said with a smile, "It's you, Jun, is this the worship you are leading?" "Yes, teacher, why are you here in person?" Jun asked in confusion. "I am going to take this year's elite students for a practical training. The target pirates are near the Sabayati Islands. Because time is tight, I asked you who are patrolling in Sabayati." Zifa explained. Jun looked at Karen standing behind Zifa curiously and asked, "They are this year's elite, they look good." "Ha ha ha, that's right, let me tell you, his potential is very scary, he might become the next Sakazuki." Zifa seemed particularly excited when he mentioned his students. Jun was shocked. He didn't expect Zifa to have such a high opinion of Karen, so he couldn't help but look at Karen a few more times. "The young man in front of me is about 2.5 meters tall, not very tall, with handsome features, bright eyes and short blonde hair that makes him look very energetic." Aware of his own gaze, he gave himself a shy smile. Jun suddenly felt that the boy in front of him looked familiar. Suddenly, Zifa seemed to have thought of something and said in a confused manner, "Ha ha ha, I remembered. You hugged him." Chapter 30 Kids, Gather. Zifa's abrupt words caused a deathly silence in the entire audience. Karen looked confused and didn't understand why Zifa said this. He had no impression of Jun at all. Jun was also confused. Although she was not young, she didn't remember having a junior like Karen. So the two looked at Zifa in confusion. Looking at the two people who looked confused, Zifa patted his head and smiled. "Ha ha ha, I forgot. You were in a coma at the time. As for Jun, you should have an impression. It was at the recruiting training school." "Coma? Recruit training camp?" "He fainted twice in the school field, once during the assessment and once during the battle with Zifa." When he thought about it, he did think of it. When he was fighting Zifa, he remembered that he was indeed hugged by a soft body. However, at that time, he thought it was Tina, but he did not expect it to be Jun. If I remember correctly, he seemed to have pinched. Thinking of this, Karen looked towards Jun with a guilty conscience. She saw that Jun's face was red, and he couldn't tell whether it was anger or shyness. He was looking at Karen with a hint of coldness in his eyes. "I just don't know why. I hugged him obviously, why?" Zifa muttered as he fell into memories. "Teacher." Karen and Jun spoke at the same time, stopping Zifa who was about to recall. "Why, have you remembered?" Zifa said with a smile. "I remembered." Jun glared at Karen and gritted his teeth. A drop of sweat the size of a soybean slipped from Karen's cheek, and he stammered. "Yes, really? I have no impression of this matter at all, haha." Jun looked at Karen in a funny way, not understanding why this guy definitely remembered what happened that day. Zifa looked at Karen who was sweating constantly and couldn't help but asked with concern, "You brat, what's wrong with you?" Karen wiped the sweat from his face and said, "Nonsense, I'm seasick." Zifa looked at the warship that had not moved yet, and then at Jun, and said with some confusion, "But the ship hasn't moved yet. Maybe it's psychological. I felt nauseated as soon as I got on the boat." Karen didn't know what she was talking about. "Really? It seems that you need to strengthen your training on ships in the future. What does it mean to be seasick as a marine?" Zifa seemed to accept Karen's reason and shouted angrily. Then he smiled awkwardly at Jun on the side, "Haha, little Jun, I made you laugh. I didn't expect this kid to be so disappointing. I'll train him well when I get back." Jun regained his previous composure and said thoughtfully, "You should really train him well." "Well, teacher, I'm leaving now. I won't disturb you and reminisce with Jun-senpai." Karen didn't dare to stay any longer, he just wanted to leave here quickly. "Senior." Jun frowned and muttered to himself, and his eyes turned cold when he looked at Karen. Karen only felt that an iceberg was staring at him, and shuddered unconsciously. Why don't you go for a walk? I have some seasickness medicine that I brought with me. You can take it and rest for a while. Zifa took out a box of seasickness medicine from his pocket and handed it to Karen. He pointed to the stool aside and motioned for Karen to sit down. This. Karen took the seasickness medicine and looked at Jun at a loss. Jun's face was cold and unmoved. Karen had no choice but to take out a pill, put it in his mouth, and sit on a stool nearby. Seeing Karen sit down, Zifa continued to Jun, actually, the reason why I chose your worship is for you and him. For me and him. Jun widened his eyes and asked in confusion. Yes, I know that you are one of the few masters with swords in Marine, and he happens to be a swordsman, so I would like to ask you to teach him some time. Zifa pointed to the long sword on Karen's back and explained, you know, although my physical skills are okay, I am not as professional as you in swordsmanship. Really? So this is what happened. Jun turned to look at Karen and smiled at him. Okay, I understand. I will definitely guide Junior Karen well. Zifa nodded with satisfaction and said solemnly to Karen, what are you doing standing still? Why don't you thank Jun? Karen showed a smile that was uglier than crying. I thank you Junmi, senpai. Not long after, the warship began to move slowly and officially set sail. The boundless sea connects with the sky, and under the reflection of the setting sun, it adds a touch of romance out of thin air. After Jun left, Zifa was surprised to find that Karen, who was originally seasick, stopped sweating and had no headache. Have you recovered? Zifa asked. Karen replied with a huh sound. How do you feel about going to sea this time? Zifa asked. I'm looking forward to it. Karen said. Seeing that Karen had no interest in talking, Zifa shook his head, turned and left. Karen stared at the sea and murmured. It was the same weather the day I left. Under calm conditions, a trace of murderous intent flashed in Karen's eyes. The soaring fire illuminated the sky, turning the night into blood red. The billowing black smoke chokes the survivors like a shinigami. The sound of gunfire and cries were intertwined, breaking the originally peaceful night. The air was filled with putrid, fishy, and burnt odors from burning charcoal, along with gunpowder smoke that has not dissipated yet. Boom boom boom. Buildings collapsed one after another, making loud noises, and the remains of the buildings were everywhere. There were corpses everywhere, and there were corpses entangled everywhere, stacked like hills. On the street, a thin pirate, holding a knife in one hand and a woman's head in the other, was strolling in the light of the fire. Under the light of the fire, his face looked hideous and hideous. Throwing the head aside casually, he chuckled. Why don't you cooperate? I said I don't like force. You are so cruel. She is obviously a pretty woman, but I haven't even enjoyed it yet. It's such a waste to be killed by you like this. A tall, fat man on the street stuck his head out and said with a smile. Snort. Scott snorted coldly, raised the long knife in his hand and slashed with it, and the voice of the man who was wailing on the side suddenly stopped. Oh, you guys really don't know how to enjoy. The next stop is Sabayati. After Sabayati, you will go to New World. I heard that there are many different races in New World. I am looking forward to it. Beard clicked his tongue, looking yearning. I heard that there are many strong people in the New World. Scott licked his dry lips and said in a deep voice. Haha, when we entered the Grand Line, didn't we also think that there were many powerful people in the Grand Line? Beard glanced at Scott and continued. It's just Whitebeard. When the Great Beard enters the New World, I will let them know what cruelty is. Scott was thoughtful after listening, and then showed a cruel smile. Jajaja. Not bad, why don't we loot it when we pass by Sabayati's land? The quality here is really too bad. Beard nodded and was about to say something when a sound of rapid footsteps came and shouted to Beard. Boss, it's not good. Marine is here, and he's going very fast. We can't run away. Beard took out the flintlock gun in his hand and shot the subordinate who came to report the news to the head. He blew the smoke from the muzzle and said disdainfully, "Noisy, it's not like Marine has never been killed before." At the same time, he took out a flare from his arms, lit it, and shouted excitedly, "Boys, gather together!" Chapter 31 Anger. Black smoke filled the air, like a huge dark cloud, covering the entire island. The billowing black smoke seemed like the island was gasping in pain, or like it was roaring in anger. Karen stood on the bow of the warship, clenching his fists and boundless anger flashing in his eyes. He had dreamed of this familiar scene countless times in his dreams, but he never expected that it would be the same scene when he saw them again. The atmosphere on the warship became solemn, as if there was invisible pressure weighing heavily on everyone's heart. The surrounding air was solidified, and only the sound of waves crashing against the warship was quiet. Zifa couldn't suppress his anger and shouted angrily, "Speed up, everyone is ready to fight." Yes. Callan Gang got off the warship, and wherever he looked, there were scenes of cruel and bloody slaughter. The ground was dyed dark red with blood, and corpses were lying in a mess, some with broken limbs, and some beyond recognition. The air was filled with a strong smell of death, which made people sick. These beasts! Zifa clenched his fists with his veins exposed. "Let's go! Don't leave any pirates you encounter." After hearing Zifa's order, Karen could no longer control herself, drew out her hidden blade, and rushed out. Smoker, Rocinante, not to be outdone, drew their weapons and rushed towards the center of the island. Tina walked to Zifa and asked in a low voice, "Teacher, Karen." After all, a girl's heart is more delicate than a boy's. As early as after boarding the warship, she felt that something was wrong with Karen's state. She couldn't tell whether it was excitement or anger. She always felt that Karen's heart was a lot depressed. "It's okay, I believe him." Zifa sighed slightly. Hatred. His eyes were filled with pain and hatred as he recalled his family, their smiles and warm embraces now a distant past. Not killing the general is so ridiculous. If he was given a chance to come back. Zifa's eyes became firm and cold, and he must make all pirates pay the price for their actions. "Hey he he he! Little ones, gather together and take away all the treasures and beauties you have robbed." A pirate who was 3 meters tall and fat, and holding a western sword laughed wildly. "Oh ho ho ho, boss, let's teach these annoying Marines a lesson." "That's right, think of it as a celebration of our entering the new world." "Ha ha ha, of course. Laozi is a big pirate with a reward of 79 million. If you kill these damn Marines, the reward should be 100 million. Beard narrowed his eyes slightly and showed a cruel smile. The next moment, bang! Scarlet blood dripped into the mouth of Beard, who was laughing wildly. He turned around and saw a subordinate standing next to him, his body cut into 2 halves. Beard's smile froze at the corner of his mouth, and he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, showing a look of enjoyment. "Ha ha ha, Beard, you are really embarrassed." Scott, who was standing aside, laughed. Beard wiped the blood from his face and looked towards the direction where the sword energy came from. "I saw a young Marine holding a long sword and a gloomy face slowly walking out of the smoke. Is it Marine? I didn't expect it to arrive so soon, but I'm just alone. Are you in a hurry to die?" Beard shook his head, looked at Marine walking slowly towards him playfully, and suddenly exclaimed, "It's amazing, someone at such a young age can actually wield sword energy." Immediately, he didn't know what he thought of, and laughed loudly. "Hey he he! I admire you very much. Why don't you leave Marine and follow me? Being a pirate is much more interesting than being a Marine." "Ha ha ha, that's right, kid. Being a pirate is much more fun than being a Marine. Being a pirate means you can do whatever you want." As he spoke, Scott took out a handful of treasures from the bag next to him and laughed. Karen said nothing, and what he answered was a sharp sword energy. Court death. Scott's eyes flashed with solemnity, and he also waved a sword energy, and 2 sword energy exploded in the air. Bang! Do you know the town of Sri? This was Karen's first sentence. His tone was calm, but there was a look of pain that was difficult to suppress on his face. What? Scott picked his ears. It was a peaceful and beautiful place, with blue skies and the fragrance of flowers in the air. People were kind to each other, their smiles were warm, and life was simple and happy. Karen was lost in memories and slowly recounted. Suddenly she raised her head, clutched the Zhangfeng in her hand, and shouted angrily. However, when you arrived, everything changed and became what it is now. The sky was no longer blue, but blood red, and there were wailing and crying everywhere. Ha ha ha, it turns out they are seeking revenge. Scott laughed. What a garbage town, it's just a lousy supply depot. Really? Boundless murderous intent appeared in Karen's eyes, and he walked faster and faster. Slowly, his figure was like a sharp arrow shot from a strong bow, rushing towards Scott. Bang! 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 The pirate standing behind Scott pulled the trigger one after another, and bullets shot towards Karen like raindrops. Karen dodged sideways, waving the long sword in his hand at the same time, and the overwhelming sword energy swept towards the pirates like a strong wind. Crescent moon clashes. As the sword shadow flickered, Karen's figure suddenly disappeared from the place like a ghost. The pirates widened their eyes in horror, trying to find his trace. How is it possible? At this speed? Scott put away his smile and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. A sense of fear suddenly emerged in his heart. He didn't expect Karen to be so fast. Pfft! The sound of a sharp blade inserting into flesh sounded behind him, and Scott turned around sharply. I saw Karen standing behind him with a smile, and at the same time, a long sword appeared on the chest of his man. Scarlet blood gurgled out like spring water, and cold sweat slipped uncontrollably from Scott's forehead. He asked himself in his mind that if the blow just hit him, he would not be able to dodge it. Karen left a solemn smile towards Scott, and the next moment, the figure disappeared into the darkness. He wanted Scott to die in fear. Karen's figure flickers in the battle, and his swordsmanship is as beautiful as art, but full of fatal threats. Every attack he made was like dancing, elegant and cold, making it impossible for the pirates to resist. Every time he swung his sword, it was accompanied by exclamations and screams from the pirates. The surviving pirates looked at this scene in horror, and huge fear spread in everyone's hearts. This marine's strength is really too strong. Not on the same level at all. Damn you, kid! How can you be so strong? Run away quickly! As soon as the sound of escaping started, it spread like a plague among the Blade pirates. Bang! Beard shouted out and shot the escaping pirate in the head. His face was not very good, and he said sadly, "Escape? Whoever dares to run, I will let him take the first step." Laozi is a big pirate with a bounty of up to 79 million yuan. He is just a marine kid. I still don't take him seriously. What should I do? Captain? Scott asked anxiously with cold sweat streaming down his face. Hey, don't forget, Laozi is a devil fruit user. Chapter 32 Bullfrog Fruit. Mentioning this, Beard's face reappeared with a smile. It was not like he had never seen an opponent stronger than himself before. But no surprise, he still won, all because he is a devil fruit user. The devil's methods are not something that a mere swordsman can resist. Yes, the captain is a devil fruit user. Yes, as long as the captain uses devil fruit, we will not be defeated. Thinking of this, they all looked at Beard expectantly, with admiration in their eyes. Beard did not disappoint them either. He suddenly lay on the ground, his legs gradually became swollen, his body turned green, his eyes stared out, and a long tongue protruded from his mouth. Zoology, frog fruit, bullfrog morphology. This is his devil fruit, but it is too ugly after the transformation, so he rarely uses it. After transforming into bullfrog form, his explosive vision and hearing were greatly enhanced. Beard put the western sword in his hand on his tongue and stared at the surrounding environment with vigilant eyes. When Karen harvested his men again, his eyes flashed. Humph, I saw it. Bang! In an instant, Beard's thick hind limbs exerted force, his tongue rolled around the western sword, and he struck hard at Karen. The sword is like a gust of wind, with majestic momentum. The sword body draws a sharp arc in the air, carrying a sharp sword energy. His speed was so fast that Karen didn't even react. Boom! Karen couldn't dodge and took the blow hard, and his body flew upside down like a kite with its string broken. With a rumble, the building in the distance collapsed, throwing up bursts of smoke and dust. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being Boss Beard. I'm just telling you, he's just a marine brat, I'm not panicking at all. Boss Beard is invincible. That brat should be dead. Beard narrowed his eyes in enjoyment and mocked, of course, no one can survive my blow. Karen. Smoker and Rocinante finally arrived, and as soon as they came over, they saw this scene in front of them. Damn it, this guy is a devil fruit user. Isn't even Karen a match for him? Smoker and Rocinante were shocked. They were no match for Karen in the military academy. They didn't expect that Karen would be defeated by this ugly thing in front of them. Hey! 2 more little brats are coming. Beard noticed that 2 more marine brats were coming, and said with a ferocious smile, Hey, don't panic, I will send you to see him in hell right away. Using the same move again, Beard used his legs fiercely, curled the western sword in his tongue, and shot towards Smoker and Rocinante. The sharp sword tip kept dilating Rocinante's pupils. Beard's speed was so fast, and he was worried about Karen, so he forgot to dodge for a while. In the flash of lightning, he felt his body tremble violently, and the sharp sword edge slashed across his arm, leaving a clear trail of blood. Are you looking for death? Get moving! Smoker's voice came from the side, and the gloomy voice made Rocinante tremble. Karen, he. Smoker frowned. Beard's speed was very fast, but it wasn't like he couldn't dodge. He didn't understand why Karen was hit by such an attack. Just as he was about to say something, his attention was attracted by movement in the distance. Cough cough cough, don't worry about me, I'm fine. Karen's voice came from the ruins. Thinking back to the moment that just happened. He was thinking about how to get revenge on Scott. He didn't expect that Beard next to him was actually a devil fruit user. I didn't expect him to be so fast. He was accidentally attacked by Beard due to his carelessness. Fortunately, in desperation, Karen used an iron block and a golden bell. Otherwise, if he had endured the blow, he would have died or been disabled. The teacher is right. Although the power of hatred is powerful, it is also easy to be swayed by it. Alas, I'm afraid I will be scolded to death by Teacher Zifa this time. Fortunately Rocinante is fine, otherwise. Karen didn't dare to think about it, and slowly walked out of the ruins, her eyes clearing. This beast is a devil fruit user and is very fast. Leave it to me. Smoker spat out and snorted coldly. This guy is the leader of the Blade Pirates, right? Why should I leave it to you? Just because you are in such a mess right now. Thank you, please. Karen solemnly thanks Smoker. Snort. Damn you brat. What do you think I am? Beard said angrily. He vowed to cut these little devils into pieces. Let them understand the cost of underestimating themselves. Call out. Beard's eyes flashed coldly, and his body was like a sharp arrow that shot out at Smoker. Look at the sword. Karen swung the Tibetan feng and slashed down hard. The next moment, Beard's body suddenly appeared in front of Karen. He knelt down on one leg, raised his hands high, and took the hidden front. It is powerful to be 100% caught with bare hands, but it has a fatal flaw, that is, Karen himself is also charged in the same place. This time the opponent is different from the opponents Karen faced before. He is a devil fruit user. So Beard still had the ability to resist. Although he didn't understand why he suddenly appeared in front of Karen and couldn't move his hands and legs, his tongue could still move. With a sudden force, the sharp sword in his tongue stabbed Karen hard. Karen quickly drew his sword, blocked the swift blow, and flew back at the same time. "Why am I here?" Beard looked at Karen, who was retreating in shock, and said in disbelief, "You are also a devil fruit user." Naturally, Karen would not explain anything to Beard. The sword edge turned and struck Beard hard on the body. Beard hurriedly raised his sword to resist, thinking that he suddenly appeared next to Karen. A feeling of fear emerged in his heart. He himself is a devil fruit user, so he clearly knows how weird and powerful devil fruit abilities are. Especially a devil fruit user whose name I don't know. At this moment, he had no intention of fighting and just wanted to get out of here quickly. In a battle between strong men, mentality is very important. Beard naturally knows this. He tried several times in succession, but seeing that he could not get rid of Karen and Karen did not use his devil fruit ability, Beard became more and more courageous as he fought. The battle continues, and every confrontation is accompanied by the crisp sound of swords and sparks flying. Beard flicked away Cullen's sword, panted heavily, and said with a ferocious smile, "I don't know how you managed to make me suddenly appear in front of you, but that's it." As he spoke, Beard lay on the ground, his legs expanding continuously, his toes gripping the ground, and the terrifying force made the ground full of cracks. "GGG, this is my strongest blow. I originally wanted to use it on Whitebeard. You are lucky." Chapter 33 Seeing and Hearing Color. Use it on Whitebeard? Karen's mouth twitched slightly, feeling amused at Beard's ignorance. He concentrated all his energy and stared at Beard vigilantly, and now he did not dare to be careless at all. When Beard was about to use all his strength to deal with Karen, Scott had already drawn his long knife and led his pirates to surround Smoker and Rocinante. "Ha ha ha, kids, follow me and kill them." The pirates smiled strangely, and when they saw Karen being dragged by their captain, cruel looks burst out on their faces. "Gilu gilu." Beard's mouth bulged like a real toad, and his eyes flashed. Bounce blitz. His thick feet suddenly exerted force, and the terrifying force caused a huge hole to form where he originally stood. Call out. As fast as lightning, Karen's pupil shrank, and he quickly raised his sword to block. The sound of weapons clashing was endless. Under Beard's fierce offensive, Karen could only keep retreating and resist with difficulty. Beard's speed exceeded Karen's imagination and could not be caught with the naked eye. At this critical moment of life and death, his thinking became calmer. The reason why he can still resist now is entirely because he has used all 5 senses to return life. In the fierce battle, Karen's eyes gradually became focused and sharp. His body instinctively responded to every attack from the enemy, but his heart seemed to have entered an ethereal state. As the battle progressed, Karen began to notice a strange feeling. He could vaguely feel Beard's breath and movements, as if he could predict his next move. This feeling was weak at first, but became stronger and stronger as time went by. Is this seeing and hearing? Karen had a guess in her mind, and sure enough, fighting is the best teacher. Luffy learned simple 3-color haki after studying with Rayleigh for 2 years, but under the stick education of Mr. Kaido, the 3 sticks learned Conqueror's entanglement. With the awakening of the color of knowledge, Karen's every block and dodge became easier. But he didn't seize the time to fight back. Instead, he closed his eyes and let himself become more familiar with the feeling of seeing, hearing, and seeing during the battle. Slowly, Beard's offensive slowed down. In this state, his physical strength was extremely exhausted. "Phew phew phew." Beard gasped, his eyes full of disbelief. "You must know that in this state, even he himself can't judge his own attack. How is it possible? Why can you see my attack clearly? Karen slowly opened his eyes, stood with his sword in hand, and said calmly, haha, nothing is impossible. Look at yourself, you are really a frog in the well. Impossible, I don't believe it, no one can escape my attack. Beard broke down and yelled. Karen shook his head, with a faint smile in his eyes, and said lightly, do you have any other skills? If not, it's my turn. Beard forced himself to wake up from the collapse, and his eyes gradually became clear. It doesn't matter, even if my attack doesn't work, he still can't hit me. Lao Zi is a devil fruit user. No one can stop him from running away. What about his crew? This was beyond the scope of his thinking. With his thoughts at this point, Beard hurriedly turned around, his legs suddenly exerted force, and he ran away to the edge of the island. Oh, you want to run? Karen was not surprised by Beard's choice. He raised the hidden sword in his hand and swung it downwards. Look at the sword. The next moment, Beard, who was running, appeared in front of Karen, kneeling on one knee and holding a sword in both hands. Damn you, brat! The luck in Beard's heart was gone, and the long tongue from his mouth burst out towards Karen. Karen snorted coldly, turned the hidden sword in his hand, and a scarlet tongue dropped from the air with a western sword. Beard covered his mouth in pain and looked at Karen in fear. Karen slowly walked towards Beard, holding up his hidden front, and his cold eyes made Beard's legs wet. Gurgulu, gulu. Beard fell to his knees and kept praying. He had seen the same scene when Karen first came to this world, but his grandfather of this world was kneeling down. Ha ha ha, when you killed people, didn't you think that you would also be killed? Karen's eyes flashed with pain, unmoved, and slowly walked towards Beard. Poof! There was a flash of sword light, and Beard's head fell heavily. His eyes widened with fear. Scarlet blood sprayed on Karen's cheek, making Karen's expression become ferocious. This was Karen's first time to kill someone, but he didn't feel the nausea of killing, only the pleasure of getting revenge. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to light a cigarette. He suddenly understood why there were so many smoking enthusiasts in Marine. He touched his pockets and found that he had not the habit of carrying cigarettes casually. Slowly exhaling, Karen looked around. At this time, Zifa and the recruit students also rushed to the battlefield and were commanding the battlefield in an orderly manner. He didn't do it himself. After all, one of the purposes of recruiting students was to train them in blood. The recruits brought by Zifa are all the elites among the elites. After rigorous training and testing, their strength and fighting qualities are undoubtedly top-notch. They will never be inferior when facing pirates. So Zifa is not worried that the students are no match for the pirates. With Beard's death, the pirates fighting Marine gradually lost their morale, and they screamed and tried to escape one by one. Run quickly, the captain is dead. How is it possible that the captain was killed by that Marine brat? As the first pirate escaped, the pirates who were still resisting were scattered like hosens after a tree fell, gradually losing their ability to resist. Smoker didn't know when he gave up the mace and took out the 10 hands that Karen was quite familiar with. At this time, he was fighting with Scott. One of them used 10 hands and the other held a long knife. Every time they fought, there was a crisp sound of steel and sparks flying. After all, Smoker is an elite member of the Marine Corps. In addition, Scott heard about the death of his captain, and he slowly showed signs of fatigue. It was obvious that in a few rounds, he would be defeated by Smoker's 10 men. Karen naturally wanted to take action against the enemy in front of him, but when he saw that it was Smoker who was fighting Scott, he felt a little embarrassed. Seeing that Scott was about to lose to Smoker, Karen shouted anxiously, "Smoker, leave your opponent to me." Without waiting for Smoker to answer, he waved his hidden sword and Scott's figure appeared in front of Karen. Smoker, who was in the middle of a battle, looked at Karen blankly. He was about to collapse. Why was Karen taking away every time he chose an opponent? So he shouted angrily, "Karen, you!" Just when I was about to say don't bully others too much, I noticed that Karen's scarlet eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. He has never seen Karen like this. In his heart, Karen has always been a somewhat funny and peaceful person. Swallowing a gulp of saliva and cursing in his heart, Smoker looked for his next target again. Damn, this guy is so secretive. I don't usually see him being so crazy. Chapter 34 For Justice. With a blur in front of his eyes, Scott found himself kneeling beside Karen at some point. Facing Karen's cold eyes, Scott trembled all over, his frightened eyes kept dodging. He slammed his forehead on the ground, his voice full of fear, "Please, let me go." Karen's voice seemed to come from hell, without any emotion. "You also know how to be afraid. When an old man begs you for mercy, why don't you let him go?" "I'm sorry, I was wrong, I know I was wrong." Scott didn't dare to raise his head and kept begging for mercy. Karen had a vague smile on her lips, and there was a hint of mystery in her eyes. He whispered softly, as if he was telling a secret that only he knew, "You know, you were almost able to find me at that time. It was just a little bit away from you being able to end my life. If you had found me at that time, if I kill me, maybe you won't be the one who dies today." Scott's begging voice paused, and he looked up at Karen, his eyes filled with regret. Of course, he did not regret his act of massacre, but regretted why he did not search carefully in the first place and left such a flame of revenge. Karen was very satisfied with Scott's expression. He just wanted Scott to die in regret and fear. Karen slowly walked towards Scott, put Zhang Feng on his neck, and rubbed it slowly like a not-so-sharp saw. This touch is not a sting, but a kind of hair-raising torture. Scott felt the friction on his neck, his whole body froze, and he slowly lowered his head, his face twisted with fear, but he did not dare to moan. Out of sight of Karen, Scott slowly and cautiously pulled out a sharp dagger from his sleeve. There was a fierce light in his eyes, revealing the malice hidden deep in his heart. His begging for mercy was his disguise. He knew that Karen would not let him go. His real purpose was to attack and kill Karen before he could react. Even if he died, he would scrape off a piece of Karen's body. Pfft! Knowing that he couldn't survive, he held the hidden edge in his throat and rushed towards Karen. Naturally, he could not succeed. Karen knew the cruelty of pirates, so he had long been prepared for Scott's counterattack before his death. But he really didn't expect Scott to be so cruel. Seeing Scott holding his throat and howling in pain, Karen showed a trace of cruelty. Kicking Scott to the ground, holding a hidden blade, he scratched Scott's skin bit by bit. He was like an artist, constantly perfecting his work. Kill me, kill me." The painful wails spread throughout the battlefield, and the recruit who was at the same time as Karen silently looked at Karen, who was like a madman, with awe in his eyes. "What's wrong with Karen?" Tina walked to Zifa and asked worriedly. Zifa blew out a puff of snow-white smoke, sighed, and said slowly, "Alas, this pirate group massacred Karen's hometown. There is no one left alive in the town." Tina's eyes widened, her mouth opened slightly, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't make a sound. She didn't know how to comfort Karen, so she just stood there quietly, looking at him with concerned eyes, hoping to bring him a little warmth and comfort. Smoker also heard Zifa's words, and his anger towards Karen gradually calmed down. Rosinandi walked towards Zifa, glanced at Karen, who was creating, and asked in a deep voice, "Don't worry about it, I feel that Karen's state is very wrong. It's okay. Just let him vent." Zifa shook his head, looked around, and said seriously, "How is the battle going?" "Report to the teacher. All pirates have been annihilated." Tina looked back at Karen, gave Zifa a military salute, and reported. "Are there any casualties?" "There were 5 minor injuries and no deaths." "Very good." Zifa nodded, which was pretty much what he expected. He looked at the idle recruit with a sullen face. What? If you kill the pirates, everything will be fine? Why don't you quickly check to see if there are any survivors? Yes. The recruits no longer wanted to stay here any longer. They all stood up straight and ran towards the thick smoke. Zifa looked at Tina, who looked worried, and said softly, "You can go too, don't worry about Karen, I'm here, everything will be fine." Tina's cheeks turned red and she hesitated. No. No, Tina is not worried about Karen. Zifa looked at Tina leaving in a funny way, and then turned his attention to Karen again. At this time, Scott's moans had disappeared, he was dead, and the air was terrifyingly quiet, with only the sound of burning fire and the sound of sharp blades slicing across his skin. Oh, Zifa quickly walked towards Karen, grabbed Karen's wrist that wanted to continue waving, and said in a deep voice, "That's enough, he is already dead." Karen's face was full of exhaustion and numbness, as if he had lost his soul. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Zifa, and said in a hoarse voice, "Oh, are you dead? What a pity." Zifa looked at Karen quietly, his eyes full of pity and comfort, and patted Karen's shoulder gently, trying to convey some warmth and strength, and whispered, "Yes, Karen, it's over. You've had your revenge." Karen trembled slightly, and his voice was low and weak, "Really, everything is over." Zifa sighed and said in a deep voice, "Your life should not just revolve around hatred, there are more things worth pursuing. Let go of the pain of the past, look forward, and find new hope and justice." Karen raised his head and stared at the teacher who cared about him. His face was covered with traces of time, and his wrinkles were as crisscross as ravines. There was a deep and firm light in his eyes, as if he had experienced countless wind and rain. He is no longer young, but exudes a calm and sophisticated temperament. This Marine general is also burdened with hatred, which is his persistence in justice and his hatred of evil. His expression is serious and solemn, and every wrinkle seems to tell the story of his past struggle and persistence. Karen could feel the strength deep in his heart, the determination to do whatever it took for his beliefs. Compared to his own hatred, Zifa's hatred is the deepest. Feeling the power coming from Zifa, Karen's eyes gradually became clear and firm. He exhaled a long breath and tried to calm down his emotions. He showed a firm smile to Zifa and said in a deep voice, "I understand, teacher, for justice." Chapter 35 Good Marine. The next day, dawn. The fire has been put out, because Marine arrived in time, and the town was not destroyed like the town of Srili. Under the leadership of Zifa and Jun, Marine soldiers quickly organized and carried out cleanup and rescue work. At this time, Karen was lying in the medical room of the warship. In the battle with Beard, although he did not suffer any serious injuries, he was still mentally exhausted. Putting the apple on the bedside into his mouth, Karen slowly sat up. This battle was more difficult than he expected, but the rewards it brought him were huge. Closing his eyes, Karen carefully felt the changes brought about by seeing and hearing the color. His 5 senses became very sensitive, including the sound of sea water hitting the warship in his ears, the changes in airflow, and the smell of food that kept teasing Karen's nose. Gulu gulu. Opening his eyes, he has always been hungry easily since he learned to return life. Hunger is a good thing, it means his body has a huge need for energy. Holding his stomach, Karen stood up and walked towards the source of the delicious food. Walking into the canteen, it was full of people. Karen attracted everyone's attention as soon as she came over. The noisy voices became quieter, and they still remembered Karen's cruelty on the battlefield. It seems that I was really cruel at that time. Thinking of his method of dealing with Scott, Karen smiled bitterly in his heart. Speaking of this, he was also very puzzled. He had only known the grandfather in this body for 2 days. Logically speaking, although there was hatred, there would be no hatred. That's right. Could it be that he was influenced by the remaining soul of the original owner? Karen shook his head with a headache and randomly tested in his mind. It was not impossible. I have avenged you, and it's time for you to rest in peace. Karen secretly thought in his heart. As he said these words, he seemed to feel a little lighter, whether it was a psychological effect or not. The burden of hatred disappeared at this moment, and he felt an indescribable comfort welling up in his heart. Taking a long breath, Karen ordered meals for 12 people in a row and turned into a glutton to devour the food. After burping, Karen walked towards the deck under the shocked eyes of the Marines. Karen! As soon as he reached the plywood, a voice of surprise came to Karen's ears. Karen turned around and saw that it was Rocinante. How are you? Rocinante asked with concern. I'm fine. Do you have a cigarette? Karen asked with a grin. He originally didn't want his body to get into the bad habit of smoking, but after the previous battle, he found that it was still necessary. Ah! Rocinante was stunned, rummaging through his pockets, and finally smiled awkwardly. Well, I don't smoke. A Marine who doesn't smoke is not a good Marine. Karen walked towards Rocinante, reached out and patted his shoulder, teasingly. Is it? Is there such a thing? Rocinante Jonger was confused. Yet, look at Teacher Zifa, Major General Hwashaishan, and Dominic Instructor, each of them is a big smoker. Karen held back her smile and talked nonsense seriously. It's true. Rocinante nodded thoughtfully. Lady's cigarette, do you want it? At some point, Tina came to the two of them and took out a white cigarette from her pocket. Yes. Karen took the cigarette from Tina's hand. Took one out and put it in his mouth, while not forgetting to throw one to Rocinante. Is there a fire? Karen looked at Tina and said sheepishly. Tina rolled her eyes at Karen, then took out a lighter from her pocket and threw it at Karen. Karen took the lighter, lit it for Rocinante, and finally lit it for himself, took a deep breath, and put the lighter into his pocket. A set of small combos is extremely smooth. The smoke smell of women's cigarettes is much lighter than that of men's cigarettes, and the flavor is mint, which is perfect for people like Karen who don't smoke much. A cigarette after a meal is better than a living god. Karen sighed as she exhaled a puff of white smoke. Tina walked towards Karen, stretched out her hand and looked at Karen. Karen asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Lighter. Tina stared at Karen with a stern face. Karen smiled awkwardly, "Ha ha ha, don't be so stingy, I will use this first, and when I have time to buy you one, I will return it to you." After saying that, without waiting for Tina to reply, he slapped his head and said, "Well, Teacher Zifa said that when I wake up, he asked me to find him. I'll go first, you guys are busy." With that said, he walked quickly towards Zifa's room. Tina looked at Karen who was escaping in a funny way, with the corners of her mouth raised slightly. "Buy me one?" After getting rid of Tina and arriving on the deck of the second floor of the warship, Karen unexpectedly found Zifa watching the busy people at the railing on the second floor. Hearing Karen's footsteps, he said calmly without looking back, "Are you here?" Looking at the slightly lonely Zifa, Karen nodded, with an evil thought in his mind, and said calmly, "I'm here." "You brat, come here as soon as you come. Why are you standing so far away?" Zifa turned around and cursed with a smile. Seeing that Zifa was not cooperating, Karen nodded in frustration and walked to Zifa's side unhurriedly. "What are you doing? Are you in a bad mood?" Zifa turned his attention back to the busy marine. "It's a bit uncomfortable." Looking at the ruins of the town in the distance and listening to the crying that came from time to time, Karen took a deep breath from the cigarette, and the white smoke slowly drifted in the air. "Just get used to it." Zifa's expression could not be seen clearly, and his voice was a little tired. "Are you used to it?" Karen solemnly looked at Zifa's side face and asked. Zifa's lips moved slightly, but he didn't make any sound. There was a flash of pain and helplessness in his eyes, and the destruction and injury caused by the war will always be deep in his heart. Karen stared at Zifa, and he understood that Zifa could not get used to it. Being accustomed to the cruelty of war meant indifference to human nature and indifference to life. Zifa turned his head, the sea breeze blew the corners of his clothes, his eyes were firm and serious, his voice echoed in the sea breeze, with a heavy sense of mission. This is the meaning of marine, to eliminate pirates and not let them people are harmed. Karen stared blankly at Zifa's determined pupils and nodded slowly. Okay, I didn't ask you to come to me just to talk about this. Zifa put away the solemn expression on his face, and his eyes gradually became gentle. Oh, what's the matter? Karen asked curiously. Have you awakened your knowledge and knowledge? Chapter 36 Domineering. As if he was afraid that Karen would not understand, Zifa explained, it is a very wonderful feeling. To put it simply, it is a supersense that is born when the 5 senses become sharper. You can sense attacks, predict the opponent's next moves, and sense the opponent's strength. Karen nodded solemnly, yes, I realized this state during the battle with Beard. Although he had long expected Karen's awakening, he was still full of shock when he saw Karen nodding in recognition. Awakening Haki is not as difficult as Conquerors, but those who can awaken Haki are very rare, not to mention those who can awaken it in just one battle. What a genius! Zifa sighed and nodded with satisfaction. Since you have awakened the Haki of wisdom and color, I will tell you the other 2 training methods of Haki. Karen concentrated and made a gesture of listening carefully. Ahem. Domineering is the potential power possessed by all human beings. This innate ability is the 3 powers of spirit, strength, and soul in human beings. People call it domineering. However, the vast majority of people are not aware of this power, or they are unable to exert it throughout their lives. These 3 domineering colors are the seeing color that represents the spirit, the armed color that represents strength, and the conqueror's color that represents the soul. Zifa paused as he spoke, looked at Karen who was listening carefully, and continued, you have awakened to the color of knowledge. I believe you also felt his subtlety in the previous battle. Don't be complacent. There are levels of domineering. What you awakened before was just the initial stage of seeing and hearing. Advanced Haki can predict the future, and a more powerful one can even feel the other person's thoughts and emotions, and convey the user's own consciousness to others, affecting the minds and thoughts of others and generating strong resonance, and even it can change the other party's values and ideology. But this kind of knowledge is usually innate, and there is no way to achieve this through training. Karen, who can predict the future, knows that it is Wang Lufi's teacher, Teacher Ka-er. As for changing other people's minds, Princess Otohim of Mermaid Island in the deep sea once used it. That is a kind of Haki that is rarer than Conquerors. As for the armed color, it can improve personal defense, acting like invisible armor. It can also evolve into attack power, and then compete with Devil Fruit users, and can even touch the entity of Logia Fruit users. You left the military academy. The Dominic who fought with you before will be armed and domineering. At this point, Zifa slapped himself on the head. Forgot, you haven't seen the power of the Logia Fruit yet. Let me tell you this, when you don't know how to arm yourself with Haki, when you meet Logia's opponent, your attack will be like water off a duck's back. But you don't have to worry. Logia fruits are very rare, even in our marines. But they are all very powerful people without exception. It's a pity that you have already eaten the devil fruit, otherwise, alas. Zifa shook his head in annoyance. It's okay, I quite like my word fruit. Most people thought he was eating the Paramecia devil fruit, so he naturally wouldn't deny it. The corners of Karen's mouth turned up and she smiled. Oh, you don't know how powerful the Logia fruit is. Otherwise you will definitely regret it. Zifa smiled helplessly. He did not eat the devil fruit because he was very confident in his domineering power. But that's okay. Without the Logia fruit, you won't rely too much on the ability of the devil fruit. You must know that in this sea, domineering overpowers everything. Karen was non-committal about Zifa's statement. Before the domineering force appeared, the sense of oppression brought by the natural system was indeed very strong. It's just a pity that each version has its own god. Who would have imagined that there are phantom beast species in the animal system? The phantom beast species fruit can not only bring a powerful physique to the user, but also bring elemental attacks of 5-flowered 8 gates. The emergence of phantom beasts makes Logia seem like a joke. In the later stage, other elements were better. Burn the fruit. Looking at Karen, who looked indifferent, Zifa secretly made up his mind. When this matter was over and he returned to Marine headquarters, he would ask Porisalino to come over and let Karen see the power of Logia. As for why Porisalino was chosen instead of someone else, it was because he was afraid that Sakaski would strike too hard. Kyuzan should have been a good candidate originally, but it was a pity that after O'Hara's incident, he changed from his original burning justice has become lazy justice. Now Kyuzan often rides his bicycle to travel in the sea, and it is difficult to see him at ordinary times. Although Porisalino is also unconventional, he is still very responsible as long as he is working. Moreover, Porisalino's battle is very unique. Compared with his physical and ability offensive, his verbal offensive is equally powerful. Thinking that Karen was going to be disgusted by Porisalino, Zifa laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, cough, okay, the next thing I want to talk about is that there are also high-level armed colors, divided into 3 types. The first is entanglement hardening. You can wrap yourself with armed domineering energy. It can make your body harder than steel and improve your defense and attack power. In addition to using it on your own body, you can also use it on objects. There are many a skill that every swordsman must master. The second is to flow outward, where the body's unnecessary armed domineering flow is wrapped around the hands or weapons and released, directly evolving into substantial attack power or defense power. It can hit the enemy with a powerful impact, and can also forming a protective wall. It can even defend against invisible attacks. This kind of domineering power is called Luiying in Wano. The third type is internal destruction. It can disseminate the armed color outward and pass through the surface of the object, directly destroying the interior of the object. It is a very terrifying attack method. These are the application skills of advanced armed colors. You need to master the basic armed colors and then explore by yourself. As for how to learn armed colors, it is very simple. Unlike the knowledge colors, which require talent, armed colors require constant beatings. As long as you are physically strong enough. If you are strong, you can learn, and many people in the New World can. So next I will arrange for you to conduct actual combat training with different armed warriors. You must be prepared. Karen nodded solemnly and said excitedly, I understand, teacher. He naturally yearns for armed domineering, which is a skill that must be mastered to become a strong man. Without the weapon color, you are not qualified to enter the New World. Well, in addition to the 2 above, there is another one called Conqueror's Haki. Zifa suddenly sighed and took out a cigar from his arms. Karen quickly used the lighter that came along to help Zifa light it. Zifa looked at Karen in surprise, smiled and cursed, when did you learn this? Hey, training is too stressful, so occasionally light a lighter to cushion the pressure. Karen put the lighter into his pocket and said sheepishly. Really? Zifa was non-committal, exhaling a puff of white smoke and continued. The third type of haki is Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 37 Clean Up. Conqueror's Haki is different from the other 2 types of haki. You can learn the Conqueror's Haki as long as you practice hard, and Conqueror's Haki is not available to everyone. If you want to learn Conqueror's, you must have a strong consciousness. It can be said that those who have Conqueror's Haki, everyone has the qualifications to become a king. This kind of haki is rare in our Marines. As far as I know, the guy from Sengoku has this talent. Even I don't have Conqueror's Haki. Zifa shook his head and said distressedly. Is it justice to rule the world? Karen thought of the justice of the Warring States period and murmured. With the qualifications of a king, it seems that if you want to have conqueror's domineering power, you have to think about what kind of king you want to be. Karen naturally yearns for conqueror's domineering power, but unfortunately at present he only has the idea of becoming stronger, not of becoming a king. I don't know if I will have the chance to awaken conquerors in the future. Those who possess conquerors are, without exception, the strongest among the strongest in this world. Zifa patted Karen on the shoulder and continued, conquerors is also a very powerful attack method. People who possess conquerors, it gives people a strong sense of oppression by nature, and a few people can even wrap conquerors around their attacks, just like a weapon. Okay, it's useless to say this. Just be careful if you meet someone who uses conquerors in the future. Seeing that Karen looked a little disappointed, Zifa changed the topic of conquerors and continued, I called you here today, mainly to tell you how to learn armed colors. Karen put away the messy emotions in her heart and said doubtfully, didn't you say that just being beaten is fine? Hey, stupid. Zifa patted Karen's shoulder heavily and said in a deep voice, that's just a way to speed up learning, there is another way. What method? Karen asked curiously. In his previous life, he had seen Luffy practicing haki. It was similar to what Zifa said. He only needed to be beaten constantly and his body could consciously form protection. Are you able to use iron blocks proficiently now? Zifa narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. Okay, does the training of armed colors have something to do with iron blocks? As he said this, Karen tensed up and used the iron blocks. Yes, the iron block can be said to be the lower level replacement of the armed color. You can't move when you use the iron block now. Zifa said lightly. Karen's mind moved, and he tried to move while using the iron block. After trying for a while, he shook his head in frustration, but did not give up and continued to try. Ha ha ha, it's a good thing you can't, otherwise I would be scared to death by you. Zifa looked at the motionless Karen and laughed. The next moment, Zifa's smile froze on his face. Because when he discovered the iron block used by Karen, he actually moved his steps slightly. I succeeded. Karen said in surprise and asked, Teacher, what did you say? Are you really a FG genius? Zifa murmured with his mouth wide open. Karen used life return to control his body, and slowly moved a few steps. Suddenly his face was covered in sweat. He put away the iron block and panted. Hey, how's it going? Is that so? Zifa silently blew out a smoke ring, coughed slightly, and said with a strange expression, yes. I really have talent. This is also a way to train armed colors. Remember to practice more when you go back. He didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. As soon as he said Karen couldn't, he succeeded. This sudden reversal caught him off guard. There was joy in Karen's success in his eyes, but also a trace of annoyance that he had been too sure just now. He coughed lightly, ahem, okay, you can go back. Karen put away his excited expression and thanked Zifa, okay, thank you teacher. It's getting dark. Zifa and Jun have led Marine to complete the finishing work. Because he was specially bringing recruits for actual combat, Zifa did not plan to stay in this sea area for too long. After informing the headquarters of the situation on the island, Zifa led Karen and the others back to Marin Fendo. The return journey went very smoothly, and there was no one with no eyesight who shouted at the ship to approach it. Stepping onto the land of Marin Fendo, Karen took a deep breath. This trip to sea brought me great rewards. Not only did he take revenge personally, but he also realized the domineering power of seeing and hearing color in the battle, and even stepped towards the door of learning armed color with Zifa's advice. After saying goodbye to Zifa, Tina and the others, Karen planned to go back to the dormitory and take a hot bath to wash away the fatigue of the past 2 days. Callan, right. Just as he was about to leave, a sassy voice stopped him. Damn it, how could I forget her? Karen turned around stiffly and said with a smile, Jun-senpai, are you okay? Haha, little brother, it's nothing. I just remind you to come to the training ground on number 15 tomorrow. Jun said with a smile. I know, I know. Meeting Jun's eyes, Karen couldn't help but shudder, and cold sweat dropped. Remember to be energetic and clean tonight. My sister will love you well tomorrow. Jun walked towards Karen and tapped Karen's chest with his green fingers. Who is that? He can actually win the favor of Major General Jun. No. Jun, my goddess. Damn it, find out what this kid's name is, I'm going to beat him up. Feeling the malicious eyes around her, Karen wanted to cry without tears. Revenge, absolutely revenge. During the 2 days of recuperation on the warship, Karen thought that Jun had forgotten about him. What a witch! Sister, don't you know how ambiguous what you said is? Those who didn't know thought we were going to do something tomorrow. What? Isn't there a special training tomorrow? Karen spoke righteously and said loudly. What? It turns out it's just special training. Isn't that right? Why do you want him to be cleaned during special training? Maybe Major General Jun hates the bad smell. Hearing the random speculation around him, Karen breathed a sigh of relief. Jun is not only one of the best swordsmen in Marine, with countless admirers, but Jun's background is terrifying. This is a master named Garp Little Garp. Karen clearly remembers that Jun is the sister of Commander Tsuru. Counselor, he is a woman who makes Doflamingo run away. Really? I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Jun took a step back and smiled at Karen. I'm looking forward to it too. Chapter 38 Big Belly. The next morning. Elite Training School. Perhaps due to the spread last night, many Marines heard that Jun was going to personally teach recruit swordsmanship, and the place was crowded with people. I just don't know if they really want to see the swordsmanship or Jun himself. He is Karen. He looks very young. This guy just messed with Miss Tina, and now he hooked up with Major General Jun. What a scumbag. I heard that Major General Jun took the initiative to find him. What's good about him is that he's a little more handsome than me, isn't he? Karen has been waiting here early. After all, it is very ungentlemanly to make a beautiful woman wait. Because Karen is now far ahead of Marine at the same time, Zifa told him on the way back that he can train freely in the future and does not need to report to Zifa every day. He couldn't hide his excitement at the thought of fighting against top swordsmen. This was the benefit of joining Marine. Not only could he learn various fighting techniques, but he could also have masters teach him moves. Automatically blocking out the sour sounds around him, Karen did a few warm-up moves at will and just waited. After waiting for a while, Karen saw Jun's tall figure and walked over slowly. She was wearing Major General Marine's cloak of justice, and the peach-colored short skirt couldn't hide the whiteness on her chest. The spider tattoos on her long white legs made her temperament a bit more enchanting. She seemed to be in a good mood, with a faint smile on her lips. To Karen's expectation, she was followed by a wretched-looking uncle, Cake, who, like Jun, was a future general candidate. Jun, why are you interested in that brat? Jiaji looked at Karen and said distressedly. Teacher Zifa asked me to give guidance to Karen. Besides, it seems that who I am interested in has nothing to do with you. Jun put away the smile on his face and said angrily, also, why are you following me? I remember you have a mission today. Jiaji scratched the back of his head, licked his face and said, no, there is no mission. I also want to see this year's elite students. Really? Jun was non-committal, helpless about the addition, looked around, frowned slightly, then looked at Karen who was doing stretching exercises on the side. His eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, Karen. Karen stopped his movements and touched his nose. Major General Jun. Jun frowned slightly and said with a half-smile, I called her sister last night. Why are you so outspoken today? What? Last night? Called sister. Before Karen could answer, Jiaji looked shocked and lost his voice. At this moment, he felt like his sky was falling. He didn't expect that so many things would happen in just a few days. Jun looked at Cake coldly, glared at Cake, and said in a deep voice, "What? Isn't it possible?" Cake was startled by Jun's cold eyes and stammered, "But, it's okay." Then he turned his attention to Karen and looked at Karen seriously. Her short golden hair shone dazzlingly in the sun, her eyes were firm and bright, and there was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt, and he felt like he had seen Karen somewhere. With a thought, he remembered, wasn't this the kid who made a high-profile confession in the cafeteria that day? He had also used Karen's method on Jun. Thinking of this, he felt a slight pain coming from his abdomen. "It's you." Jiaji walked quickly towards Karen and exclaimed. Karen looked at Jiaji blankly. He didn't remember seeing Jiaji, and said blankly, "Is it me?" "Hey? Do you know Karen?" Jun looked at Karen and then at Keiki, curiously. "I know, it's him who made my belly so big." Jiaji covered his bulging belly and shouted through gritted teeth. "Ah!" Jun looked at Karen and Keiki strangely, as if he had discovered some great secret. Hey, uncle, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. Why do you mean I made your belly so big?" Karen's face was full of black lines, he couldn't bear it, and he spoke angrily. He wanted prestige, and he could accept the stigma, but he definitely couldn't accept this kind of stigma. No, it's not him, it's you." Keiki also found that what he said was pleasant, so he looked at Jun and said. The Marines who came here to watch all had their eyes widened and their heads stretched out, looking at the three of them in shock. In my mind, I couldn't help but think of the triangle story between Kaji, Jun, and Karen. Major General Jiaji has thick eyebrows and big eyes. I didn't expect him to be so open-minded. Wow, I didn't expect Major General Jun to be so big. At this moment, their hearts were broken. Jun's vision went dark, and he took out the famous sword Kimpira in his hand, gritted his silver teeth, and roared, "What are you talking about?" Cake felt Jun's anger, and took a few steps back unconsciously, and stammered, I mean it was the confession method he taught me. After I used it, I was beaten by you." Jun put away his anger, looked at Cake's belly thoughtfully, and said angrily, "Don't say half the words and leave the other half." "No, uncle, who are you? Do I know you very well? When did I teach you?" Karen said with an innocent look. "You said it wasn't you, Marine Restaurant, who made the announcement." Jiaji said bitterly. I confessed my love, but I didn't teach you." Karen looked embarrassed, but he didn't expect this matter to have such a big impact. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't." Jiaji looked aggrieved. "That's enough." Jun interrupted Cake and said angrily, "Are you very free?" Jiaji was startled. "If you have nothing to do, don't interfere with my guidance of the juniors." Jun pointed to an open space next to him and said to Karen, "Okay, ignore this idiot, let's go there to train." "Okay." Karen nodded, walked slowly to the open space next to him, smiled at Jun and said, "Do you want to use a wooden sword?" "No, just use the sword you have and attack me with all your strength." Jun said calmly with a confident smile. Karen drew out the Zhang Feng, the fighting spirit burning in his heart. He gently supported the Zhang Feng, his eyes were sharp, and he said without any emotion, "This sword is called Zhang Feng. It is 4 feet long and is made of 1,000-year-old cold iron." In fact, he didn't know what material Zhang Feng was made of, but he just thought it was very impressive to shout out. Jun looked at Karen in silence, who seemed to have changed into a different person, and said strangely, "My sword is called Jinpira, let's do it." Crescent Moon Celestial. The sword light flashed past like lightning, and the sharp sword energy drew a dazzling arc in the air, heading straight towards Jun. Naturally, Karen would not be 100% caught with bare hands, as that would have no effect on actual combat. Well done. A trace of surprise flashed in Jun's eyes, and he directly used the weapon color to wrap Jinpira, and flew out with the same slash. One blade style spider flash. Chapter 39 Applying for Graduation. Karen lay on the ground exhausted, the entire ground soaked with sweat. Performing pretty well. Jun was also dripping with sweat and panting. Karen glanced at Jun standing next to her. Her long, snow-white legs looked even more dazzling under the sunlight. The skin on her legs exuded a porcelain-like luster, delicate and smooth. Her slender legs reminded people of elegant white swan. Closing his eyes, Karen ignored Jun and internally digested the fighting skills just now. Much longer lasting than the first time. Jun sat down next to Karen, her eyes sparkling with a charming light and a faint smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. Slowly stretching her body, like a graceful cat, every movement is full of provocation. Karen's throat felt dry unconsciously. She rolled her eyes at Jun and complained in her heart. Isn't it just a training session? It's so exciting. Yes, it has been more than 2 months since the last special training for Jun to help Karen. During these 2 months, whenever Jun returned to Marin Fendo, he would find Karen for special training. It is worth mentioning that Jiaji will also come to the training ground from time to time to practice with Karen in the name of training his juniors. Not only Jun and Cake, Zifa also occasionally arranges other different major generals and lieutenants as Karen's actual combat targets. So these days, not only has Karen's strength grown rapidly, but he has also become somewhat famous among major generals and lieutenant generals. Many people know that Karen is Zifa's personal disciple. Why are you so indifferent? Sister, I have been very tired these days. How can you compensate me? Jun drew a circle on Karen's back with his finger and said with unclear meaning. Karen was shocked. Although this contact was not the first time, Karen felt an electric shock every time, and her hand holding Zhang Feng trembled slightly. Did Jun fall in love with me? Karen was thinking wildly in her mind. When Jun saw this, he laughed, his smile spread out, and the white on his chest swayed. Karen swallowed. Because of the training just now, his breathing was much heavier. How about I treat you to dinner? It's just that, Jun's tone was a little disappointed. Then, he smiled faintly and opened his red lips slightly. Okay. Thank you. Karen said suddenly. Hey? Why are you talking about this? Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Karen with a hint of danger. Karen quickly stood up and stretched out his left hand. Suddenly, a dark breath wrapped around Karen's left hand. After 2.5 months of hard work, Karen finally mastered armed color haki. Did you succeed? Jun looked at Karen in surprise. She didn't expect Karen to learn armed colors so quickly. Yes. Karen's eyes were full of confidence. Jun said with a sense of loss, 2.5 months, it's so fast, what are you going to do? Karen didn't answer in a hurry. With a thought, he opened the system interface in his mind. Target reputation, 9066/10,000. Budding Marine talent. Skills acquired. Unrivaled skill. The first effect is to forcibly upgrade a skill you have mastered to the highest level. You have chosen to return your life. The second effect is that the more confident you shout out the move, the stronger the effect. 100% chance of being caught with bare hands. Use sword weapons with both hands. Look at a person. Shout look at the sword and 100% chance of being caught by the opponent. In more than 2 months, his reputation has basically not increased much. The only fluctuation was the few days when Jun fought against him. But the increase was not as big as Karen imagined. After all, there were only so many people in the training camp, and not many people paid attention to these tidbits. Now that he has mastered the armed color, he has the capital to show his strength to the sea, so he is ready to apply to Zifa for early graduation. I plan to graduate early. Karen said truthfully. Well, your current strength has indeed reached the point of graduation. Jun nodded, not surprised by Karen's choice. He paused and continued, there is nothing left to teach you in the training camp. If you want to continue to become stronger, you can only continue to experience battles between life and death. Karen lowered his head and smiled lightly. Yes, that's my plan. Jun seemed not used to speaking with her head raised, so she also stood up, patted Karen's heavy shoulder, and said with a smile, I'm waiting for your good news. Are you sure you want to graduate early? You have just awakened your armed haki. Isn't it too early? Zifa looked at Karen with a complicated expression. He had known Karen for half a year. In the past few months, he had found many masters to compete with Karen in actual combat, so he understood the growth of Karen's strength. Now that Karen is almost as strong as a brigadier general in his headquarters, there will naturally be no problem for the brigadier general to go to sea. It's just that he hasn't seen anyone as talented as Karen for a long time, and he doesn't want Karen to die before he develops. The baby bird will one day fly alone away from its parents. Only by experiencing wind and rain can it become stronger. My training in the headquarters is of little significance now, so I think it is time to leave my parents and conduct my own trial. Karen met Zifa's eyes, and there was a dazzling light in his eyes, which was the determination to become stronger. Zifa looked at Karen blankly, took out a cigar from his arms, and Karen skillfully lit it for him. Will the baby bird eventually leave its parents? After a long time, Zifa let out a long sigh and said in a deep voice. Can. Without waiting for Karen's answer, he added, I can let you go and have your own experience, but you have to go through a test from me. A smile appeared on Karen's face and he said confidently, I promise to complete the task. Zifa chuckled, haha, I promised you in advance that this trial will be difficult. No matter how difficult it is, I will definitely finish it. Karen promised. Really? A strange smile appeared on Zifa's face. Seeing Zifa's old fox-like smile, Karen's heart suddenly skipped a beat and asked in a low voice, what on earth is it? Zifa laughed loudly, you will know when the time comes. Chapter 40 Ape God. Karen was led by Zifa to the training ground, which he was very familiar with because it was also the ground where he and Jun trained. It's just that it's more lively here than before. With just one glance, Karen discovered Jun, Cake, and Huo Xiaoshan. They were standing aside and talking about something. Are you asking me to fight Jun and the others? Karen made random guesses in her mind. Ha ha ha, it's so lively here. Hearing the voice before seeing anyone, Garp grabbed a handful of donuts and stuffed them into his mouth. Well, I didn't expect even Xiao he was here. Sengoku, who was walking with Garp, had a flash in his eyes. He looked at Karen for a while, then for Jun, and finally focused on Crane with a smile on his lips. Ha ha ha, I haven't heard of a recruit who graduated early in many years. Everyone is very curious. Staff officer he also smiled and said, yes, I heard that this child is Zifa's favorite disciple. Then he turned his attention to Karen and asked Warring States, he is Karen, right? Warring States nodded, yes, he is a very talented young man. He looked at her carefully and smiled with satisfaction, I'm just a little young. Ha ha ha, Ziahe, are you old and confused? Recruit is certainly young. Garp stuffed another handful of donuts into his mouth and joked. I can't stop your mouth even if I eat. Sengoku stretched out his hand to take Garp's donuts, but Garp nimbly dodged it. He looked at Garp thoughtfully and asked, I heard from Sengoku that Karen is your relative. Well, that's right. Garp replied. Karen was introduced by Darag, so there is nothing wrong with saying he is a relative of his. Crane nodded, looking more and more satisfied with Karen's expression. Ha ha ha, Ziahe is here too. Zifa led Karen towards Sengoku and the others, and at the same time introduced to Karen, this is the Crane staff, and she is also Jun's sister. When saying this, Zifa also winked at Karen. Karen pretended not to notice Zifa's little move, gave a military salute to he, and smiled shyly. I've met staff he. He was silent for a while. Well, not bad, he is much more polite than Zifa and Garp. Where, Teacher Zifa and Lieutenant General Garp are seniors. Karen answered seriously. He laughed loudly. Interesting. Then, she looked at Jun and said casually, I heard that Jun often teaches you swordsmanship recently. Well, Sister Jun's swordsmanship is superb, and I have learned a lot. Karen pondered for a while and said cautiously. Really? He looked again at Karen's pupils and asked, what do you think of Jun? Ah, Jun-san, very good. Karen, sweating like raindrops, answered bravely. I mean. He was mid-sentence when he was interrupted by a sassy voice. Sister he, why are you here too? Jun walked up to her long snow-white legs and shouted to Crane in surprise. I heard that there was a genius in this recruitment period, so I came here to take a look. He replied with a smile. Karen took this opportunity to quickly stand behind Zifa and asked in a low voice, Teacher, why are there so many people today? Zifa glanced at Karen and said angrily, Hey, isn't it because of you? Because of me? Karen looked stunned. Do you think it is so easy to graduate early? Zifa asked with a smile, what is your current position? Miscellaneous soldier. Karen didn't know what his position was. He remembered that the lowest position in the Marine Corps was a chore soldier, and he didn't remember that he had ever been promoted. Get lost. Zifa rolled his eyes and explained, you are now Seaman First Class. You are not qualified to lead warships to sea after graduation. So you asked the Warring States General. Karen's eyes lit up, is it to give me a promotion? Humph, you still have some brains. Zifa nodded. Thank you. Karen sincerely thanked Zifa, and then asked, so, what exactly is my assessment? Fighting Jun. Is this? Before Zifa finished speaking, he was attracted by the noisy voice of Marine around him. Seeing the person clearly, Zifa smiled and said, Hee, here he comes. Wow, isn't that Lieutenant General Porisalano? He's actually here too. I haven't seen Lieutenant General Porisalano for a long time. He is so handsome, screams. I heard that Lieutenant General Porisalano was sent to protect a particularly important person. As a star figure in Marine, Porisalano was heatedly discussed by Marine as soon as he appeared on the scene. Porisalano walked up to Zifa with a twitchy expression and said in a strange tone, is this my opponent? It's so scary, like a monster. WOC, ape god. This is a scary guy with a terrifying mouth and a supernova kick. He is the Marine general whose plot is the most unpredictable. Even now, Karen is still not sure whether Porisalano really let off steam when facing Luffy. Me? Against Porisalano? Teacher Zifa, are you kidding me? How virtuous and capable am I now? Karen looked at Porisalano approaching in shock, and Jnin couldn't help complaining in his heart. Turning his head stiffly and looking at Zifa, Karen asked unwillingly, Teacher, is this my opponent? Zifa nodded and said with a smile, yes, this is a suitable opponent that I spent a lot of energy to help you choose. Suitable opponent? Are you sure? Karen reasonably suspected that this was Zifa's plan to prevent him from graduating. Karen smiled and said, really? Thank you. Haha, Porisalano is not an ordinary lieutenant general, he is a candidate for general. Please be careful later. Zifa reminded kindly. So the graduation test is to defeat Porisalano. At this moment, Karen's face was ashen. What are you thinking about? Although your current strength is not bad, you better not think about defeating Porisalano. Zifa snorted and looked at Karen with a look like a fool. Hey! Then how to judge whether I passed the assessment? Karen exhaled, and her hanging heart returned to her stomach. It's very simple, Zifa smiled slyly and pointed at Garp, Sengoku and he, as long as they feel qualified. Karen looked at Zifa suspiciously. You didn't plan it in advance, did you? Go away. Am I that kind of person? Zifa shouted angrily. Okay. Sengoku had a dark look on his face and walked towards Zifa, interrupting the conversation between the two. He was afraid of damaging Marine's image if he continued. When does it start? We are very busy. That's it now. Zifa said seriously. Are there any rules? Poro Salino pouted, speaking in a tone that made people want to slap him. There are no rules. You can use swordsmanship, physical skills, or devil fruits as you like, as long as you don't kill anyone. Zifa said. Are you sure? Warring States frowned. He knew Poro Salino's strength and thought Zifa would restrict Poro Salino from using the fruit's ability. Sure. Warring States' eyes flashed, nodded, and agreed with Zifa's decision. Okay, let's get started. Poro Salino looked at the weapon behind Karen and said in a long tone. Oh, it's really scary. Chapter 41 Garp's eldest nephew. Marlin Fenduo, Training Ground. Under the sunlight, the dust was flying, as if there was an invisible pressure. Under the nervous and solemn gaze of all Marines, Karen and Poro Salino stood opposite each other. Karen held the Tibetan fang tightly in his hand, sweat dripping from his forehead due to nervousness, and his heartbeat accelerated rapidly, as if it was about to break through his chest. This was the first time Karen faced a general-level opponent, and the sense of oppression Poro Salino brought to Karen was unique. Even the Marines who dared to look were infected by Karen's emotions, and looked at the scene that was going to happen next with their eyes wide open. Lieutenant General Poro Salino is so strong, you can feel his oppression just by standing there without moving. That's right, Lieutenant General Poro Salino is a user with the power of the Shining Fruit, which is the powerful Logia fruit. The Marine on the other side is hardly a match for Poro Salino. He's equally good. I heard that Lieutenant General Poro Salino is already a candidate for general. The Marines looked at Poro Salino with admiring eyes and started talking about it. Karen took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Thinking back to the past 3 months of training, his eyes were burning with a strong fighting spirit, as if he was about to set the entire school on fire. Compared to Karen, who looked like he was facing a formidable enemy, Poro Salino looked much more relaxed. His face was confident and calm, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised with a faint smile. It's really troublesome, Junior Karen, you should take action first. Their eyes met. Karen said solemnly, okay, be careful. As he spoke, Zhang Feng was raised and fell cleanly. As soon as he takes action, he is ready to use a special move, although there is a high probability that it will not work. Look at the sword. The one sword immortal kneels down, and with the blessing of the power of law, Poro Salino is no exception. The next moment, Poro Salino suddenly appeared under Karen's sword. He also knelt down on one knee, raised his hands high, and clamped Karen's sword. This funny scene made everyone's eyes widen. Warring States' eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice to Zifa, is this the power of Karen's word fruit? Even Poro Salino can't resist it. Yes, his ability is very strange. Even my weapon colors are useless. Zifa recalled the day he and Karen fought, and he was also confused. It's a pity that when he uses this ability, he doesn't seem to be able to move. Garp stuffed a handful of senbei and smiled with interest. Can you even control yourself? It's really useless for fighting. Are you going to starve the opponent to death like this? Crane's eyes also shone with light. He looked at Garp and said angrily, weak ribs? What if this power can control Whitebeard, control you? Like you said, it wouldn't be difficult to starve you to death. Garp put down the senbei in his hand and couldn't help laughing. Warring States, what do you think? Zifa said in a deep voice. An experiment is needed. If this power can really control Whitebeard, then this little guy will be of great significance to Marine. Thinking of Whitebeard kneeling before Karen and Marine, Sengoku's expression became uncontrollably aroused. No, I read that right. Porosalino actually knelt under Karen's sword. How is that possible? That's Porosalino. Marine, who was watching the battle, opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. Porosalino's expression changed. He had not expected such a change. Hey, it's fake. It turns out you are also a devil fruit user. It's too scary. As he spoke, his body suddenly turned into a ball of yellow flash, and appeared behind Karen again, with one leg raised high. Have you ever been kicked by a light? The shadow of death instantly enveloped Karen's body, and before Karen could turn around, he ducked and flew away. Boom! A huge pothole appeared at Karen's original location, causing a cloud of dust to fly. Karen's face became ugly. Is this the strength of a general? The speed is too fast, not at the same level at all. However, Karen did not panic. After all, this was just a trial, and Porosalino would not really kill him. If it were a real battle, it was not certain whether he could dodge the blow just now. With his thoughts at this point, Karen relaxed his mind. Since his opponent did not dare to make a killing move and he knew that he was no match for Porosalino, he would no longer hold back and put everything he had learned these days into full play. Standing up and looking at Porosalino, who looked indifferent, Karen said in a deep voice. Lieutenant General Porosalino, I know that I am no match for you. This is my strongest attack. I have never used it myself, so be careful. No longer hesitating, a dazzling light flashed from the tip of Zhang Feng's sword, and the vigorous sword intent slowly condensed in the air like substance, carrying unparalleled pressure. Karen held the hilt of the sword tightly, took a deep breath, and then shouted. X-Curry Stick. This is the secret skill that Karen has learned in the past few months, using sword energy to condense the tip of the sword, and then burst out suddenly. When he called out this name, he activated his unparalleled skills, and the terrifying sword power tripled. The only drawback is that his sword intention cannot condense the weapon color, so it only looks very powerful, but it does not have much lethality against Logia. So he dared to use it on Porosalino boldly. The dazzling light struck from top to bottom towards Porosalino. Porosalino's mouth twitched slightly. Are you kidding me? You can also light up? It's really scary. With a flash of light, the ground seemed to be torn apart, revealing a deep crack. The crack was like a ferocious beast, stretching into the distance with its fangs and claws, as if it was about to tear the entire school grounds in half. The broad cloak of justice flew up, and Porosalino's figure was submerged in the dazzling light. Smoke and dust rose everywhere and filled the air, making people suffocate. The surrounding Marines looked at this scene in horror, their faces full of shock and fear. Is he really a recruit? It's horrible. What a terrifying sword intent. Is this the elite of the elite? Jun stood aside, his eyes flashing with surprise and excitement, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and an uncontrollable smile gradually unfolded. She had seen Karen develop this move before, but never thought it would be so terrifying. He murmured, "Good boy, you've tricked me. He's only 17 years old." Seeing this terrifying blow, Warring States stood up in shock. This kid has the same demeanor as I did back then. Garp opened his mouth wide and coughed lightly. Ahem, he is indeed my Garp's eldest nephew. Chapter 42 Position. Zifa looked at Garp, smiled and cursed, "You old BD, when did Karen become your eldest nephew?" Garp pursed his lips and muttered, "Karen was introduced by Darag, so he is naturally my eldest nephew." Zifa smiled silently, without comment. The dust slowly dispersed, revealing the original appearance of the school grounds. At this time, Karen was lying on the ground helplessly, as if her strength had been drained instantly. This move is very powerful, and its subsequent effect is that after using it, he will lose all his strength. If it weren't for the school field, he wouldn't have used this trick at all. It seems that we need to improve it in the future, and try to use it with less effort. Karen stared at the sky blankly, summarizing his experience in his mind. It was really scary. I almost died. Porisalino didn't know when he appeared beside Karen, pouting and looking at Karen with admiration. Although he almost died as he spoke, judging from his calm movements, he didn't put in much effort. A laser slowly condensed from his fingertips, becoming brighter and brighter in Karen's pupils. I give up. Karen quickly interrupted. After sending that blow, he no longer had any extra strength. Porisalino flattened his mouth in disappointment, and the laser light gathered on his fingertips slowly dissipated. As Karen shouted to admit defeat, a beautiful figure flew from the side and stretched out her hand to help Karen up from the ground. It's Jun. Her expression was one of excitement and excitement. Congratulations. Karen stood up straight and also smiled bitterly at Jun. It's a little early to congratulate now, look at them. As he spoke, he turned his attention to Sengoku and Garp, who were watching the battle from a distance. They are the ones who decide their own destiny. Ha ha ha, with that blow just now, you are now at least the level of a major general. Why don't they let you go? Jun is obviously very confident and does not care about the results announced next. Karen nodded and was about to say something when a systematic prompt in his mind interrupted him. Congratulations to host for achieving the goal and getting a lucky draw opportunity. Do you want to draw now? Karen made a decision in his mind. The reputation system was too mysterious. He wasn't sure what he would draw, so he planned to find a place where no one would draw the lottery. Ahem. Warring States stood up, interrupted Karen's musings, walked slowly towards Karen, and asked in a deep voice, "How are you? Are you injured?" Karen covered her stomach and replied sheepishly, "A little hungry." Ha ha ha, you are indeed Garp's eldest nephew. I will let you go to dinner when the announcement is over. Warring States patted Karen on the shoulder and joked. Little Garp's eldest nephew. Jun opened his mouth wide and looked at Karen in confusion as if he had heard a huge secret. Ah? What? Karen also looked confused. So Sengoku described what Garp had just said to Karen. Karen smiled in her heart, she didn't expect that she would become One Piece's uncle. What would happen if Luffy was raised as a marine? And poor Gas d'Ace. Karen tried hard not to laugh when she thought of Wong Luffy shouting that he wanted to be the Marine King's man. Alas, should I give in when I meet Luffy in the future? Karen thought distressedly. Unknowingly, he turned his attention to Porisalino, who was standing aside. Porisalino smiled at Karen. Catching Porisalino's gaze, Karen came back to her senses, feeling as if she had been caught copying homework, and smiled awkwardly at Porisalino. Haha, this is your first time meeting Porisalino. He is also Zifa's student like you. Sengoku noticed Karen's gaze and introduced him to Karen. Senior Porisalino is very strong, I am no match for him. This is the benefit of being a student of Zifa. In the Marine camp, any Marine high-level person has a relationship with Zifa. Haha, you are not belittling yourself. How old you are? I believe you will be able to surpass Porisalino in the future. Warring States laughed. Did I pass the assessment? Karen rubbed the back of his head. This. Warring States suppressed his smile and pondered. Hey, you saw Karen's strength just now. He definitely has the strength to go to sea alone. Seeing that Sengoku didn't answer, Jun couldn't help but speak up to help Karen. Jun. Crane, Zifa, and Garp also came over. She scowled slightly and admonished, Sengoku Agent Fleet Admiral, he has his own considerations. Jun stopped talking and just looked at Sengoku. Warring States felt uncomfortable being stared at. He coughed slightly and asked Porisalino, you just fought against Karen. What do you think? Porisalino, who was standing aside looking bored, froze his smile and said slowly, I think since Karen is Mr. Zifa's student, Mr. Zifa must have made arrangements. What an old fox! The level of blame shifting is really high. When Warring States heard poor Asalino's innocent answer, he cursed in his heart, then turned his attention to Zifa and asked. Haha, Zifa, what do you think? I'm just Karen's teacher. Whether he passes today or not is your decision. Zifa looked up at the sky and took out his ears, not caring about Kide. Hey, is there anything to consider? I think Karen passed. Garp on the side looked at Karen with satisfaction and shouted loudly. Sengoku touched his beard with a headache, glanced at Garp fiercely, and then asked he. Zaya what do you think? Hearing Sengoku ask Crane's opinion, Jun stared at Crane with wide eyes. Crane seemed not to have noticed Jun's gaze. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment, with a hint of wisdom shining in his eyes. I think it's past. Jun let out a long breath, and the smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. A look of astonishment appeared on Zenguo's face, and then he laughed out loud. Sengoku didn't consider what Garp thought, but since he chose to pass, as Marine's General Staff Officer, Sengoku chose to trust his judgment. There were 3 votes in total, and 2 people chose to pass, so he no longer hesitated. Okay, I declare that I agree with Karen to pass the graduation examination. With the announcement of the Warring States period, everything fell into place. Jun approached Karen, rolled his eyes at Karen, and whispered, look, you will definitely be able to pass what I am saying. Thank you. Karen whispered her thanks with her heart in her stomach. Then he gave a military salute to Warring States. Zifa stared at Karen with a complicated expression, and then smiled, okay. Teacher. Karen's eyes were a little red for some reason. Zifa stretched out his hand and beat Karen's chest, with a proud tone, you are worthy of being my student, Zifa. Then, he spread his hand, pointed it at Warring States, and said with a smile, bring it. What? Warring States looked stunned. Zifa looked unkind and said in a deep voice. Karen's promoted position. Chapter 43 Big Buddha Shock Wave. Warring States shook his head helplessly and said to Zifa. You don't think I would carry a seal with me? Humph, then I don't care. Since you are asked to evaluate Karen's strength, you must be prepared. Zifa was like a scoundrel, and he did not take back his outstretched hand. Warring States put Zifa's hand down and said angrily, okay, when I get back, we can discuss what position is better for Karen. Why do you need to go back to discuss it? It just so happens that he and Garp are here, and there are so many lieutenant generals and major generals nearby. It would be better to just discuss it here. Zifa took out a cigar from his arms and lit it. Here. Warring States frowned, looked around, pondered for a moment, and nodded. Okay, let's follow the highest configuration of previous years. Lieutenant Colonel of the headquarters, how about it? There are a total of the following grades in Marine: General, Lieutenant General, Major General, Brigadier General, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, Major, Captain, Lieutenant Junior Grade, Ensign. Those above the rank of Lieutenant can wear the coat of justice. No, I object. Garp, who was eating senbei on the side, suddenly spoke up and shouted, since Karen has the strength of a Major General, then he should be assigned the position of Major General. As expected of Garp, he placed Karen on the rank of Major General as soon as he spoke, jumping 3 levels in a row compared to the position given by Sengoku. You must know that even Jun, who has joined Marine for so many years, is only a Major General now. Warring States' head was full of black lines, and he held Garp's collar, a hole. Don't you think about how old Karen is? He was promoted to Major General without even making any achievements. Who can convince him? Oh, really, who is dissatisfied? Zifa stood up and blew out a mouthful of white smoke. At this moment, Karen felt the confidence of having a backstage and felt Luffy's happiness. Why are you messing around too? Warring States let go of his hand and looked at Zifa angrily. Zifa glanced at Karen. After all, he was not as thick-skinned as Garp, and suggested. Ahem, you are right. Although Karen is very good, he has not made any meritorious service. So let's arrange him to be a brigadier general first, and then he will be promoted after he has made meritorious service. No. Warring States interrupted Zifa's proposal, turned to look at Porisalano, and asked, what position will you have after graduation? Porisalano didn't expect to have his own affairs. He thought for a moment and said slowly, it must be the colonel of the headquarters. Warring States nodded and said to Karen, in that case, let's become colonel. Seeing what Zifa wanted to say, he added, after you have made great achievements, I will immediately arrange for you to be promoted to brigadier general. Zifa opened his mouth, but no shameless words came out. Okay. Karen stood up straight and thanked, thank you. You don't need to thank me, just thank them if you want. Warring States stroked his beard and said helplessly. Karen's face straightened, and he bowed deeply to Zifa, Garp, and Crane. Zifa nodded happily and stretched out his hand to Warring States again. Warring States looked at the familiar big hand and said solemnly, I said I would wait until I get back before I can approve the official appointment. Haha, I know. Then you still. Zifa's face turned red with a rare expression, showing a hint of embarrassment, and said shyly, I remember, there is a reward for every first place in graduation. Yes, but I remember that this year's reward has been given to you, right? Warring States said suspiciously. Yes, I gave it, but you also know that Karen is a devil fruit user. Zifa said. I know, so what? Warring States said. Zifa explained, a person can only eat a devil fruit once, so I can't give him the smoke fruit. Karen was moved when she heard this. It turned out that this is how Smoker got the smoke fruit. Also, the 3 future Marine generals will all be Logia. Maybe this is a reward given to them by Marine. However, as a Logia, I just don't know why Smoker's performance in the future will be so awkward. Warring States rolled his eyes and said expressionlessly, oh, so, now that he has eaten the devil fruit, I have nothing to reward him. Zifa laughed loudly, set his sights on Porisalano, and asked in a low voice, I remember Porisalano was protecting Vegapunk, right? Warring States had a guess in his heart and said in a deep voice, what do you want to do? Haha, I heard that Vegapunk has developed a technology that allows weapons to eat devil fruits, right? As he spoke, Zifa pointed at Zhang Feng behind Karen. You want Karen's weapon to eat the smoke fruit? Sengoku frowned. Yes, so I want Karen to follow Porisalano to Aegean Island to find Vegapunk and see if it can be completed. Zifa nodded. Sengoku looked thoughtfully at Porisalano and asked, does Vegapunk have this technology? As Vegapunk's bodyguard, Porisalano knows many secrets, but some secrets belong to the world government and he cannot reveal too many. However, this technology is already in a semi-announced state, otherwise Zifa would not know about it. There was a hint of hesitation on Porisalano's face, and he hesitated, this. I seem to remember. Sengoku was thoughtful and said to Karen, how about it? Do you want your weapon to eat devil fruit? Let Zhang Feng eat the devil fruit? Karen thought of Spondam's weapon in the plot, Vankfried, which ate the elephant fruit and took the form of an elephant. His weapon can transform into a giant elephant. If there is a suitable fruit, it may not be impossible for Zhang Feng to eat it. And you can also meet the most powerful scientists in one piece, so it's not a bad idea. But he remembered that weapons can only eat animal devil fruits. Putting aside the doubts in his heart, Karen nodded, if there is a suitable fruit, I am willing. He can't eat smoke fruits. Porisalano suddenly said, and then explained in Zifa's confused eyes, weapons can only eat animal devil fruits. Zifa was stunned, he really didn't know this information. Warring States rubbed his temples and said with a headache, that's it, okay, let me ask you. Zifa's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Okay, but the animal type can't be too bad. It should be a fantasy beast type anyway." Warring State's eyes darkened, and he couldn't bear it anymore. He glared at Zifa angrily, "A hole, don't go too far." Zifa raised his eyebrows and muttered loudly, "I don't care about that. Logia originally corresponds to the phantom beast species. Okay, give me your smoke fruit, and I'll give you a phantom beast species." Warring State stretched out his hand to suppress his anger. Zifa grinned, "Hey, don't be so stingy. There's no reason to spit out the fruit you sent to the military academy. The smoke fruit is not given to anyone. I will help him find a good owner." Warring States looked at the shameless Zifa and couldn't bear it. Big Buddha Shockwave. Chapter 44 Going to Sea. The sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for fish to leap. Karen stood on the warship, looking at the rough sea, with great pride in her heart. This is the first time he has led a warship to sea. Compared with the last time he went to sea with Zifa, he has an extra sense of responsibility in his heart. Of course, more importantly, it also means that he is free. This is a small warship with a height of about 40 meters. The shape of the warship is no different from that of an ordinary marine warship. There are also 20 artillery pieces and 100 soldiers from the marine headquarters on the warship. 7 days had passed since the last battle against Porisalino, during which time Karen's graduation certificate and colonel's medal had been issued. As for letting Zhang Feng eat the devil fruit, Sengoku is still in contact and will need to wait for some time. Originally, Garp wanted Karen to be his adjutant and work under him, but Karen refused because he wanted to train alone. The goal of this trip to the sea is not the New World, but the East Daxia Sea. He wants to go back to Srili Town, pay homage to his dead relatives, and then bid farewell to the past completely. Is this also a homecoming? Karen thought in his heart, looked at the people who came to see him off at the port, and said, "Just send it here." Ha ha ha, okay, although there are no pirates in the East Daxia Sea that can threaten you, you should be careful. There was no expression on Zifa's face. He beat Karen's chest and warned. Karen smiled and nodded, "I will, teacher." "Hey, don't forget, you still owe me something." Tina gave Karen a vicious look. "I won't forget it. When I come back from the East Daxia Sea, I will give you a good gift." Karen took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it with the lighter given by Tina. "Karen, you can't just remember the women and forget the brothers." Rosinandi said with a smile, "I haven't been to the East Daxia Sea yet. Remember to bring any interesting and delicious specialties." "Okay, definitely." Karen turned around and waved. "Yang Fan, set sail." The warship began to move slowly. At this time, a beautiful figure poked its head out of the cabin. "Is that the marine you confessed your love to?" Jun pursed his lips to Tina, with a faint smile on his face. Karen looked at Jun with a headache, smiled awkwardly, and answered the question, "Why do you have to follow me to the East Daxia Sea?" He did not expect that Jun would go to the East Daxia Sea with him. According to Jun, she was arranged here by the Warring States period. It seemed that she was afraid that Karen had no experience in leading a team, so she asked Jun to take special care of her. As for why it was Jun, Karen didn't know. "Hey, of course I have something to do when I go to the East Daxia Sea." Jun raised his head and looked at the blue sky. Karen said helplessly, "Okay, if you say something happens, it will happen." Without giving Jun time to react, he turned around and walked towards the bow of the ship, letting out a long breath. Jun looked at Karen's back, and the smile on his face became even stronger. Karen stood on the bow of the ship, feeling the breath of the sea breeze. Because it was a temporarily assigned ship, he did not modify his bow like Garp did. Shaking his head, his mind moved, and he opened the system interface in his mind. Target reputation 10186/100000. A marine officer with a bright future. Get a chance to win a prize draw. He hasn't had any luck in the past 7 days, thinking about leaving Marinfendo and changing his luck. Maybe he can get Scion blood? Thinking of this, Karen's face showed a hint of excitement. Looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Karen clicked the lottery button in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the skill, Foodie. Oh, no. My Scion blood, my swordsmanship, my Sharingan. Although it was expected that the system would not appear anything too heaven-defying, Karen still couldn't help feeling a little distressed when she saw the skill she had drawn. Foodie? What is this? Do you want me to change my career to be a cook? You must know that in One Piece, in this world where everyone has a huge appetite, being a cook is definitely the most tiring profession. Wait, why are there no instructions for use? Isn't this just a title? So the goal I worked so hard to achieve is just a reward? Seeing the system adding another 0 at the end, Karen was heartbroken. Or? Try it? Karen thought in her heart, this is a system product after all. Speaking of which, he has never cooked before coming to this world. Firstly, he has been in Marine Military Academy since he was born in this world and has no chance. Secondly, as a member of a big foodie empire, Karen has always been ashamed. My cooking skills are not very good. Now that he has left Marinfendo, he also needs to hunt some Poseidon-type reserve ingredients. With this in mind, Karen turned and walked towards the kitchen. The kitchen is very big. After all, there are about 100 people on the ship and there are so many mouths. It is almost noon and it is time to prepare lunch. Colonel. With Karen's arrival, the busy chefs saluted Karen one after another. His eyes were full of curiosity and wonder. What a young colonel! As Marines from the Marine headquarters, they had heard more or less tidbits about Karen, but they had never met Karen himself. Therefore, there is a desire for knowledge and exploration on their faces. Karen coughed lightly and asked, "It's okay, I'll just come over and look around. You can do whatever you need to do. By the way, who is the person in charge here?" At this time, a tall man wearing a white chef's hat trotted up to Karen. "Sir, I am the person in charge here. May I have your name?" "My name is Saxton." "Oh, prepare some kitchen utensils and seasonings and send them to my room." After all, Karen was embarrassed to show off his poor cooking skills here. "Ah? Okay, sir." Saxton was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Every powerful person always has some quirks. Although Saxton is confused, he understands. Karen looked at the busy chef and asked, "Well, by the way, what ingredients are we preparing?" Saxton said, "It's all fresh fish, fruits, and vegetables." After a pause, he added, "Because we are on the sea, there is no shortage of fresh fish, but there is only a month's supply of fruits and vegetables. So, we have to find an island to replenish food within a month." Karen pondered for a moment and asked, "Are there any Poseidon-like ingredients?" In Marinfendo, because of the return of life, Karen's 3 meals a day are Poseidon. Eating Poseidon can strengthen his body. Saxton was stunned, sweat dripping from his forehead. "Well, no. Because Poseidon-like ingredients are too expensive." Karen nodded slightly, thoughtfully, and asked, "So are there any Poseidon species in the waters near here?" Chapter 45 Poseidon Class. This. Sweat fell from Saxton's face, and he stammered, "There should be." When going sailing, most warships would avoid the Poseidon class. He did not expect that the young colonel in front of him would actually want to take the initiative to cause trouble for the Poseidon class. You must know that in the sea, apart from the unpredictable weather, the most dangerous thing is encountering Poseidon species. The reason why some ships add sea stones to the bottom of their ships is because this can effectively confuse the Poseidon class, making them think that the ship is the sea, thereby avoiding being entangled by the Poseidon class. Karen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw the reason why Saxton didn't want him to find Poseidon, and then smiled. Haha, you don't know, right? Major General Jun is also on the ship. With her here, are you still afraid of a mere Poseidon? Ah? Is Major General Jun also on board? Saxton wiped the sweat from his face and exhaled a long breath. Hey, there is, it's not far away. He seemed to recognize Jun's strength very much. When he heard that Jun was on the ship, he stopped being secretive and directly told Karen the location of the Poseidon class. Okay, I understand, then you can get busy. After understanding this, Karen turned and left. Boom! A huge figure suddenly broke out of the water, setting off turbulent waves. It was a Poseidon that resembled a sea snake. It raised its head, revealing its sharp fangs and fierce eyes, which made people shudder. The scales on its body shone with a cold light under the sun. Against its background, the warship looks like a half-grown child. It's the Poseidon class. Run quickly, why did you provoke a Poseidon? Hurry and ask for Major General Jun. Horror! The moment the Poseidon class appeared, all the sailors had expressions of fear and despair on their faces. Fortunately, their duty as soldiers did not make them turn around and run away. Come, Colonel. A Marine soldier standing next to Karen looked at the muzzle of the gun that was still filled with smoke that had not dissipated. Big beads of sweat continued to fall from his forehead. His face was full of panic, and his legs could not stop. Trembled. Just now, when Karen found him and asked him to bombard the huge black shadow on the water, he felt something was wrong. Although in the animation, the Poseidon class does not look threatening, in fact, there are strong and weak Poseidon classes, and the weak ones include small Poseidon classes like the King of the Offshore. There are also giant Poseidons like the Fishman Island summoned by Shirahoshi, which are as high as 5,000 meters. Karen stared at the giant Poseidon, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. He reached out and patted the nervous soldier on the shoulder, and said calmly, "It's okay, it's just a Poseidon." Looking at Karen calmly, the soldier was also infected by his emotions, and even stopped his trembling legs. Roar! There was a huge roar, accompanied by howling winds and huge waves. The soldier's legs, which he had managed to stop, softened, and he sat down heavily on the ground. He murmured, "It's over, it's over." Karen looked at this scene speechlessly, but he understood. Even when he looked at the Poseidon that was dozens of times taller than him, he felt a little frightened in his heart. "Colonel, there is a small submarine under the warship. You should retreat first." Under Karen's surprised gaze, the soldier with weak legs struggled to get up from the ground. His legs were still trembling, but his eyes were firm. Meeting his gaze, Karen felt an indescribable sense of responsibility in her heart. These are his soldiers, and he is responsible for them. The lives and future of these soldiers depend on him. Compared with the sailors who are reduced to backgrounds in the plot, these people are more real. Karen pulled out the hidden sword behind him, took a deep look at the soldiers preparing to fight, turned to look at the Poseidons, and said solemnly, "Poseidons are nothing to be afraid of, leave it to me." As he spoke, he casually struck out with his sword, and a sharp sword energy struck at the sea snake like lightning. Boom! The huge and terrifying sword light fell hard on the sea snake's body, and the huge sea snake roared to the sky in pain. A jet-black aura gradually spread from Karen's arm until it reached Zhang Feng's sword, making the originally dark Zhang Feng deeper and darker. Zhang Feng's sword trembled slightly, as if responding to Karen's fighting spirit, and Karen's eyes became sharp. Good guy. A good horse is paired with a good saddle, a sword is paired with a hero, and Zhang Feng, who has been dormant for 3 years, reveals its fangs at this moment. Karen stepped on the moonwalk and flew away. He raised his Zhang Feng high and struck the sea snake with a fierce sword light. God avoids. Rumble. The powerful and heavy blow made the entire sea tremble, and the sea snake also felt uncomfortable. Blood flew from his body, and soon dyed the originally blue sea red. Who is that? It seems to be Colonel Cullen. The Colonel is so powerful. He can even hurt Poseidons. The marine soldiers who were originally in a hurry stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at Karen, who looked like a god of war. They were filled with admiration and could not help but praise him repeatedly. It was trembling in pain, glaring fiercely at the tiny Karen. Its huge body shook suddenly, and its long tail quickly turned into a sharp whip like lightning, and with the sound of piercing the air, it struck hard at Karen. Pull it away hard. A trace of surprise flashed in Karen's eyes. He didn't expect this big guy to be so fast. Wherever the tail passed, the air was sucked out and made a sharp whistling sound, as if everything was to be torn apart. Karen's eyes narrowed slightly, deliberately testing the strength of his body, but he didn't hide and protected his head with both arms. Iron block and golden bell. A terrifying force was thrust at Karen, and his body flew backwards and was knocked down into the sea. His body was like a stone thrown by someone, rising and falling on the sea like a water float, setting off waves. This guy really forgot all what Teacher Zifa said. Jun, who was watching on the sidelines, shook his head with a headache and was about to rush towards Karen as soon as he moved. She knew that Karen was a devil fruit user and would lose the ability to fight once he fell into the sea. Suddenly, with a swish sound, a black shadow shot out from the water. Under the astonished gazes of Jun and the marine soldiers, Karen used the moonwalk plus shave and stood in the air again. He shook his dizzy head and shook the water stains on his clothes. Karen was secretly happy. After the test just now, he found that his body was terrifying. It looked dangerous just now, but in fact he didn't suffer any damage except that his head was dizzy. The reason why he flew upside down was because he had no stress points in the air. The giant sea snake looked at Karen, who reappeared in the sky with deep hatred in his eyes. Suddenly, it extended its huge head into the sea water and raised its head again. His body became even larger than before. Karen narrowed his eyes slightly and carefully observed the sea snake's actions, cold sweat falling from his forehead. Not good. Chapter 46 Little Snake. He saw the sea snake's intention and saw that he could not defeat Karen, but it actually wanted to flood the warship. Karen really didn't expect Poseidons to have such an IQ, but that's right. After all, Poseidons generally have long lifespans, so it's not surprising that they can give birth to intelligence. A cold light flashed in Karen's eyes, and he no longer hesitated. He hid the sword in his hand, and the huge sword energy struck like lightning in the abyss of the sea snake. A series of hideous scars appeared on the mouth of the sea snake. It whimpered and did not let go. Instead, it turned its huge head and opened its bloody mouth to spray the sea water in its mouth onto the warship. Buzz! A sword light larger than before condensed on the tip of Zhang Feng's sword, and the terrifying sword intent caused bursts of roars in the air. Curry stick! In desperation, Karen had no choice but to use his strongest blow. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound and striking the huge sea snake with astonishing power. On the body. In an instant, the sea snake's huge body suffered heavy damage and fell to the ground, causing a huge wave. As the sea snake fell, its body set off a turbulent wave in the sea water. The huge waves spread in all directions, forming a spectacular wall of water. The waves hit everything around, and the splashes fell like raindrops. There was no time to sigh at Karen's strength. Under the wash of the waves, the swaying warship was in danger in the face of the huge waves. The Marines on the warship grabbed whatever they could. After a long time, the sea finally calmed down, and now it was scarlet red. Is this the strength of our colonel? No, I have met a colonel from the headquarters before. He does not have this kind of strength. The scary one is Colonel Cullen. So awesome, Colonel Cullen is invincible. The Marine soldiers opened their mouths wide and were silent for a moment, then a fierce cheer broke out on the ship. The eyes they looked at Karen became more awe-inspiring. For powerful people, they would not lack followers. Karen stood on the bow of the boat, comparing the weakness he felt the last time he used an X-curry stick. Although he was equally weak this time, it was much better than last time. At least he could still stand and move around. He helped the marine soldier who was knocked down by the waves and said calmly, "Are you okay?" This soldier was the one who asked Karen to retreat earlier. He looked at Karen blankly. Then he regained his composure, stood in a standard military posture, and shouted excitedly, "I'm fine, Colonel." Karen nodded, took out a pack of cigarettes from his arms, stretched out his lighter, and tried several times, but couldn't light it. I looked down and saw that the cigarette and lighter had been soaked by the sea water. I sighed helplessly and put the cigarette and lighter back into my pocket. Seeing this, the soldier who was helped up by Karen stretched out his trembling hands and groped in his pocket for a while, and also took out the cigarette case that was soaked in sea water. He smiled awkwardly at Karen and put the cigarette he touched back into his pocket. "May I have your name?" Karen looked at the slightly embarrassed soldier and asked suddenly. The soldier was stunned, gave Karen a military salute, and said hurriedly, Jesse. "Habakkuk Jesse, sir. I am the helmsman and gunner on this ship." Karen nodded, patted Jesse on the shoulder, and said calmly, "Well, good, I remember it." A blush instantly appeared on Jesse's face, whether it was nervousness, excitement, or both. "Jesse, organize some people to fish out this giant snake," said Karen, looking at the body of the giant snake, comparing the size of the warship, and touching his nose. I mean to find a chef who will be able to eat it. Parts and useful parts are preserved." "Yes, sir." Looking at Jesse, who was extremely excited, Karen added, "Well, also, remember to send an edible part to my lounge." "Understood, sir." After watching Jesse leave, Karen stretched his body lazily and stood on the bow of the boat. He wanted to enjoy the sea breeze for a while, but was dissuaded by the smell of blood. Then, under the respectful eyes of the sailors, he slowly returned to the lounge. As the highest-ranking officer on the ship, his rest room is large, with 2 bedrooms, a separate bathroom, and even a kitchen. "You were very powerful just now." As soon as I returned to the room, a lazy voice came from the living room. It was Jun. Karen was not surprised that Jun appeared here, because Jun disliked the other rooms as being too bad, and there happened to be 2 bedrooms here, so they lived together temporarily. "My hands are itchy for a moment." Karen touched her nose and looked at Jun sitting on the sofa. From his perspective, as Jun spoke, the whiteness of her chest rose and fell, constantly teasing Karen's optic nerves. Turning around awkwardly, under Jun's surprised gaze, he began to take off his clothes one by one. "What are you doing?" Jun looked at Karen coldly, his expression not very good. Karen casually put the coat he took off into the washing machine and said angrily, "Of course I'm washing clothes. After all, my clothes are wet after fighting with the sea snake for so long." After saying that, he took off his pants again, leaving only a pair of underwear all over his body. He paused and said maliciously and provocatively, "Hee, let me just say, look, it will definitely be awkward for men and women to live in the same room. You can still change rooms now." Jun stared blankly at Karen's movements, thoughtfully, then suddenly stood up and walked out the door. Karen let out a long breath. Although Jun is very beautiful, living with her is very pleasing to the eye. Karen also likes to see. But after all, they don't have a particularly close relationship, and Karen has quite a secret. There is no shortage of beauties in this world. In Karen's heart, he still feels that everything in this world is based on strength. Only if the strength is strong enough, no woman can be found. However, seeing that Jun was about to open the door and leave, he felt an uncontrollable sense of loss in his heart. Jun gave Karen a hard look, pushed the gate of opening, an imperceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then, under Karen's astonished gaze, he quickly turned around and hooked his arm around Karen's neck. She opened her mouth, moved close to Karen's ear, and opened her red lips lightly, accompanied by a sense of warmth. "Little brother, your hair hasn't even grown yet, so don't think about this, right?" Karen didn't expect that Jun would suddenly attack him. The faint fragrance penetrated his nostrils, and his ears were wrapped in heat waves. He turned his head stiffly. When their eyes met, Karen saw the teasing and subtle shyness in Jun's eyes. Karen's Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably, and he swallowed. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Jun's snow-white arm, and his voice was trembling. Jun, sister, if you do this, I will commit a crime." "Yes, really." Jun's eyes were a little flustered when Karen grabbed her arm, and then she pretended to be calm. "Do you dare?" The next moment, Jun's mouth was tightly blocked, and she felt like a flexible little snake was constantly exploring something in her mouth. She widened her eyes, not expecting things to develop like this. She wanted to push Karen, but found that she was completely powerless. She tried to resist the attack of the little snake with her tongue, and the two little snakes kept entangled in her mouth. Gradually, she became confused and her head became empty. Chapter 47. What the hell is this rice? Colonel. This is for you. Jesse was holding a large piece of sea snake meat in his hand and was speechless as he looked at the two people kissing each other. As expected of a colonel, even Major General Jun was conquered. As Jessie spoke out, Jun also came to her senses, and her body strength gradually recovered. She hurriedly pushed Karen away, glared at Karen fiercely, and wanted to go out, but found that Jessie was watching at a loss. She gritted her silver teeth, turned around and ran towards the bedroom. Ahem, Karen stared blankly at Jun as he left, savoring the sweetness in his mouth, and said angrily to Jessie, "What's the matter?" Jesse came back to his senses and handed the snake meat in his hand to Karen with a tone of admiration. "Here are the ingredients you asked for." Karen looked at the snake meat and suddenly felt a little angry about why he wanted to test his ability today. "Well, okay, leave it to me." He put the snake meat into the kitchen and turned around again. Jesse had left. After closing the door, Karen sat on the sofa in a daze. The progress was so fast that he couldn't react for a moment. He stretched out his hand to light the cigarette, but then he realized that the cigarette had been soaked by seawater. With a squeak sound, the door was pushed open. Karen turned around and saw Jun sticking his head out of the bedroom, and then walked over with a calm expression. "Just now." Karen looked embarrassed and was about to say something when she was interrupted by Jun. Nothing happened. Jun blinked his beautiful eyes, his eyes full of threats. "Nothing happened, right? I will be responsible for you." Karen shook her head, as if she didn't see the threatening look in Jun's eyes. Jun stretched out his hand and wanted to hook Karen's neck. Thinking of the scene just now, he retracted his outstretched arm. "How old are you and you are still responsible for me?" "Sister, I have experienced this kind of thing a lot. It's just for fun. Besides, don't you have a girlfriend? She's the female Marine who sent you away." Her tone was calm, without any waves, but Karen could hear the happiness and taste in her tone. Karen shook her head again, and was about to explain Tina to Jun, but was interrupted by Jun again. "Okay, you stink so much, go wash up quickly." Jun used his nose to smell the fishy smell coming from Karen's body, then pinched his small nose and urged with a frown. "Good." Karen looked deeply into Jun's eyes, then turned and walked towards the bathroom. After Karen left, Jun sat down where Karen had been sitting before, his face turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crash! Karen turned on the shower, and dense water droplets spread from the top of her head to her whole body. He stared at himself in the mirror with a bright smile on his lips. When Karen got dressed and left the shower room, he found Jun smiling alternately and sadly at the blank wall. "Ahem, what are you thinking about?" Karen interrupted Jun's thoughts. Jun was like a panicked rabbit. He was startled and stood up suddenly. You, why are you so fast? Karen touched his nose and said helplessly, just take a shower, how slow can it be? Oh. Jun poured a glass of hot water for Karen and asked curiously, what does that soldier want from you? Karen took the hot water, took a sip, and said casually. I asked him to prepare some ingredients for me. Ingredients? What for? Can you cook? Jun looked surprised. Yes. Karen nodded and said in his heart, it just doesn't taste good. Jun's eyes lit up. I remember you said you wanted to treat me to dinner, right? Karen put down the water glass in his hand and rolled his eyes. I'll treat you to something. This is true. The reason why Karen and Jun have such a good relationship in the past few months also stems from the free meal card Zifa gave him. These days, he often eats with Jun in the cafeteria. Part of Karen's reputation comes from her own strength, and part of it comes from eating in the cafeteria. Karen hesitated and said, actually, what I cook is not delicious. Then I don't care. Jun touched his stomach and pouted, I'm hungry. Karen had never seen such a childish side of Jun before. So cute, is this really Jun? Seeing Karen, who was suddenly stunned on the spot, Jun also realized that his behavior was somewhat uncharacteristic. Her face straightened up and she showed her superior posture again. If you go to cook now, consider it as compensation for my training for you in the past few days. Karen came to his senses again. He was already standing in front of the chopping board with a kitchen knife and an apron with a cat pattern on him. Looking at the snake meat in front of him, several techniques for handling snake meat suddenly appeared in Karen's mind. At the same time, hundreds of ways to make snake meat also appeared in his mind. Is this a foodie? So this is what this skill is like? This time, I really became a cook. Looking at the side dishes and condiments around him, Karen chose the simplest one. Karen organized her mind and started to get busy in an orderly manner according to the steps in her mind. After a while, the aroma from the pot filled the entire workshop. What does this smell like? It smells great. Is it a new recipe developed by the chef? I'm hungry, gyulu. Along with this aroma, the stomachs of the Marines on the warship began to growl. At this time, Jun, who was waiting on the sofa, suddenly came back to his senses. Could this smell be the food cooked by Karen? Didn't you say you can't cook? Why does it smell so delicious? Even if he didn't eat it, Jun was sure that Karen's food would be particularly delicious. She was just a little hungry at first, but now her stomach started to growl non-stop. Meanwhile, on the other side, Karen scooped out the prepared snake meat, and his skillful movements were like those of a master who has practiced them countless times. After covering the food, Karen took it out and put it in front of Jun. He looked nervously at Jun, who looked expectant. He didn't know why he was also a little nervous. He also smelled the fragrance that filled the air, but after all, this was his first time cooking in this world. Although he was very confident that the product produced by the system would be high quality, after all, it was a recipe from a previous life, and he didn't know how to match it. Not in line with Jun's taste. Can it be opened? Jun looked at the covered food and asked Karen expectantly. Only then did Karen realize that the prepared food was covered, and nodded apologetically to Jun. Sure. Hearing this, Jun stretched out his hand and slowly removed the hijab covering the food. Buzz. The moment the hijab was removed, a dazzling light shot into the sky from the plate. Jun was startled by the sudden beam of light, and sat there blankly, at a loss. Karen seemed to remember the familiar BGM in his ears, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. What the hell is this rice? Chapter 48 Drugging. The light beam only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. Jun looked at Karen blankly, rubbed his eyes, and said in disbelief. You saw it just now, right? It was not an illusion. Karen rubbed his head with a headache. This damn system actually used the recipe of the Hyuxia Little Master. He looked at Jun with a stiff smile on his face. Yes. Jun sniffed deeply with her nose, and the aroma of the food went straight to her Tianling Gai. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said uncertainly, "Can this be eaten?" "Of course, please." Karen was a little hesitant. This was the recipe of the Hyuxia chef, and he didn't know what would happen if he ate it. But seeing the expectant expression on Jun's face, he finally agreed. He handed the knife and fork on the side to Jun and made a sign of "please enjoy." Jun used a fork to fork a piece of meat. The smell of the food was stronger than before, and her stomach kept urging her to eat it quickly. Without any further hesitation, Jun put the meat into his mouth. Hamoa! Chi! A moaning sound that is endlessly imaginative, one after another. It was also accompanied by the sound of clothes being stretched open. Karen looked intently, her eyes straightened. The moment Jun swallowed the food in her mouth, the clothes on her chest suddenly opened, revealing a touch of snow-white skin. The towering breasts were looming, as if they were precious treasures hidden under the clothes. It makes people want to play with it carefully. This alluring sight makes people imagine the soft touch and voluptuous curves. Karen's eyes widened. Is this a burst of clothing? Looking at the gradually blurred Jun, Karen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Are you okay?" The moment Karen asked, Jun, who slowly closed his eyes, suddenly murmured, "Ah, this rich flavor is incredible. First of all, it's the taste of the sea. The rich sauce is sweeping in like a wave. It's so good that it's really indescribable. If you want to compare it, it's like the deep sea dragon swimming in the sea." Appeared, and sure enough, there will be such a review link. Karen had already expected it from the moment the food started to shine. Looking at Jun, who kept twisting his body, his hanging heart finally died. TNND. He knew foodies wouldn't be that simple. However, it looks really delicious. So big, so white, and seems to have some elasticity. At this time, Jun didn't care at all about his unintentional exposure. He forked another piece of meat, tasting it and commenting on it as if no one was watching. Until half a minute later, her body suddenly stiffened, she slowly pulled out the fork in her mouth, and looked at her snow-white chest. In Karen's disappointed eyes, she quickly covered her chest. At this moment, she was filled with grief and anger. "You, despicable, I misjudged you and actually drugged me." As he spoke, he took out the Jinpai Lao in his hand and placed it on Karen's throat like lightning. The cold sweat on Karen's face suddenly fell down. Feeling the chill coming from his throat, he said with a wry smile, "Sister Jun, please listen to my explanation." Halfway through, Karen looked at Jun with some embarrassment, not knowing what to say for a while. "Say it." Jun stared at Karen coldly, his eyes full of disappointment in Karen. I don't know what to say, but I definitely didn't drug you. And I don't know why this happened. Think about it, am I the kind of person who knows how to take drugs?" Jun thought for a while and realized that Karen was indeed not this kind of person, so he slowly took back the Jinpira in his hand and said suspiciously, "Really not? Really not?" Karen cut through the metal and cut the iron rod. Jun sat down again, looking at the food on the table in a daze. Could it be that it's because this is snake meat? Snakes are inherently lustful and they behave like this because they ate this plate of meat. The more she thought about it, the more likely it became. Suddenly, she stood up suddenly and asked Karen, "No, if it's really this snake meat, then wouldn't the soldiers on the warship be?" Before she could finish speaking, a series of rapid footsteps came from outside the room. "This is it. The smell comes from here. Hey! Don't go in, this seems to be Colonel Cullen's room." Dong dong dong. There was a rapid knock on the door. Karen and Jun looked at each other, watching Jun sorting out the clothes on his chest. Karen opened the door. When he opened the door, to Karen's surprise, the person who came was Saxton, the chef on the warship. At this time, a group of people were following behind him, with an intoxicated expression on his face. "What's the matter? You're so worried. Did you smell a strange fragrance?" Saxton shouted anxiously, completely forgetting Karen's identity. "Is this what you're talking about?" Jun pointed to the snake meat in front of the table. Saxton looked at Jun. Although he was a little surprised as to why Jun was here, the next moment his eyes were attracted to the snake meat on the table. "Yes, that's what it tastes like," he shouted excitedly and actually stretched out his hand to taste it. "Chef Saxton!" An angry shout interrupted Saxton's movements, and it was Jesse who spoke. "Don't forget where this is." Saxton was startled and raised his head blankly. When he saw everyone in the room clearly, cold sweat instantly wet his body. "Colonel Cullen." Karen's face was neither happy nor sad, and he nodded calmly. "Come, Colonel, please listen to my explanation. This is how it is. After I finished cooking, I suddenly smelled a strong aroma of rice in the kitchen. The aroma was so fragrant. I have never smelled such a fragrance in my life. I've been looking for the fragrant smell for a long time, and finally found it here." His explanation was incoherent, and he said whatever came to mind. "Please, let me taste it. I can't eat such delicious food. I am ashamed to be a chef." At this point, he burst into tears like a child. "Shut up!" Karen shouted to stop him. Jun was thoughtful and suddenly asked. "You said you had prepared the meal." "Yes." "Has anyone eaten it?" "Yes, if someone eats it, I will." "Is there any special effect after eating it?" Saxton touched the back of his head and said blankly. "Ah? What special effects?" Karen took Jun's words and explained. "Ahem, it's like taking an aphrodisiac." "No." He was a little surprised by Karen's question, but still answered truthfully. The eyes Jun looked at Karen gradually became dangerous again. Karen shuddered and pretended to be calm. "This food is a bit strange, you'd better not eat it." "Wow." As soon as he finished speaking, Saxton started crying again, and Karen had a headache seeing this scene. "Stop. Stop crying. You can eat it. But let me remind you first that this food is really weird. I will not be responsible for any problems with it." When he heard that he could eat it, Saxton stopped crying again. "It's okay, even if it's poison, I'll still take it." Chapter 49 Dance of Demons. Karen nodded, took out another set of knives and forks from the kitchen and handed it to Saxton. Saxton wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Under the expectant gazes of all Marines, he put the snake meat in front of his eyes and observed carefully. This shine, this softness, ah, perfection. This is real food. When it was finally ready to eat, Saxton was not in a hurry to taste it. He brought the food close to his nose and inhaled deeply. This scent, yes, that's what it smells like. "Hey! Are you going to eat or not?" A man standing outside the door also wearing a chef's hat urged. It was obvious that he was more anxious than Saxton. Saxton ignored him. At this moment, he seemed to be possessed by a demon, blocking all outside sounds. After looking at it carefully for a while, Saxton finally put the food into his mouth quickly, chewing it gently, with an intoxicated expression on his face. In the huge room, everyone looked at Saxton blankly. The moment he swallowed, everyone present subconsciously swallowed. Ah, oh. Bang. Suddenly, a strange sound accompanied by the sound of clothes exploding came from Saxton. Listening to this weird sound, the originally silent voice became even more silent. At this moment, under the shocked gazes of everyone, Saxton was twisting his body continuously while making unexplained moans from his mouth. No wonder he is the head chef. The chef who just urged Saxton glanced at Karen and Jun, who were thinking deeply, and sighed in his heart. With this move, who can say that the food is not delicious? I still have to practice. I just don't know when Saxton learned to burst his clothes. He is so professional. Jessie looked at this scene dumbfounded and couldn't help but asked. Is it really so delicious? Saxton seemed to hear this question. He gradually closed his eyes and seemed to savor it carefully. This is the first time I've tasted this kind of taste. This dish has unprecedented umami and warm sweetness, which makes the whole dish even more mysterious. The biggest feeling I have about this dish is that the fresh and fragrant sea salt combined with the soft snake meat is like a dancing elf dancing on the tip of my tongue. Ah, this taste is like countless small seafood swimming freely in the deep sea. Swim. As he spoke, he actually opened his arms and paddled them randomly, making it look like he was swimming in the sea. Seeing his exaggerated movements, everyone secretly complained in their hearts. Let me go. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Even if Colonel Cullen did it himself, there is no need to be like this. I usually see you with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but I didn't expect you to have such a side. Ugh, it's so disgusting. But is it really that delicious? This is the doubt of almost everyone present, that is, whether this meal is really as delicious as Saxton described. Seeing Saxton putting another fork in his mouth, screaming while eating, the chef just now couldn't help it anymore. Colonel, can you let me taste it too? His tone was pious and pleading. Karen glanced at him in surprise, then pointed at Saxton and said slowly. Look, I told you that there will be side effects after eating this meal, so you still want to take it. Want to eat? This chef has mastered the art of cooking. With such delicious food in front of you, there is no reason not to taste it. All right. Karen looked around and saw everyone looking at Saxton expectantly or strangely, and said. What about you? We want to eat too. Everyone shouted in unison, like hungry wolves who had been hungry for several days, staring at the fat meat in front of them. At this point, if they are not allowed to taste it, it will probably be difficult to end it. A person eats, and a group of people eats, so Karen took out several knives and forks from the kitchen, and in the expectant eyes of everyone, he handed the knives and forks to everyone. In that case, you all should try it. Because he is relatively good at eating, he cooks a lot of food and serves the food on a large plate, so he is not very worried about not having enough food. The hungry wolves, as soon as they took the knives and forks, quickly walked towards the food, completely ignoring dining etiquette, and began to taste it crazily. As a result, the room that was quiet just now began to roar with waves. Oh, ah! It's so delicious, so fresh, so sweet. The freshness and sweetness are constantly intertwined, like a symphony in the sea. It's intoxicating. Why is this meat so chewy? Such good elasticity cannot be the elasticity of meat. It is obviously greasy fat, but it does not feel greasy at all. It is really surprising that there is such perfect fat. Incredible. It's so delicious, as if there are countless particles jumping alive in the mouth. It's so delicious. When the snake meat and seaweed are blended together, there seems to be a harmonious power in the sea in the mouth. It inspired new life and showed a unique new atmosphere, which is great. Jun and Karen, look at me and I look at you, their eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, Jun was sure that Karen had not drugged him, because no medicine had such a strange effect. Is it really the charm of the food itself? Jun recalled the delicious food he tasted just now. It was undeniable that it was the most delicious food he had ever eaten in his life. Looking at the ridiculous scene in front of him, Jun's face became very ugly. The whole place has gone crazy, with all kinds of blushing screams and unbearable moans coming and going. What is even more unacceptable to Jun is that their clothes burst out, all of them exposed their breasts, and their bodies continued to twist. If it weren't for the fact that all the soldiers present were men, she would have really thought she was at a silver party. Could it be that you were like this just now? She shook her head. Although she also made various unexplained sounds, her clothes did not burst. Recalling the memory just now, she gave Karen a hard look, and then tightened her upper clothes. Although Karen prepared a lot of food, she couldn't bear them eating like this. Soon, the food was eaten away. Looking at the satisfied faces of everyone, Jun swallowed. No, what are you thinking about? Although Karen's food is delicious, the side effects are too great. Shaking his head, even if I starve to death in Jun and eat unpalatable food, I will not eat a bowl of rice from Karen. Recalling the smell of rice just now, Jun hesitated. Maybe? It doesn't matter if you eat it again. Chapter 50 I added. The first person to wake up was Saxton, who was tasting the food at the beginning. When he saw the colleagues shouting around him, he felt like he was struck by lightning. What's going on? Where are my clothes? Then he took off his chef hat and put it on his chest. I told you, this food is a little weird, as you can see, that's it. Karen looked at Saxton speechlessly. He's not a buddy, he's a man, who's looking at you. So I just... Saxton pointed to the chef next to him who kept yelling. He felt like he was stuck in his throat and could not speak. Karen nodded in affirmation. This is what you want to eat. I stopped you, but I didn't. Yes, everything has nothing to do with Sir. Saxton remembered that he really insisted on eating at that time. Looking at the people making fun of him, he was very happy at this moment. Fortunately, I'm not the only one eating it. There are so many comrades accompanying me. Otherwise... Saxton trembled, stood up, and admired the scene in front of him with great interest. As Saxton woke up, more and more people began to regain consciousness. Looking at the people who were constantly swinging, they all understood what just happened without Karen's explanation. They all imitated Saxton and covered their hats in front of their bodies. Like Saxton, they quickly adjusted their mentality. Firstly, they really wanted to eat, and secondly, everyone present ate, so they didn't feel too embarrassed. As the last person woke up, they looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Did the Colonel cook this meal himself? Saxton knew that Karen had asked him to prepare a lot of utensils and condiments in the morning. Yes. Karen nodded awkwardly. The Colonel is truly a master of cooking. I have never eaten such delicious food, although there are some side effects. Saxton gave a thumbs up and praised. Karen touched her nose and said with a smile, although the food is delicious, it is not suitable for eating. What did the Colonel say? Since the food is delicious, it must be suitable for eating. The worst is that one person can eat it secretly. Saxton retorted, giving Karen an idea. Stealing food? So exciting. Karen didn't know what she was thinking of. Her eyes wandered over Jun for a moment. Jun glared at Karen fiercely, and then said, Okay, now that you've finished tasting, you all can go back. Saxton did not move, but looked at Karen with a troubled expression, and said with some embarrassment, Colonel, I wonder if I would be lucky enough to be your disciple and learn your cooking skills. As if he felt that his request was too abrupt, he added, As long as you let me study with you, I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life. Karen shuddered when he heard this and looked at Saxton, who had a wrinkled face. He prevaricated. I don't know how to teach this. It doesn't matter, as long as you let me watch while you cook. Saxton said with excitement on his face, and the chefs who were about to leave all stopped and stared at the two of them with burning eyes. Karen touched her nose and suddenly had an idea. She looked confused. Actually, I don't know how to cook at all. It's true, if he didn't have the skill of being a gourmet, he wouldn't even try it. But you just... Saxton pointed to the licked clean plate and asked, the food just now was obviously delicious. Karen's face straightened up and she asked in a deep voice, How many years have you been cooking? More than 20 years ago. Since you have been cooking for more than 20 years, have you ever heard of any rice that has this effect? Saxton was silent for a moment, recalling it carefully in his mind. He had never heard of such a strange thing, let alone seeing it. So, he shook his head, I've never seen it before. Isn't this a new cuisine invented by the Colonel? New cuisine? Do you believe this? How old am I? Even if I were a genius, I wouldn't be able to cook such a meal. After speaking, without waiting for Saxton to retort, Karen continued. Actually, the reason why this happens is because I added. It's because I added the ability of the devil fruit. Devil fruit. Saxton was stunned, and instantly understood why he acted so strangely after eating. Is this so? Of course, otherwise how can I explain why you behaved so strangely after eating? Karen remained calm. At this moment, he was very glad that he had made up the onion fruit. Actually, I am a user with the power of the word fruit. Everyone in the Marine headquarters knows that I just used the devil fruit, which is why you are like this. Really? Saxton looked at Karen suspiciously, feeling that something was wrong. Yes, Karen is indeed a person with the ability to speak fruit. Jun said suddenly from the side. Is that so? Saxton looked disappointed, then lowered his head and slowly left Karen's room. Wait, Karen suddenly said, pointing to the rags of clothes on the floor, take your clothes away. So, everyone turned around and cleaned Karen's room, even washing the empty dishes. After packing everything, they left Karen's room one by one, shirtless, and tiptoed to go to the military supply office and get some clothes. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a seagull sometimes appears on the bow of the boat, sometimes swooping down to catch fish. At this time, the sea was calm and the sunlight was shining on the sea. The waves were sparkling, shining with golden light, like a dream, and it was really beautiful. At this moment, a voice called out to everyone who was walking cautiously. Hey! What's going on? Where are your clothes? A soldier patrolling the deck blocked everyone, looked at the people with different expressions, and asked. We. Everyone looked at me, but no one spoke. They really don't know what to say. They can't say that clothes are just for food. Thinking of the scene that just happened, he could only feel lucky. Fortunately, everyone present ate it. Otherwise. Ahem, we were training just now, and all our clothes were blown away by the sea breeze. Jesse randomly made an excuse to send the soldiers in front of him away. Really? What a coincidence. Not a single thing was left. The patrolling soldiers looked at everyone suspiciously. Saxton suddenly raised his head and looked at the soldier in front of him. What's wrong with you? Don't you recognize me? Chef Saxton. Everyone who ate on this warship knew Saxton, and the patrol soldiers naturally knew him too. He looked carefully and found that more than half of the 10 or so people were chefs. Therefore, this made his doubts even greater. Chef training? Do you think I believe it or not? I remember that there was only one room for Colonel Cullen in that place, right? He looked at the location where the visitor came out and the twitchy expressions of everyone, and made a bold guess in his mind. I didn't expect Colonel Cullen to have such a hobby.